the pregnant women, things like that. It's reducing the stigma of going to treatment.
Absolutely, and that's really critical. And you know, we talk about fentanyl, and I think some of the statistics I saw, still the leading cause of overdose deaths, around 34, 35%. But there are some other emerging drugs that are out there. Can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing with other substances that we're starting to see more of, and what are some ways that we're kind of keeping our fingers on the pulse of what's happening here in Palm Beach County? Maybe Ms. Bundy, you start.
Well, I know we're looking at some pending legislation this coming session, and so Senator, do you want to talk about your proposed bill in addressing Creighton?
Well, the late, great Representative Kristen Jacobs came to me some years ago. She's no longer with us, but she was very concerned about Kratom. And we tried to get a bill passed together, but it wouldn't go anywhere because the Creighton lobby lobbied up and fought that as an alternative to depression and things like that. We're coming back at it this year because in the ensuing years, science and medicine have shown that it's just another drug.
Interesting. And so we're hoping to get some legislation passed to address that here in the county.
Yeah, it's not filed yet,
Okay.
but we're working on it.
Yeah. And I know that many of our young people are being impacted by that. And it's certainly something that we have to keep our eyes on and be responsive to.
We're also looking at things like xylazine, which has also made a resurgence, which is generally used by veterinarians, but somehow has made it into the human population, and so ways to strategize and educate about the dire consequences of using substances that may give you a temporary high, but ultimately can cost you your life.
Yeah.
Like ketamine.
Like ketamine.
It's
That's
making a resurgence.
That's right. So I want to talk a little bit about opiate settlement funds. And I know that Palm Beach County, over the next 15 years, will receive about $120 million, and we'll be working with our system partners in a number of areas to utilize those dollars to help mitigate some of the overdose deaths and overdoses and any co-occurring disorders. But Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network also received a portion of opiate settlement funds. Can you talk a little bit about that and how those funds are being utilized and why those strategies were ones that you chose to implement?
Sure. So we've wanted to work and continue to work with the hospital emergency departments in helping do what we call a bridge program, where an individual who is brought into the emergency room, whether by fire rescue or from a family member or acquaintance, that they don't let them just leave without a warm handoff. And so we're working to make sure that when those situations happen, that a certified peer specialist is available to help them navigate and find treatment options. And so that was the first part of having our bridge program, our hospital bridge program, fully rolled out. We're also working on respite programs so that individuals who complete a treatment program but are still in a phase of recovery, that we have housing options that they can use while still recovering physically from the addiction. We're looking at a lot of peer recovery supports, so that means a lot more informal opportunities, and so we're hoping to tap into some of our grassroots organizations that really are mission focused, have their finger on the pulse of the community, and figuring out a way of how to engage them in the solution and in moving forward. And so I'm very optimistic that we're going to be able to come up with a lot more options that are more individualized, more tailored to to things that make people successful because they have a say in it and there's buy-in. So we're really looking at making a much broader net available to everyone that's dealing with addiction and mental illness. And so it's important to have options, to have them tailored to the individual, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of creativity and a lot of trust that we don't have to have just traditional treatment for everyone. That there's a lot of options out there that we need to explore and make sure that we develop.
Okay. And I know that you mentioned recovery supports, and the opiate settlement funds that the county has received 90% will go towards recovery supports, and only 10% will go towards treatment, because we see and understand the importance of addressing social determinants of health, those things like housing and the wraparound supports that are needed in order to address employment issues and other issues. And so that's going to be critically important that we continue to work with the managing entity and our other partners like the healthcare district, who's moving into this space and is operating their clinic, and many other partners, nonprofit partners, and government like the school district and some municipalities, to make sure that we have a comprehensive strategy to address this issue here in Palm Beach County.
Well, most, if not all, of the counties that are getting these funds have to have an advisory council.
That's right. That's correct.
Made up of subject matter experts as well as community leaders.
That's right.
To help direct the spending of these dollars so that they can be spent more appropriately.
That is right. And we're very proud of our advisory board here in Palm Beach County. They do great work, and they're great advocates for individuals who are suffering from mental health and addiction issues. Listen, final question. We have to land this plane. What brings you joy? We're going to start with you, Ms. Brenner.
With me, I'd like to. There's a lot of opportunities at work for joy, but I am a grandmother of 5, and when I'm not at work, I am with one of my 5 grandchildren that range from 1 to 9, and that is a big task. They are very rambunctious. I am their favorite person, and we are very active. That's basically my workout is on Saturday and Sunday, and also I like to rescue pets. So
cool.
People who have passed who still have animals that need to be cared for, taking care of dogs that maybe have some medical issues. So it helps keep me rounded and keep a balance, because it's. A lot of people have a tough work-life balance.
Absolutely.
Don't they, Senator?
They do.
Yes, and so I'm fortunate to have a few distractions that bring me joy. But thank you for asking.
That is awesome. What about you, Senator? We're going to let you close. What brings you joy?
When someone comes up to me and say that a few years ago or some time ago, they heard me tell my story and it impacted them in a very positive way, and they've never forgotten it. It's about me spreading hope, demonstrating courage to get clean and living in the life of recovery.
Absolutely. And I want to leave because I know that there may be something special happening in Tampa. Is that right?
Yes, there is. On September 9th, we're expecting an announcement related to the research that the University of South Florida does. And we expect that announcement from the governor and
from the Board of Trustees
of the University of South Florida. And Senator, will you tell us a little about that?
Well, the governor announced that the University of South Florida will name the new Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Research Center, the Senator Darrell E. Roussan Center for Research. I hope that it will bring cutting-edge research to the whole issue of addiction and recovery.
That is phenomenal. Congratulations, and it's so well-deserving. Well, listen, we're out of time, but of course, we could talk about this all day. But thank you so very much for joining us here today. It's so important that we have the information that you shared, and we learned a lot of insights in terms of how we're attacking this issue here in Palm Beach County and what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you to Community Services, because you are a great partner of ours as well.
Thank you so very much for joining us today. And I want to thank Senator Rousseau and Ms. Berner again for sharing their insights, their stories, and most importantly, their leadership. Today's conversation reminded us of both the progress and the urgency in this work. We've seen the power of collaboration, and Palm Beach County has made real strides in reducing overdoses and saving lives. But we've also heard about the challenges that remain and the opportunities ahead, whether that's through policy reform, enhancing recovery supports, or new innovations like AI technology and 988. So to all of our listeners out there, thank you for tuning in. I hope you walk away encouraged, inspired to be a part of the solution. What's happening in our behavioral health system of care is not just a government issue, it's a community issue, and we all have a role to play. So I'm James Green, Director of Palm Beach County Community Services Department, and it's been my honor to host this conversation. And I look forward to continuing our work together to build a healthier, a stronger, and more compassionate Palm Beach County. Thank you, and I'll see you next time.
Always keeping your home ready and safe from a storm threat is a good idea. Windows are among the most vulnerable parts of your home during a hurricane. Protecting them is crucial for minimizing damage. Install storm shutters or impact windows. If that's not an option, have a plan to put up storm panels to protect your home windows. Clear debris from gutters, downspouts, and outside drainage. Consider installing a French drain or a sump pump if your yard tends to flood. These can help manage excess water and protect your home's foundation. Make sure your outdoor items don't become projectile during any storm is a good idea. Have the forethought to consider placement of any yard items before a storm even comes. Keeping up with your yard maintenance should always be a part of your storm plan. If you aren't into yard work like me and have large trees or shrubs, consider hiring a professional.
Be ready. Be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
It's all of our responsibility to keep the place we live in clean and beautiful. We can all help 1 mile at a time with the Adopt a Road program. Your community group or business picks up to 3 areas you are interested in adopting. We will provide your group with training, safety equipment, and trash bags. It's as simple as picking up litter at least 4 times per year for a 2-year period. As a thank you, you will be recognized with a sign letting everyone know your group is doing their part to keep Palm Beach County beautiful. Please note we will not list logos, phone numbers, or web addresses on the sign. For-profit groups will be charged a $200 fee to help offset the cost of the program, while nonprofit groups will have this fee waived. For more information, contact the Palm Beach County Traffic Division using the information on your screen or call 561-684-4030.
Welcome to Commissioner Spotlight. I'm Todd Bonlaren, and today we are shining a light on one of Palm Beach County's newest elected members of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Joel Flores, representing District 3. Commissioner Flores made history by becoming the first Hispanic ever elected to the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners. But that's just part of his story. He's a former mayor, a veteran, a father, and a tireless advocate for the community that he represents. Come along with us as we visit a couple of spots in Commissioner Flores' district and share some of his past accomplishments of our newest elected county commissioner, and also take a look forward and discuss some of the priorities the commissioner hopes to accomplish during his term in office. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We're joined by one of our newest elected members of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Joel Flores, and here we are today at the John Prince Park Golf Learning Center, a gem right here in District 3, something that offers driving ranges, putting greens, and other amenities. Commissioner Flores, thanks for inviting us to your district to be at a really special place here.
Oh no, it's a great day, as you can see, to be out here. It's not too sunny, but welcome to District 3.
Yeah, and you know, this is a great place. Maybe it reminds you a little bit of your upbringing. You didn't grow up here in Florida, you grew up in Puerto Rico, came to Florida. Maybe share with us a little bit about that story, that transition. Does this remind you a little bit of your days in Puerto Rico?
You know, I think the weather, the day today, I think it reminds me of that feel of being back home, that tropical, the cloudiness. But, you know, my upbringing was very humbling. Lived in a household with my father, mom, and my sister. I played a lot of sports when I was young, especially baseball and basketball. And I had some great memories of Puerto Rico. I still visit often. I still have half of my family on the father's side is still over there. And it's a beautiful place to visit and to relax. So I try to take advantage of that as much as I possibly can. But my childhood was very, very humbling. As I look back, I remember all the things that I learned and the values that were instilled in me from my family. I know education at an very early on. All of my family made it a priority. Both of my parents are educators. So one was an algebra teacher, one was an elementary teacher. And to me, that has always been one of those paramount things that you must have. And it's sort of what I try to teach my children too.
And from there, I think you did one of the most honorable things that any American can do, and that is decided to serve in the military. You became a decorated veteran. You earned a Combat Action Badge, an Army Commendation Medal, an Army Achievement Medal for your distinguished service in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. Tell us a little bit about that experience and how it shaped you.
Absolutely. It's one of those times that my mom and dad ended up getting divorced, which happens to be more of a regular thing now in today's society. And my mom decided to move to Boston, and at that time I thought I wanted to be an architect. My years in high school, I took drafting, and I love drawing and building things, and I like that side of the creative component of being an architect. So I ended up going to school for 2 years to architecture school in Boston, and one morning I was driving to my internship, which was with an architecture firm. And I decided that morning, they went on the radio and they said a plane just hit the World Trade Center. And at that moment, I was confused. I was like, how does a plane hit a building? I'm not quite understanding it. And then a second time, they interrupted the music and they said a second plane hit. And automatically, when that second plane hit, I knew that we were being attacked. And that was a hard day, I think, for a lot of Americans. And especially for me, it changed the course of my life. By the end of that night, I made a decision that I would join the military. I didn't really know which rank, what branch, or what I would do, but I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to protect it. I felt that if we could be attacked at home, we're vulnerable. So I wanted to make sure that I protected this great nation of ours. I had offered me so much, and I wanted to give back. So by the end of that evening, I made the decision to join the military. I spent 15 years. I loved the service, the camaraderie with my fellow soldiers, and it's an experience that I don't think many people will ever experience, but I'm very proud of my time. I served in Afghanistan, I did a tour, and then after my time in Afghanistan is when I relocated my family down to Florida, and we called Palm Beach County home.
Yeah, and we're glad you did, because you know, you really have been revolutionary down here as a barrier breaker. And as the first Hispanic elected to the Board of County Commissioners, it's something that I think was very important to our Board of County Commissioners to make sure that a district was created to allow an Hispanic the opportunity to serve a very broad and growing constituency in our community. Talk a little bit about that and what that means to you personally.
Yeah, that was a process that in 2020, after we got the census population data back, we realized that the Hispanic population was the largest growing segment of our community. And some county commissioners had contemplated the idea of creating a Hispanic majority district. And I got engaged, some of the community got engaged to create the first Hispanic, we call it the district, but it's really just a Hispanic majority district. And at that time, we just got involved, and we were able to create District 3 to become that for the community. I think the community rallied, and they were excited about the opportunity to get a Hispanic elected. And I guess through my involvement and being the mayor of the city of Green Acres, a lot of people came out and asked me if I would be willing to consider that opportunity. I didn't take it lightly. We probably campaigned for about 2 years to make this a reality, and it was not easy. But I think at the end of the day, the community was wanting a Hispanic representative, and being a Hispanic is not the qualifiers. I think it's all the experiences that I have, my education, a bachelor's, a master's, serving in the military, being a dad. I think all of those things are what makes me qualified, but coming from a Hispanic background lends me a little bit more into the lens of the community as a whole. And it's about representing everyone. So when you have more representation on the dais, I think it brings more value to the community.
And the reality is, you know, one of the great things about District 3 is that it's an incredibly diverse district. But it also has some of the same struggles that a lot of our districts have throughout the county. Rising cost of housing, harder for a lot of families to put gas in their car, food on their table. What are the kinds of things that you think we as a county should be doing to make some of those opportunities more available for some of our constituents?
I think that's a great question, and it's something that I've been pondering since my time here in Florida, and since I decided to take on an elected officer role. You know, District 3 is more of a residential community. We are an older part of the county. Green Acres is going to be 100 years next year. We have some challenges. We have some blighted areas. We have some outdated infrastructure. We have older plazas, and a lot of the amenities that we have tend to be older. So, but one of the things that resounds every single day is housing, housing cost, availability in the district. There's not much. There's no more work to build in District 3. I think District 3 is like 97, 98% built out. So it's very hard. So we have to look at different ways to accommodate the housing needs. I'm a big fan of redevelopment. So I think that's something that we have to consider. Transportation and the way that we move around, the traffic in District 3 is growing. What we're realizing is that most of the trips in the mornings are leaving the district. In the evening, it's coming back. That means that the jobs are outside of the district. So people go out to work every single day and then they come back. So we have to be creative about the way that we address traffic in the county. We also have to bring jobs to District 3 because that will alleviate the trips leaving the district. And I think something that I'm very passionate about, because I've seen it firsthand, is mental health. Mental health for me is our priority because I see how it impacts our community on a day-to-day, whether it's at the schools, a single mom, a homeless person, someone struggling with addiction. And I think we owe it to our community and society to want to help these individuals that are struggling with the everyday mental health component. So those are sort of the priorities of District 3. I know there's more that we're also working to accomplish, but those are the top three that we're focusing on right now.
And you know, before you came to the Board of County Commissioners, you're no stranger to public service. You had an opportunity to serve as mayor of the city of Green Acres. What was the deciding factor for you to decide that you would leave city government behind and take the leap to county government?
First of all, my experience at Green Acres was phenomenal. I think the people that I represented at Green Acres is very similar to District 3. And I thought that we did a great job at cleaning the city, modernizing it, making investments into the community, and really sparking economic development. And that's what we wanted to bring to District 3. So we have the district that was created for a Hispanic. At that point, I was the highest ranking Hispanic elected official, and the community really wanted me to consider running. It was a conversation I didn't take lightly. I talked to my kids. They're ultimately the decision makers, and they had veto power. So if they didn't want me to do it, I would stay in Green Acres and continue my service there. But they were all about it. My kids were older. They understood what the role of mayor meant, and that this would be a step up, and this would require more time and effort, and they bought in. But the reason that I decided to do it is because I truly, genuinely care about the community, about sparking more economic prosperity, bringing opportunities into the district. And that's the reason that I wanted to represent District 3.
Well, Commissioner, your priorities are absolutely in the right place. My kids are the decision makers in my family as well, so I understand that completely. Thank you for sharing this amazing facility with us and giving us a glimpse into John Prince Park. Stick around, we'll be right back. We're going to share a few other gems in the Commissioner's District as we head out to Green Acres and the Community Center. But before that, Commissioner Flores and I are going to take a few swings on the putting green behind me. Stick around, we'll be right back with Commissioner Joel Flores on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. Take a shot.
Palm Beach County needs your participation to remain a top recycler in the state of Florida. Cardboard rolls like the ones in paper towels, toilet paper, and gift wrapping are items we accept in our recycling program. They go into the yellow bin. Learn more at swwa.org/recycleright.
Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We have moved to the city of Green Acres, and we're here in the Community Center in their basketball gym, a real hub of youth and senior activity in this community. Commissioner Flores, thanks again for inviting us into your district here. Another incredible location to showcase.
Absolutely. I feel like this is a hidden gem.
It really is. And, you know, I want to talk about this a little bit. Before we do that, I want to just go back to your time as mayor in the city of Green Acres. I mean, this is your hub of your initial political activities and some of the groundwork that you put into this community. What are some of the accomplishments that, as you look back, that you are most proud of from your service?
You know, one of the things that I'm extremely proud of is the investment we have made into the youth and to the senior services. So we're here today at the basketball court. We did this a while back, but we're also building a new youth center right outside of this building. So we're investing in our youth and our future leaders. And what we've seen, a lot of the people that actually work here have graduated from that program. So we take tremendous pride. Plus, we are ranked top 3 from prime time in the county. And we have made a commitment that youth is a strong part of our community, and we want to focus on that. Additionally, right behind this community is what we call the original section of Green Acres, and we've made major investments into this area, making sure that they're not left behind. So one of the major things we're currently working on is connecting septic to sewer. So we have used our ARPA dollars, and we have lobbied the state of Florida to give us some funds. And we have now bridged the gap between 10th Avenue and Lake Worth. So we're looking to continue to expand that. We have about 400 homes that we want to transition from septic to sewer. And the city has made a strong commitment to this community to make sure that we provide them the same services as the rest of the community.
You know, it's interesting. I mean, you really talk on the ground level when you talk about specific homes and work on individual roads right behind where we're at in the heartbeat of Green Acres. Obviously, that transition from city work to county work. As you go higher sometimes in governments and larger governments, it expands the breadth of the issues and the geography that you have decision-making authority over. What are some of those differences as you sort of compare the two now being on the Board of County Commissioners?
So to me, it's very similar because you're still working locally for the people, and the impact and the changes that you vote on and that you make, you actually get to see. Whereas maybe if you come from the state level, you don't actually see the money that's coming down for all your constituents. But here you're working for the people and for the community that you represent. So I love that aspect. Now, Palm Beach County, it's much bigger in scale. It's a much broader spectrum, and we represent many different communities. Where in Green Acres, my community was primarily Hispanic residential workforce. Here, we're representing everybody at the county level. We have 1.5 million individuals that we have to make sure that we do right by, and the level of work it's much more. So. It's similar, but yeah, it's in scale is a lot more time that needs to be invested into District 3.
We talked a little bit about this gym, and really this actually was a collaboration, the facility and the complex that we're in between the City of Green Acres and Palm Beach County. You know, that partnership is one that I think as a county we always want to continue to develop with our municipalities. What can you talk about in terms of this facility, that partnership between Green Acres and the county, and how you project that forward as a city official in looking at creating additional partnerships between city government and county government to get things done?
So to me, that's one of the things that I want to bring to the commission is making sure that that transition between municipalities and county is seamless, and that we can continue to collaborate and enhance the quality of life for our constituents. This particular gym means a lot to me, not only because we provide some senior services in the mornings with hot meals and a place that they can come and share every single day, but also this court is a place where the youth can come and stay off the streets. It's a safe place that they can come and spend time in. And I, to this day, still coach. I still coach basketball here every fall, and it's something that I'm extremely proud of. I make sure that I save a little bit of my time to be able to dedicate and give back to the youth. It also allows me to understand what are some of their issues, what are they struggling with, what are some of that pressure that they're feeling. I graduated high school 25 years ago, so to me, it's been a while, but I still want to be able to understand what some of their needs are in their community so that we set them up for success.
I mean, when you think about just the programs that you talked about in a minute of what we do here, what are some of those other programs that are happening in the county that you really want to connect some of your constituents with?
You know, the county offers great resources and services throughout the county. I'm extremely proud of the library system that we have. It gives people an opportunity to go and not only be part of the community, to check out a book, but library systems have completely changed. It's not what it used to be that you go and take out a book. Now you can take out a movie, you can do research, you can do, and if for some reason they don't have what you need, they'll get it to you within 24 hours. So the library system is something that I'm extremely proud of. There's many youth services that are offered throughout the county level, and also the senior center that's right on Lake Worth. To me, that's a hidden gem. And on top of that, we've made a commitment to help those that are vulnerable, that don't have a home, and we have the Homeless Resource Center too, that we provide in this county. But there are many services that the county provides that we in District 3 are trying to push out so that most of our people don't really know about it, that they get to learn about these programs.
You know, when you mention libraries, my mind automatically goes to education and our school system. You mentioned in the beginning segment, both of your parents were educators. What are some of the things that you think we can do more in terms of a county in supporting education initiatives for our youth in our community?
So to me, education is paramount. Whether a child goes to college or a trade, I think we all need to be educated, and we need to invest in our children to make sure that they are able to be successful in life. One of the things that we in District 3 have is that our schools are C's and B's. One of the things I want to focus on is on helping the school district outside of the school to make sure that our parents understand that education doesn't just happen in the classroom, that it also happens outside, and that we have services that our youth can go to after school. What I have in my district is an overemployment issue. So most of my families end up working 2 or 3 different jobs to be able to afford the quality of life that they want for their children. But what we don't have is time to be able to dedicate to them to make sure that their homework is done, that if they need extra help, that they get that extra help that they need. So in Green Acres, we made a commitment here to make sure that we have a youth program that kids can come to after school. So that's some of the things that I want to continue to enhance in our district, give them an opportunity to go somewhere after school to continue that learning. So those are some of the things that I think the community and the county can partner to continue to enhance education in our community.
Obviously, your priorities are very grounded in your upbringing, the influence that your parents had on your life, and definitely shows it early on in the work that you're doing in your district and in the community. Stick around. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight. We're going to come right back here to the city of Green Acres, chat a little bit more about some of the future vision that Commissioner Flores has for his communities and also for Palm Beach County. We'll be right back on this edition of Commissioner Spotlight.
Lithium batteries that are disposed of irresponsibly are a fire hazard. These batteries are found in common products like talking greeting cards and medical equipment. Do your part and a fire won't start. For disposal locations, visit swa.org/LIB.
Welcome back to Commissioner Spotlight. We continue our discussion in the city of Green Acres with County Commissioner Joel Flores. Commissioner Flores, we talked a little bit on the first segment about the importance of being the first elected Hispanic to the Board of County Commissioners. What is it that you feel now that you need to do to ensure that the voices of some of those constituents in your district and the county are heard?
So to me, it's always, and for my time in Green Acres, I experienced this. It's keeping your ear to the ground, making sure that you understand what the community is feeling, what they're sensing, what their worries are. Make sure that you lend a voice to them at the county level. So actually, a couple of weeks ago, we held a town hall. I wanted to hear from the constituents what they're sensing, what they're feeling, what keeps them up at night. So to me, it's always very important to keep that line of communication open with my residents. So same reason that we opened an office in Palm Springs. Wanted to make sure that our people, if they need to meet with me, there's an issue, something that's going on, that we address it and we don't let things go unnoticed.
You know, it's hard to get folks involved sometimes in local government. What are some of the other things that you're trying to do to engage some of your constituents in local government and the processes?
You know, my community is very diverse and they come from many different backgrounds. And even the style of government between where they came from to here is very different. Even from state to state, some states don't have county governments. So to me, it's always important to explain the structure of our government, how we work, the quality of the work that we do, and what's our reach. So I'm always trying to go out there and educate folks, and I think that's very important. The way that I engage with them is going to the high school, constantly speaking, or if there's a group that wants me to come and speak, it's a way that I get involved with the community. I also try to make sure that in my appointments at the county, we have a diverse representation at a different board. So I've tried to get more people from District 3 involved in my appointments to make sure that they understand and that we have representation and a voice at these different levels of government.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people don't realize about the day-to-day work of elected officials, county commissioners. Maybe what are some of the things that you can share with them to give them a glimpse of the diversity of your day and really what you do?
Yeah, the majority of what I do is meet with people. Whether they have a project that's coming before us or they have an issue that they're worried about, that's really the work. It's making sure that you represent the people that elected you to office and make sure that you're prepared for when you have items that come before you have to make a decision on. This weekend, I'll be spending most of my weekend reading a packet of agenda items, plus we're prepping for the budget. So most of my weekend will be spent hopefully at the pool with my stack of budget documents to be able to make sure that I'm prepared for the meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of work and people don't realize this isn't a 9-to-5 job. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People have access to you no matter where you go, whether you're in the grocery store or sitting poolside with a stack of documents, for sure. You know, big picture as you look forward and you think 5, even 10 years from now, what is something or the things that you hope to be able to look at then to say that you're most proud of accomplishing?
You know, in 10 years, I want to look back and I want to make sure that we have economic prosperity, that we have been able to inject more jobs into the economy, that we are able to bring more housing into the economy. To me, housing inventory is a must. We have a massive demand in housing, so I want to make sure that we fill that. We also want to make sure that we have places to share and to have fun, and coffee shops, ice creams, restaurants. We have some great restaurants here, but we don't have nearly enough. We want to make sure that District 3 becomes a destination that people want to come with their families and share. So to me, that's, as I reflect back, that's what I want, economic prosperity.
You know, I've had an opportunity over the course of your career to watch you work as both a mayor, as a county commissioner. I can't help that whenever I'm in public places with you, people are drawn to you, young people, old people. As you look at particularly young people that I know you care a lot about, we've talked through this segment about that, what kind of advice would you give to a young person who looks at you and says, maybe I could do that too someday?
For me, it's always being prepared for the opportunities that may come. You don't know what opportunities, what doors will open up, but it's just always being prepared. And it goes back to my value of education, doing the right thing where people aren't looking. I think those are some of the things that were taught to me by my family, my parents, whether it was the military, but it's always about doing the right thing and being prepared. In the military, you go on a mission, you always talk about being prepared. You're mentally prepared, physically prepared, and it's the same thing in life. You have to be prepared for whatever opportunities may appear before you. I never thought I would be an elected official. Yeah. That opportunity presented itself, and I decided to take a risk and to be the voice of my community. And if I could tell our youth, is be prepared. Life is going to knock you down every once in a while, but it's about getting back up and continuing to fight and persevere.
And that sounds like maybe some good advice that somebody gave you someday that you keep with you and you keep carrying forward with you.
You know, the best advice that I got were from my mom. And at that point, I did not value her input because it's like, oh, that's just mom. But my mom always prepared me for life. She always instilled in me, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You got to be prepared. You got to get your education. And when life knocks you down, you got to get back up. Yeah.
And maybe you weren't prepared when you first became elected, but that opened your eyes to a lot of things. And now that you've been an elected official for quite some time, what is the why, the personal why that keeps you motivated every single day to do what you want to do for your constituents?
My personal why is twofold. It's my kids. I want to make sure that they see a good example of the quality of a person that I am, what my values are, and that they feel proud of the work that I'm doing. And the second reason is the people. Our people deserve better, deserve a person that's going to be accountable, transparent, responsible, and that's what I bring to work every single day, making sure that I do what's right by them. And I think we have a beautiful community. I think Palm Beach County is paradise, and I want to continue to enhance that and make Palm Beach County the place to be.
I couldn't think of a better way to end our show on that note. We really appreciate, Commissioner Flores, you inviting us in to a couple of amazing places in your district. I know there's a lot more out there that your residents enjoy every day. We appreciate you sharing some of your thoughts with us and giving us a little personal, deeper dive into you and what makes you tick.
Awesome.
And thank you for joining us. We hope that some of the insights that Commissioner Flores shared with you today gives you some better understanding of what drives him as a person, as a father, as an elected official, and what some of the expectations that you might have for him as he continues to serve in District 3 in Palm Beach County. I'm Todd Von Laren. For everyone here, we'll see you next time.
Hooked on the Palm Beaches is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches and Palm Beach County, the best way to experience Florida.
Were you just on?
I was just on, yeah.
Oh.
On my little spinner.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, there's another one after me. Look at them. Woo,
Yep.
on.
Nice, dude.
There he comes up. Woo, look at that. Pretty fish.
We got a big one, boy. I don't think it gets any better than this.
I just cannot believe how many fish there are here.
This is why you come here. This is why we do what we do. Off of Palm Beach, bro. This is the kind of Jurassic Park stuff that lives out here. Woo! We did it, brother.
It blows me away the fishing opportunities that we have in and around Palm Beach County.
Some of the best game fishing that you can have in the entire world. Welcome to another episode of Hooked on the Palm Beaches. Just head out. It's early morning, probably about 7 a.m. Straight out of the inlet. We've got a nice dolphin on over here.
Hooked a nice bull dolphin and jumped off. It's part of the game. So we're going to get back on him and put James on a nice one here shortly.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice take right on the surface.
Come on in the box if you want to, Cap. Nice, bro. Yes. Came by a weed patch, hooked one fish, and then we hooked 3 more on ballyhoos. So we got 2 fish on right now. Nice. There you go. Anytime you're dolphin fishing, you're basically sight fishing. You're looking for things. And it's funny, you said I saw 2 flying fish get up.
Right.
And they didn't scare, the boat wasn't the boat.
The boat wasn't, yeah, exactly.
It wasn't the boat, so you put us on the fish, Cap.
Well, at least they can do something for you.
You know, honestly, it's great when people are actually paying attention. They look because it make or break the day right there, you know?
Right.
Really, really good.
Oh, that's what it's all about there. Catching one dolphin on the troll there. We pulled him off. And then Cap put one out on a ballyhoo, right?
Yep.
Kept it in the water and used my old little South African spinner. Look at that guy.
That's
Woo-hoo!
great. Really good.
This is fishing the Palm Beaches, huh? Look at that.
That's it, man.
All right.
Remember, Johnny's not in the boat until he's in the boat.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
James just got us beat. It's 2-0.
Not yet.
All right, let's see what we can do. Here he is. Nice and easy. There she is. Hold that. Oh, nice fish, man.
Pretty dolphin.
Yep. Beautiful, man. He was hooked on the Palm Beaches.
Well, this is one of the fastest growing fish in the ocean. These tiny guys probably only about 5, 6, 7 months old. It's amazing that they can actually start breeding at about 4 to 5 months, and they only live to about 5 years old. Mahi mahi, which is the Hawaiian word for very strong, and when you do catch a big one, well, they can give you quite a run around. The other name for it is dorado, and dorado is obviously Spanish for gold. When they come out of the water, they're beautiful green with these lovely turquoise spots on them. And then after they've been out of the water for a bit, they turn that nice golden color, hence the name dorado. So dolphin, dorado, mahi mahi, call them what you want. They're excellent table fare.
Can I call them tacos?
Oh yeah.
Mahi tacos, baby. Good job, cheers.
All right.
James?
Hey, good to see you again.
Last time we were together, we caught a huge swordfish, but today we're after something different. John Bassett, who you're going to see, and they were out yesterday, 600 to 750 feet, said there was some scattered weed, maybe some blackfin tuna, maybe some mahi mahi. So what we're going to do is really, to be honest with you, we all have a job. You're going to be looking, I know you're good at spotting birds, so we're going to look for birds, weed lines or weed patches, and see if we can't locate some fish.
And nothing better to catch a couple of mahi, put them in the boat for a little late breakfast, Cap.
That's what I'm saying. Fish
Excellent.
tacos, dude. Let's do it. One of the things that's crazy about this year is the amount of weed, the seaweed worldwide. From the Dominican Republic to Venezuela to St. Thomas to here, it's almost at times unfishable. It's great for the ecosystem And here off the Palm Beaches, I mean, there's so much seaweed, we have to find birds. We got to look for big patches and we got to find birds. And we're going to run and gun. At times we'll have all of our rods in the water, baits in the water. And then sometimes we'll just run from patch to patch to see what we can find. But we're going to head east. Everybody's going to have a job. We're going to be looking in different directions. Sometimes looking into the sun in the morning is difficult. So you don't forget, anytime you guys are going fishing, be sure to look behind you. It's a lot easier to find something floating behind you when there's no sun or reflection. So we're going to head offshore and hopefully we'll be tight.
Well, it's that old saying, Cap, the weed is a blessing and a curse sometimes, huh?
No doubt, especially when you're the mate. So I'll let you be the mate today.
All right, I'm on it. Let's catch some fish.
A lot of times when you're around this structure, if you're trolling, sometimes when you're mahi fishing, you catch these small jacks. Anytime you catch a small jack, really what that means is there's something floating there. There's probably more fish there. Sometimes it's a submerged bucket, could be a rope. But when you see those jacks, if you get them around, make sure to look around real good. Oh, that's a nice one. There you go. Nice dolphin.
Another taco.
Woo! Now these fish, you know, again, you can catch a 5-pounder like this, or you can catch a 50, they can get up to 50 pounds. So we just take what we can eat. A lot of times we'll release the smaller ones so they get bigger. So right now we're about 750 feet deep underneath us. And you know, again, it's got a light east wind, kind of nice. We're looking for birds. We're staying on the weed patch that we had. We've caught 6 or 8 nice dolphin. We jumped off a big one early. This is kind of the game. Go from one patch to another. And if you find a patch with fish, most of the time, try and stay in that zone, that 750 zone. A lot of times guys have a tendency to catch a few fish and think, let me keep going east off of Palm Beach, or let me go east off of Boca and keep going. There's a reason these patches are here and they're kind of lined up, and it's tide based, it's current based. So when you have an area like that where you know that that's holding fish, start heading north south. And a lot of times you're going to run into more structure, more debris. A lot of times you go a half a mile and all of a sudden there's another patch of weed or something floating, and same thing going north or south. But concentrate in that area, stay in that depth, and it'll help you out. All right, so we're going to wind this thing up. We're going to hopefully hook 1 or 2 more, but stay tuned for more to come on Hooked on the Palm Beaches. I like my tacos with hard shell, John. Hard shell.
All right, awesome.
The Gulf Stream comes closest to the United States right here in Palm Beach County. If you're looking to hit the high seas for a great day of fishing but don't have a boat, check out the affordable daily fishing excursions aboard the many drift fishing fleets. With professional crews and everything included, and over 20 species of fish to be caught, including snapper, mackerel, and cobia, you can bend a rod and come home with dinner without breaking the bank.
I'm hooked on the Palm Beaches.
A lot of times when you're doing this, to make it easy for you, especially when it's a little choppy, if you've got a sea and it's hard to find the fish again or hard to find the floating debris, we always carry floats. Sometimes we put a lead on them, like today we'll put a lead on this and throw it over so it's weighted and it stays with the object you're trying to fish to. These moments of chaos, that's why we keep coming out here. So we've caught 5, 6, maybe 8 dolphin now. Just keep kind of going back to it. They got some birds showing up on the horizon. We're heading back in that direction. And again, you know, with this type of fishing, guys, don't get so caught up in going east and west off of Boca or Palm Beach. Once you find what you want, north and south is great. Keep looking north and south. We're trying to find what we fished to. There he is, right behind us. Sometimes when you hook a few fish, the other fish there will swim back to the structure, so all of a sudden the fish will be gone. A lot of times they want a moving bait. These fish wanted a moving bait, so when we came, every time we've come back by that spot, specific patch, we've gotten bit 4 times in a row by multiple fish. While we were sitting, we hooked a couple, but they would always go back. Again, you always got to take into consideration your tide. You want those fish to go back to the object because you can always go back to it. All right, deploy, boys.
Deploy.
You got about 100 yards to the object. Guys, if you're captaining your boat, you're out here, make sure your anglers know if it's 100 feet or 2 miles from you, if you know, so these guys can be ready. A lot of times with these mahis, you see them coming from the side. It's a dead giveaway. So you got about 50 yards to the structure, boys. And again, when you're going back to the structure, and you can zoom in on it here in a second because it's going to come up on your left-hand side here, don't drive through it. Stay off at a good 100 feet minimum. Those fish, they already see us, and a lot of times they'll come off the structure to you. So if you pan left and you actually look out there, you're going to see what we're fishing to. Nice patch of weed. A lot of times too, guys, if you got two guys with rods, make sure he's jigging the other rod. See what John's doing? He's jigging. A lot of times another dolphin will find you.
Spunky little guy. There he goes.
These fish really want a moving bait today.
It's just non-stop action all the time. Woo. We'll get him eventually. Nice fish. There we go. RJ, we're getting ready for your fish tacos.
Gosh, I may even go to the soft shell tonight.
Amazing. Let's have a look at that fish quickly, John. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, let's clean them up.
Nice fish. You can see that golden color that I was referring to earlier that gives it its name, Dorado. And just such spectacular fish, so beautiful. You know, there's actually two species of mahi-mahi or dolphin out there. The one is the pompano dolphin. This here is the common dolphin found in the West Atlantic, all the way down into the Caribbean and South America as well. Such beautiful fish. They're found worldwide. I mean, these are pelagic, so they're gonna, anywhere there's warm water, bait, food, you're gonna find these fish. And actually one of the most sustainable fish species that you can eat. There's so many mahi in the ocean, they grow very, very quickly, and they're not endangered by any means. So if you want to eat a sustainable fish species, this is it right here.
On this week's Hotspot, we're checking out DuBois Park. This is a Palm Beach County park right on the Jupiter Inlet, and this place offers some amazing recreation. When you put your line in the water, it's all those fish that Jupiter Inlet is famous for. It's those big snook, it's the big jacks. You're gonna run into some sheep's head if you're looking for dinner, snappers, of course, to keep the kids busy. And when you're done checking that out, go look at the DuBois house. This is a pioneer home. The DuBois were some of the first settlers here, and the house sits atop an Indian midden that is 6,000 years old. And if you need something for the kids to do, there's a snorkel lagoon as well as a little wading lagoon. So every high tide, clear water rushes in here. Get your snorkel gear as well. Go check out some of those tropicals that are cruising around the rocks right in the snorkel lagoon.
I was at the club having lunch yesterday, and the lady at the bar said, RJ, how's the fishing? But I said, we've been catching some nice mahi. She said, do they scream when they jump? I about lost my club sandwich when she said that. It's so funny because you come out here, everybody's kind of serious in the morning. They've had their coffee, they're waking up, they're kind of in a good mood, but the minute you hook a nice fish, a mahi, whatever it might be, it's funny how it changes the day, and everybody's bubbly and turns people into little kids real quick. All of a sudden there's rods going this way and rods going that way, and the smiles and the laughter, man, that's what we do it for. And so really it's so exciting, especially with mahi fishing, this type of fishing, because the fish is so beautiful itself, and it's jumping, and it's just amazing to be able to do this out here off of Palm Beach.
So anytime you see flying fish putting up out of the water and flying and there's no boat around, it's a sure sign that there's fish underneath them. And we've just spotted a whole bunch of flyers just flying out of the water, 3, 4 at a time, and it's probably fish. So we're gonna go check it out. And it's no coincidence that these flying fish are being put up right along this weed line. There's this perfect weed line running straight from east to west, and this is where the fish are going. And we've actually just got one on in the back, so there we go.
Got them on, got them on. Must have been the ones that were chasing those flying fish. See if we got any more. There was one there for sure, and we got them on.
Settle down, Sparky.
Can't help it.
Keep winding, I'll let you know when you're tired. So a little bit on the structure, on things that are floating. You know, over the years, especially here in Florida or the Bahamas, anytime you're fishing in late summer, you know, getting around hurricane season, you start to see tropical storms. A lot of times you got to remember that stuff that's south of you or that's creating storms way out in the outside Bahamas, 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 days later, all of a sudden you start to see floating debris here. There's so many different items, hawser ropes, things that are thrown off ships, submerged items that we see. A lot of times you get caught up thinking you're looking for something bright, and sometimes you're looking for something that's actually black in the water. We trolled for a little while, there was nothing there. We saw 2 birds picking, went over to it, we got a gaffer on, we got a real nice one on this one. But again, if you're not looking, you're not paying attention, I don't care if you're eating a sandwich or whatever you're doing, always be looking for something, nice fish.
Oh, that's a nicer fish.
Look at that fish. And just like that, we become heroes. Beautiful fish.
There's some nice dolphin there, boys. Mas tacos for sure. And what we've just seen now on this show is pretty much 3 different types of mahi fishing right there. We've been looking for birds. Lately we just found birds, got 2 fish in the boat. Prior to that we saw a weed line and we got fish in the boat from a weed line, and we've also got them on the spinner just going around a weed line. So 3 different ways to catch mahi today, and you can never get tired of catching these fish. Incredible fish to catch, and I tell you something, we'll be eating mahi for a good couple of weeks.
Off Palm Beach County, we've caught a bunch of nice fish. James is working on a nice one here, a nice little gaffer. We call it gaffer anytime you use the gaff. But they got all things. They got slammers, they got schoolies, there's super slammers. So there's different levels. We're catching smaller dolphin today. Could very easily be bigger dolphin. A lot of times they're mixed in. But anyway, again, all those things that we talked about, always keep in mind, if you learn one thing, it's been a productive day and we never stop learning. He's got a nice fish coming in right here. Guys, another thing too, when he comes in, he's gonna back up, making it easy for me to be able to gaff this fish. Go ahead and back up nice and easy. Just like that, James.
Nice.
I want to make
Beauty.
sure.
What a lovely fish. Look at the colors on that. And quite amazing. One of the most prolific fish in the ocean. A female will lay up to 1 million eggs at one time. Think of that, 800,000 to 1 million eggs. And those little babies will grow incredibly quickly in these rich, nutrient-rich waters of the Gulf Stream.
Well, we've got mahi tacos, burritos. We've got, is there anything else let's wrap this thing up.
I think we should do a couple of mahi sandwiches. What do you think?
Okay, I think this one takes about a mahi sandwich for all of us.
Oh, look at those colors, what a beauty. Well,
anyway, what's so beautiful?
I tell you what, RJ, it's
Yep.
always a pleasure fishing with you while you're struggling with that mahi there.
Yeah.
And you know, this guy, go visit his shop, RJ Boyle, and what a spectacular fish this is. We've had a great day's fishing with one of the best, RJ Boyle, Palm Beach County. Come back next week for another episode of Hooked on the Palm Beaches.
Great job, James.
This is PBC TV, your channel for county programs and services. Join us as we celebrate improvements to communities throughout Palm Beach County, including groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, new services, dedications, and more. This is PBC TV Presents.
I was told that this for the sheriff, so we got to be punctual. That you guys, that's how you run your organization. So, otherwise, as county commissioners, you know, we're notoriously late. So, all right. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody, but there's some folks I want to acknowledge. We have State Representative Tay Edmonds here with us this morning. Tay, thanks for being with us. My colleague and friend, Commissioner Marcy Woodward, and from her office, Jessica Jansen. Where's Jessica? From Commissioner Mac Bernard's office, we have Willie Miller is here in the back. I see Willie back there. Assistant County Administrators Reginald Duran and Todd Von Laren, and they're out in the sun, I think. Oh, one is. And I'm Greg Weiss, and I have the honor of being Commissioner for District 2 and serving as the Mayor of Palm Beach County. Today's groundbreaking ceremony for the new Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Marine Unit building signifies a significant step forward in our commitment to community safety. This 27,000 square foot, one-story facility on 5.75 acre parcel will house PBSO's District 1 and the crucial Marine Unit, embodying our comprehensive approach to public safety. The facility boasts amenities including a fitness room, locker and shower rooms, training room, break room, evidence room, and open workspace. With an emergency generator, we ensure operational continuity under all circumstances. It will provide 98 vehicle stalls and 22 boat and trailer parking stalls. Can I get a place here? I mean, this sounds really nice. The Marine Unit, comprised of 16 sworn officers and 7 certified pavilions, plays a pivotal role in patrolling the 48 miles of coastline that we call Palm Beach County, Lake Okeechobee, and our county waterways. They are instrumental in migrant and narcotics interdictions, collaborating closely with federal partners such as the Coast Guard, HSI, which is Homeland Security, Air Marine Operation, and the DEA. But beyond enforcing waterway laws, conducting dive operations, and participating in dignitary assignments, the Marine Unit is staffed 24/7. All members of the task force officers within HSI, all members are task force officers with HSI, possessing authority up to 12 miles offshore. So as we break ground today, we celebrate the dedication of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, especially the Marine Unit. This isn't just about constructing a building. It's about building a safer future for our community. We eagerly anticipate the completion of this facility in 2025 and the continued protection it's going to provide the residents of Palm Beach County. So with that, I'd like to ask that Captain Joel Rossi come forward, and he's got some remarks regarding this project. But before I step aside, I do want to acknowledge from our facilities operations, Isami, who is Colazo Ayala. Did I get that right? And I mean, the work that her office does to bring these ideas to fruition and making these projects a reality. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your staff. With that, Captain, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Captain Joel Rossi. I'm the Special Operations Division Commander. I'm here representing the Marine Unit and the Marine Unit Shop, and today's a great day for us. You know, for many, many years, our Marine Unit shop had to utilize secondhand locations that had to be retrofitted so that we could properly service and maintain our boats. Our Marine shop supervisor, Eddie Aviles, has worked hand in hand with the county planners in designing what we believe will be a state-of-the-art facility. To get a brand new facility is amazing. So we're truly excited about that. To say we're excited is an understatement, actually. And once completed, the new shop will house, of course, our Marine Unit supervisor, 4 technicians, and a law enforcement aide. Again, this is a great day for us, and I just want to say thank you to all the PBSO personnel, Major Van Reeth and his team, and of course all of the county personnel, Ismay and your team, for getting us to this point. Again, we are truly grateful, so thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. With that, I'd like to introduce Captain Patrick Johnson on behalf of District 1.
Wow, good morning, everybody, and keeping with the time constraints here, I'm Captain Patrick Johnson of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. First of all, let me thank the executive staff, the county commissioners, just elected officials for this groundbreaking ceremony. I want to say brief, short, and sweet. I drove by here last week. I saw the ground being plowed, and you just could not imagine the happiness I have finally been able to see. Thank you for letting that happen. We sat down many meetings, got all the intricacies worked out, and it's coming to fruition. Once again, thank you very much. And everybody here, take a hand clap for yourself. Thank you very much.
You guys get me back now. So before we go over to our groundbreaking, I want to make sure that we give special thanks, because this is not possible without so many other members of our community that are bringing this to fruition. So Kaufman Lynn Construction, Michael Kaufman, Chris Long, Derek Wolfhoff, Matt Hurley, Matt Holloway, Walter Wharton, and then Ann McNeil. I saw you here as well with MCO Construction. Thank you for being here. Of course, the architects, Song and Associates, Jezerinac Group Structural Engineers, OCI Associates Mechanical, Electrical, and Plumbing, MEP Engineers, Ingenuity Group Civil Engineers, Urban Design Studio doing the landscape architecture, and Parker Yannette Irrigation Engineers. So it's really, we're thankful for having these great partners that will allow us to construct this amazing facility. But now the fun is ready to be had. So why don't we step over, we'll put on our helmets, shovel up some dirt, and let's get this groundbreaking breaking.
1, 2, 3, turn.
Thanks for watching PBC TV Presents. For more information on county programs and services, please visit pbcgov.com. This has been a presentation of your Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners.
Attention Palm Beach County residents. When hazards approach, will you be prepared to protect what matters most? Start with essentials. At least 5 to 7 days of non-perishable food and 1 gallon of water per person per day. Safeguard important documents like insurance policies and birth certificates in waterproof containers. Don't forget to pack your medications, cash, family photos, and comfort items for children. When communities prepare together, we stand stronger. Start your plan today at readypbc.com.
Hi, I'm Heather Sherm, and welcome to Consumer Focus.
The Palm Beach County Office of Consumer Affairs protects consumers and businesses from unlawful, deceptive, and unfair trade practices. On today's program, we'll discuss holiday consumer issues and ways to protect your home and family during the holiday season. Joining me now is investigator Claudette Reifenberg from the Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs Division of Public Safety. Welcome, Claudette. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's very good to be here.
So as you know, there are so many things we as shoppers, consumers, want to look out for during the holiday season, and you've got some great tips for us. So what are some of the things that are trending this season?
Well, you know, it's the busy season. Sometimes I call it the crazy season because you have shopping on your list, you have cooking and prep and visitors coming in and out. But we recently found information from the Federal Trade Commission that there are some scams that are out there now that are peaking and probably will continue to peak during the holiday season. One of those is related to online scams where you may get contacted, for example, by email or by a website that pops up when you're on screen, and it's an enticing offer. And then when it comes time to pay, make payment for whatever it is that you're going to order or purchase. They say you can pay with an iTunes card or an Amazon card, or you should send money by Western Union. And when you see that, automatically stop and ask yourself, is this normal? Because it totally is not. And what they're looking for is a way that you can make a payment and it not be tracked, and you can't get a refund, and you can't cancel the order because they've received that and they're gone. So it's something to be aware of. Quite likely you might get an email. It has a link for you to follow that ends up being something where at the end that's how you're going to make your payment, and that definitely is something you want to be aware of and not follow through on that, because you have no redress in a situation like that if something should go wrong if you don't get the item that you're ordering.
So I'm curious about that as far as, so they're making a payment for the item, they're never going to receive the item. What are these people or these companies doing with those? Are they actually using those gift card numbers to pay for other things?
Well, the thing to keep in mind is that it may not be a legitimate company. You know, technology in the digital age, it is so far advanced that you may think you're on a popular website. Maybe you think you're on Amazon, or you might think that you're on Macy's or Target's website, and it's just a similar looking website. And so in actual fact, you're not making your payment to the company per se, but to a nefarious individual who just simply wants your money and wants to get away with it without a trace. And it happens a lot more frequently than you might think.
Good information. What are some other tips that you're seeing, or any new trends this season?
There are things that we see typically this time of year quite often: the identity theft. A lot of phone calls to senior citizens looking for donations or looking to get personal information like your social security number, like your bank account or credit card number, that kind of information. Also, there will be the emails that will go out and say there's been a problem with your credit card or a problem with your bank account. Respond to this email or click on this link and reconfirm your personal information, such as your mailing address, your phone number, your social security number, your password for your bank account or for your credit card. Banks and credit card companies will not typically send you an email if there's an issue. They will make a phone call, you know, and they'll give you reliable ways of verifying information where you will have no doubt that you're dealing with the responsible parties directly and not with an imposter. Some of the top scams in the state of Florida are imposter related, and those typically are looking to get your personal information, to steal your identity. So they could go out, for example, with that information, open new bank accounts, start new credit card accounts, buy property even in your name using your social security number, using your credit history. And suddenly you find that you might own property in another state, or you purchased a car, or you bought some appliances, or your electric bill is being paid at a different address from where you live. So now you're paying for two. you know, because your personal information was stolen. So imposter scams are probably some of the more popular scams that we're seeing in the state of Florida. But then there's always going to be online activities with social media becoming more and more prevalent. Everybody has a smartphone or they have a tablet that they're using. And sometimes shopping online is attractive because it's easy. So you'll find that you'll be on Facebook, for example, or Instagram, and there'll be a link to go to a website to go shop. Well, why not find that website outside of the social media platform? Because you don't know for sure if the link on the social media platform is genuine, if it's going to actually take you to the correct website. And I always recommend, why use your cell phone to make a purchase? You know, the tablet is a little bit better, but why would you want to do that? Go on a regular computer where you have protected access, better than on your tablet and on your other mobile devices. Part of the problem with using your mobile devices is Wi-Fi. When you're on your mobile device and you're at home and your Wi-Fi is secure, that's one thing. If you're at Starbucks or Target or McDonald's or any one of the number of big box stores or restaurants even that give you Wi-Fi access for free, you always need to be aware that free Wi-Fi means everything that you do on your device, on your mobile device, is available for somebody to observe or to copy or to steal. So you don't want to make a purchase using your mobile device while you're accessing free Wi-Fi. That's a very big no-no, and it is a source of a lot of grief for persons because their information does get stolen and then used repeatedly thereafter.
It's great information. It's kind of like when you mentioned don't use the emails, the banks will usually call.
They will absolutely
and they
call.
often tell you don't click on a link in an email if you get it from your bank. And even the bank will just link you to their website. They won't take you directly to an account number or list an account number.
Right.
So it's
and
really
in a
good.
situation like that, you know, when you're in doubt, you know, pull out your bank statement if you get a paper statement, or pull out your bank debit card because there's a phone number on there. You call that number 24/7. You call that number and say, hey, I got an email that says this, that, and the other thing. They'll be able to verify right away whether there's any questionable activity on your account, and also let you know whether they actually send you that email. And I can actually say this happened to me, where I got one of those emails, and I was about to click the link, and I thought, let me make the phone call, and I did, and sure enough, it was not from my banking institution. So it's better to double check before you go ahead and, you know, click that link.
All right, well, we're almost out of time. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about holiday scams? Anything else?
Gift cards, I think, are a big item. Gift cards are a handy way of giving to someone who is a difficult person to shop for. But gift cards, you ought to make sure where you're purchasing them from. We do recommend that you don't get them from an online auction site because there's no telling where the source, how they got to that site. You want to make sure that the packaging is not tampered with. They will have like a little strip on the back sometimes that you have to peel off before you use it. So you want to examine the packaging to make sure it hasn't been tampered with, to make sure that it's valid. You want to be aware that they don't expire. Florida actually has a law where the face value does not diminish over time. They're required to be what the face value is. But when you purchase them, after you make sure the packaging is okay, you want to ensure when you give it as a gift, you give it with a gift receipt or the purchase receipt in the event that there's any issue with it after that. And then, of course, we always recommend, whether you're shopping in person or online, you want to make sure that you keep all of your purchase information, shipping information, check terms and conditions, check if refunds are available, check what conditions are required for returns to be made. A lot of times, Black Friday, for example, or Cyber Monday, we are looking for the big ticket items like the flat screen TVs or the gaming stations. Well, the typical return policies may not apply to those purchases, especially if they're on sale. Sales may be final, so you need to verify that before you walk out of the store. Some electronics, smaller electronics, they may not allow for complete refunds. They may have restocking charges that you need to pay attention to. So all of these things, find out before you make your final purchase. You want to check that information before you do.
Well, thanks, Claudette, for joining us. It was great having you, and we'll look forward to following those tips and tricks. And
it's good to be here. And remember, we have a website with lots of tips and information that consumers can access as well.
Hello, this is Investigator Frias with Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. There's a new scam in town. QR codes are everywhere, and even though they may seem harmless, scammers are not using them to drain your wallet whenever you're looking for a parking space. Beware of the parking signs in the parking lots with QR code stickers on them. These QR code stickers are placed there by the scammers to gather your personal payment information. If you see a QR sticker on a parking sign, just walk to the parking lot kiosk to enter your payment manually. This is Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection.
Hello, my name is Investigator Young, Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. Have you ever received a text message with a link on it from someone who you do not know? Whether the text message was from the U.S. Postal Service or Amazon or Best Buy. 9 times out of 10, it's most likely the scammer, and do not click on that text message link. What you want to do is, you want to call Amazon directly, U.S. Postal Service directly, or Best Buy directly to see if you have a potential issue with your account. Again, please do not click on that link, because if you do so, the scammer is going to request that you put your personal information in the link, and they're going to have your information. Again, this is Investigator Young, Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection. Have a good day.
Come in and cash in on the deals available at the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners Surplus Thrift Store, a direct sales outlet featuring government surplus property and Palm Beach International Airport lost or abandoned property. Shoppers are invited to the thrift store located at 2455 Vista Parkway in West Palm Beach, Florida. There you'll find fleet-maintained on- and off-road vehicles and equipment, industrial tools, electronics, computers, laptops, tablets, monitors, peripherals, furniture, file cabinets, office supplies, jewelry, watches, and more. Because we are a public service, everything we sell supports the local taxpayers by putting the revenues back into the local economy. To view the sales dates and to register, please go online to pbcgov.org/OFMB/thrift store. Our telephone is 561-233-2256. We'll see you there.
Hello, this is Investigator Frias with Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. If you receive any random text, messages, or emails offering you a job, well, you may have guessed it. This is a scam. How does this work? Well, one tactic involves being offered the job after a short text-based interview on an app like Telegram or Instagram before you receive a hefty check to purchase items for your job's new home office. Often, they will overpay you, asking for you to send the difference back to them. The only problem is the check they send you is fake, and it will bounce, and you will never actually have their funds in your account. But the money you return to them is going to come out of your account, and it's your own money. And it will go to the scammer, claiming to be your new employer. Stay informed and learn how to spot these devious scams, plus what steps to take after you fall victim. Visit pbc.gov/consumer. Thank you from Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protections.
Hello, my name is Investigator Young, Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs. And today I want to talk about payments that are sent by scammers. Scammers are sending citizens accidental payments through various platforms like Cash App, Venmo, etc., using stolen credit card information. Then they will ask you to send the money back to them. They may say there was a mistake, I want to tell you it was not a mistake. What you want to do is you want to notify your bank immediately and do not send any money back to that particular scammer. If you send the money back to that scammer, the money will come directly from your bank account, and once the card is reported as stolen, the accidental payment will be there no more. So again, do not send money back to the scammer. Notify your bank so you can do their investigation. Again, I'm investigating your own Palm Beach County Consumer Affairs, where consumer concerns meet consumer protection. Thank you.
We were concerned about our community. We needed changes. We needed improvements.
A lot of people didn't believe it was possible for Sandcastle to make a turnaround. Obviously, it is possible, and it's possible for any community to make a turnaround with the help of OCR.
I don't think that we would have gotten that started and off the ground if it hadn't been for all the support, the connections that OCR has given us.
Welcome back. Well, gift cards and gift certificates are certainly convenient and an easy way to gift somebody money. But, of course, they're also very prevalent to scams as well. So we're joined again with Claudette and Derek. So, Derek, very convenient, but are gift cards all the same? Gift certificates, are they going to be the same regardless of where you get them? Or they're obviously prone to being scammed as well?
Yes. They're very convenient for as gift giving, and I personally use them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's two main types of gift cards. They're the general gift cards, where they're through Visa, MasterCard, American Express, where you can use them at restaurants and stores and other merchants as well. And then there are store gift cards, also referred to as retail gift cards, where you can only use it at a particular merchant. Now with general gift cards, they do have an expiration date. They have transaction fees as well. With store gift cards, and in the Florida law in the year 2007, it states that with store gift cards, it cannot diminish in value and does not have an expiration date on those. And also with gift certificates, they also fall under the same bracket as store gift cards. They do not have an expiration date on that either.
What exact scams are associated with gift cards?
Gift cards, like anything that's ubiquitous, easily found, very convenient to obtain them, there are scams associated with them. In fact, the Federal Trade Commission say that scammers love gift cards, so much so that gift cards are the #1 tool of scammers. Over $140 million lost to gift card scams last year alone. That's a lot of money, you know? So you definitely want to be aware whenever you're going to go out and use a gift card as a gift.
What are the pitfalls that consumers should be aware of when they're buying gift cards?
Well, when you get the gift card, there's a couple things you want to look for. You want to make sure that the redemption code has not been tampered with. Most gift cards come in a pre-packaged box. Make sure the box is not tampered with or destroyed. Also, the redemption code usually comes with some type of scratch-off seal where it shows the redemption code. Make sure that's not been manipulated with or anything like that as well. It's very important that you check to make sure. Also, you want to stay away from ordering gift cards online because they could be not real cards, or they may be far as fraudulent type activity. So the best thing to do is get the gift card directly from the store so you know that it's real. And when you get the gift card, make sure you get the receipt that you pay it, and also get the receipt for the gift card as well so you make sure it's properly activated.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about cards, but what about certificates, the paper certificates?
Gift certificates can also be a tool for the scammers to use, much in the same way. They're wonderful. A spa weekend, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Or, one of my favorites for shoes, right? But there's some things you have to keep in mind whenever, let's say you are the recipient of a gift certificate. Probably best that you use it as soon as possible. Don't let it sit. Yeah. Sometimes the gift certificate is on a less well-known store or location, let's say. Well, you know, a lot of small businesses, they struggle in the first few years, and some, unfortunately, you know, they file bankruptcy or they shut down. So if you have a gift certificate from a location such as that, then you're out of luck. You can't get a refund. You can't get it, get the value back. There's nobody that's going to be able to honor that for you. Other things to keep in mind, like Derek mentioned earlier, you know, you want to make sure that you're purchasing them from a legitimate source. There are online auction sites. Don't go there to purchase a gift card or the gift certificate. In fact, you want to ensure that you're going in person into the retail establishment or any Walgreens, any Target, CVS, you name it. There always are there, a bank of them as you're going out. Or you go to the website of the particular store, like Macy's, DSW, Target. You want to make sure you go to the specific website for that particular retailer if you're going to get a gift certificate or a gift card. Now there are, I mentioned earlier that scammers, that's the number one thing for them to ask for payment for, is using gift cards. And we have seen, you know, earlier you talked about the whole Geek Squad scenario where, you know, it's an imposter scam. And so they're looking to get you to pay a bill, for example, or correct a financial situation using a gift card. There are a lot of scams out there now. You get called, I like to call it the tyranny of the urgent, because you get a phone call or you get a text message, and clearly it's something you have to take care of right away. And so you may click through a link, or you may return a phone call or call a number that came to you within the email or the text message, and lo and behold, you have to provide personal information. You also have to answer questions that are unusual, and then they say you can take care of this. Send me so many gift cards from, you know, Apple iTunes, GameStop, or even Target. Target is one that we're seeing quite a lot of now. The average person may lose anywhere from $500 to $5,000 on the Target gift card scam. But these are imposter scams. They're pretending to be somebody that's well known, somebody that you identify the name right away as soon as you see it or hear it, and then they're looking to get your money. So you need to be cautious. Never click through the link on the email. Definitely don't want to do that. If you have that card or you have an account with them, you hang up the phone, you pull out of your wallet the credit card or the membership card. On the back there's always a contact phone number or a contact website, and you go to that website, you call that phone number, and you ascertain, okay, is there actually a problem with my account? Do I actually have $400 extra of purchases that I'm not aware of? You know, because I didn't make those. You know, you do that. You go directly to who the source is for that account. That way, you know, you're not feeding your information to a scammer.
It just seems, unfortunately, like in this day and age, we just always have to be vigilant and aware, and it just seems like there's more and more scammers, more so than usual. So.
Yeah, you do have to be on guard. One of the things that we have noticed, that there is a trend. You know, seniors get tricked a lot of times, but they're not being tricked as often as millennials. You know, seniors, when they get tricked by a scammer, they're losing an average of, you know, $1,000 to $2,000. But more millennials are getting caught in smaller dollar amounts, $500, $600, $700. And so you have to be vigilant, as you say, be careful. That smartphone, it has all your bank accounts and all of your retail store accounts and everything. It has everything in there, but it's also the source that scammers use to get to you. So you have to be careful.
Again, technology is so great, but it's also great for these hackers and scammers. So.
That's right.
What information does the Consumer Affairs Department have for anyone who needs to reach out?
We have abundant information dealing with mediation complaints, dealing with vehicles for hire and other services in Palm Beach County. For consumer reach us, you can call us at area code 561-712-6600. Again, 561-712-6600.
We also have a website that's loaded chock full of consumer protection information. We have a bunch of traps and tips with different scenarios that the consumer might actually run into. That website is www.pbcgov.com/consumer. Again, www.pbcgov.com/consumer. It's right where your consumer concerns meet up with consumer protection.
We can't thank you enough for the work you do. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for all this very valuable information. And again, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank you for joining us, and stay safe and aware.
What insurance is needed? Where to look, or if I even have coverage? I'm getting stressed out. I'm gonna need a snack.
There's no need to stress. Understanding your hurricane insurance coverage is important. The first thing is to find your declaration page on your insurance policy.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all—
Wrong declaration. It's all on the first page of your insurance policy. It contains all of your essential policy information, like coverage limits, deductibles, and more.
I found it! All hurricanes are created equal, and it seems they cause flooding.
Flooding is one of the biggest risks during a hurricane, and many people don't realize that standard homeowners insurance doesn't cover flood damage. You'll need a separate flood insurance policy for that. Here are some tips to make sure you're covered. Review your policy annually. Make sure you know what is and isn't covered. Understand your deductibles. Hurricane deductibles are often different from standard ones. Consider flood insurance. Even if you're not in a high-risk area, it's worth having.
And don't forget to keep an inventory of your belongings, like your snacks.
That's right, bad weather.
Be ready, be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Hey Kevin, I have a question for you.
Sure, Mary.
I know evacuation zones are where people need to evacuate from ahead of a storm because these are areas that may be inundated by storm surge or a sudden push of water. But what is a flood zone?
Great question. Flood zones are mapped out based on how likely they are to flood during heavy rains, storm surge, or other events. Flood zones identify areas of high, moderate, or low risk of flooding and tend to deal with things like building codes and insurance.
Okay, and the evacuation zones are designated to let you know if you're in an area that may need to evacuate in advance of a storm.
Flood zones tell me a particular location's potential risk of flooding, while evacuation zones tell me I'm in an area that may need to evacuate in advance of a storm to get out of harm's way.
An official will announce when an evacuation zone goes into effect during an emergency. Know your zone. Visit readypbc.com.
At Palm Beach International Airport, every journey begins with wonder. We're home to new beginnings and milestones, where memories are made and cherished. With 35 nonstop routes and 14 airlines, convenience is always within reach. The beginning and end of your adventure is just as important to us as it is to you. So whether you're flying near or far, remember to always fly PBI.
Hello from your Palm Beach County government in downtown West Palm Beach. My name is Leilani Yan, and I have the pleasure of working for Palm Beach County in human resources and as a host for PBC TV 20. I'm thrilled to be bringing you a video series that highlights departments throughout Palm Beach County, and we'll be hearing from a variety of them. Parks and Recreation, libraries, Office of Community Revitalization, just to name a few. The goal of this series is to provide you a clear understanding of county operations by highlighting our departments and the array of services we offer you. So here we go with Know Your County. You ready? Today we're highlighting Engineering and Public Works, the team that makes our roads, bridges, traffic signals, and sidewalks safe and operating smoothly. And I'm excited to be joined by David Ricks, County Engineer and Director of Public Works. David, let's start by getting to know you a little bit better.
Sure.
Can you tell us how you got in this industry and what led you to public service?
Well, great question. I started in public service when I went to the college. I was fortunate to go to the Naval Academy, graduated a degree in system engineering, which is computer theory, computer design, and I started my Navy career in the Civil Engineer Corps, which basically you do infrastructure, roads and bridges and buildings for the United States Navy. So I did that for 22 years. And once I retired from the Navy, I wanted to stay in the public sector, and so I started working in what we call public works agencies. So I started in Dayton, Ohio as the public works director for Montgomery County, Ohio, in Dayton, Ohio. From there, I went to Atlanta, Georgia for Fulton County, Georgia, in terms of the facilities director. Went to City of Norfolk, Virginia as the public works director. And in the last 8 years, I've been in this position as the county engineer for Palm Beach County.
For folks who may not know, can you tell us what your department, Engineering and Public Works, does generally on a day-to-day basis?
Well, in the simplest term, we manage the road infrastructure for all the county roads and county traffic signal intersections for Palm Beach County. There's about 3,600 lane miles. There's about 300 bridges. There's about 1,300 signalized intersections, 10,000 trees, and miles of stormwater infrastructure that we're responsible for.
Are there any services or resources that your department provides to residents for free? And how do people benefit without even realizing it sometimes?
Well, since we operate the roads, we don't charge, there's no toll roads or toll roads for bridges like you see on the turnpike. So everything we do is basically free to the public.
Roadwork always seems like a huge project. How do you decide which roads get replaced, which ones get repaired?
But we have an active, we call a monitoring program on the condition of our roads and our bridges. And based upon those monitoring, we will decide in terms of what is needed in the future. We plan 1 to 5 years out in terms of capital investment. In terms of road expansions, we look at traffic data, we look at new development data, for road expansions, but also for road maintenance. We, on a regular basis, go out and basically check the conditions of our roads, and then we'll plan we call a maintenance schedule for 2 to 3 years out in the future in terms of road resurfacing and widening, and also especially maintaining our traffic signals.
Now, you're also responsible for maintaining almost 300 bridges and
Right.
in charge of those.
Yeah.
How often are they inspected and updated or renovated?
On a regular inspection, about once a year, we actually, for the bridges, there's mandated by the state to do an annual inspection. And based upon that, then that will drive in terms of what we need to do in terms of regular repairs. But we call those large comprehensive repairs. We plan those things 5 to 10 years out in the future because it takes a while to design it and program it and all that stuff. And so it's a two level process. The day-to-day maintenance in terms of what we program for projects in the near future, 6 to 12 months, and then major upgrades that we look at. Just for example, 6th Avenue was a project that was almost 5 to 10 years in the process. And we just recently replaced our bridge with wider bike lanes, and that was done, just recently opened in November this past year.
Are you seeing any trends in the type of boating traffic coming through?
No, not really. I mean, we work with the Coast Guard in terms of how we have what we call 8 bascule bridges, which is the ones that go up and down. But the timing of those openings is basically dictated by the Coast Guard, and we do that on a regular schedule. But one of the things that does affect us is looking at resiliency in terms of make sure all of our infrastructure is resilient. So for our bridges, we look at flooding patterns, some other things that so when we start designing replacement bridges, we make sure that we look at 10 to 30 or 40 year floodplain analysis to make sure that what we are going to invest in is going to handle those large scale changes in climatic change.
We've got traffic signals, and it's such a huge county that we're in, and it sounds extremely complex. How does your team keep everything running smoothly?
We have a very unique system here in Palm Beach County. Like I said earlier, we had almost 1,300 signalized intersections. Intersection is basically anywhere you come to a four-way stop or anywhere you crossing two separate streets. So that's considered a signalized intersection. So we have 1,300 that. Of that, we handle all the ones for all the municipalities, excluding except for Town of Palm Beach and City of Boca Raton. Outside that, all the signals are run by the county, including the DOT signals. Of the 1,300, 400 are DOT signals that we're responsible for. So we do it for the Department of Transportation, for the Department of Transportation under agreement. And so all of that is managed under one, I'll say, large computerized network. And so we have technical staff and engineering professionals that look at screens and monitor on a regular basis. So if there's a major incident, whatever, we adjust the signal timing. And then on a day-to-day, even on a weekly and nightly basis, we actually have technicians that are on call basis that will go out, especially when you have a rain event, you see signals on flash or flashing, whatever, and they get a call, and then we dispatch our team in order to address those. And a lot of times they can turn around very quickly. And so we rely on the public and also our law enforcement agencies to tell us if they see something wrong with one of our signals, and then we go out and respond accordingly.
Especially with the heavy rainstorms
Yes.
here, drainage is critical.
Yes.
What's involved in keeping our drainage systems in good shape?
So, we've been fortunate in the last 5 years that the county administration and also the Board of County Commissioners invested a lot in terms of equipment and technology, and also provided additional staffing levels. So we now have a full-fledged stormwater division and about 15 individuals, and we have almost 15 pieces of equipment, including Vector trucks and also camera trucks that goes in and look at underground structures, and then collect that data, and we'll upload into our graphic information database. But we have a routine process to go out and maintain our stormwater structures. It's a tremendous network in our major roads and also in the neighborhood system. And so we're still not completely there in terms of documenting all that infrastructure, but we have a very good team. And so this is a multi-year journey to get us where we need to go in terms of asset management.
And last for our segment now, when something urgent happens, like a sinkhole, or some major flooding, how quickly can your team jump into action?
We have we call a recall road and bridge team. They're on a recall basis for any major road infrastructure, like potholes or stormwater infrastructure. And then for our signals, we have a separate dedicated team to look at our signal information. And so a lot of times it's from the public. They'll call law enforcement agency, or we have a trouble call desk, and then they notify staff to go out and make those assessments. So it's real critical to have input from our community to help us where they find out some of those challenges.
Thank you, David. That is a great foundation. When we come back, we'll talk about how Palm Beach County plans for future growth.
PBC is bridging the gap for trade job seekers wanting to work for Palm Beach County government. Discover all of the great career opportunities and benefits available working for us. Let's talk trades. Job fair events are a great way to connect. They bring eager job seekers together with PBC department professionals under one roof. Facilities, planning, zoning and building, water utilities, engineering and public works, parks and recreation, just to name a few. Representatives from these departments are available to answer questions, provide information about current career opportunities. You can apply and submit your application right there on the spot, whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out. There's a job here at the county. Let's talk trades.
Welcome back to Know Your County. I'm here with David Ricks,
Right.
Director of Palm Beach County Engineering and Public Works. We're going to switch gears a little bit now and talk about how the county is preparing for future growth and planning for it.
Awesome.
David, the county, as you know, is growing fast. How do you plan new infrastructure projects to keep up?
Very good question. So, per Board of Commissioners County policy, we have a 5-year capital program. So we look 5 years into the future. So part of that process, we look at basically traffic data in terms of we do counts on a regular basis, and we anticipate traffic growth, and we look at developments that are been approved by the county commissioners, either ongoing or in the pipeline. So those two major combination of factors we use as part of our planning process, and also we get input from all the municipalities. And so before we develop the next phase of our capital plan, we send out notices to all our municipalities saying, here's our current 5-year program. Please give us input in terms of projects that are in the pipeline or projects that we should be considering. So we put it all together, and with our team, then we look at basically putting together a program, looking at the cost of actually designing a project and then also the construction dollars to go with the project. And based upon that, that's when we ask for funding from the Board of County Commissioners for projects in that program.
You mentioned working with other municipalities. I'm
Right.
sure there's other government agencies and departments. How important is that type of collaboration?
Well, it's, you're talking about road infrastructure, the transportation network, it's really a team approach and team partners. We work with 39 municipalities, then also the major agencies, Florida Department of Transportation, because we manage all their signals and a lot of their roads are in that network key. The Transportation Planning Agency, there's a large-scale planning agency, and they work, basically long-term planning projects. And also we work with them to get grants. So those are two major agencies that we work with. Also, we work with PalmTran. They provide a tremendous frontline service for all our citizens, getting people to and from home and work. And so we consider they're a direct partner. I mean, they do the hard work, and we're kind of like their boots on the ground. So we work very well with PalmTran in terms of what they need, and we get and they provide us input in terms of helping us plan future projects like bus stops and other things.
Sustainability, as you mentioned
Right.
earlier, is a huge topic.
Yes.
How are you making sure that these projects are environmentally sustainable?
Well, all of our major road projects, we use basically the Florida Department of Transportation in our design standards. So for like bicycle lanes, in terms of the type of bicycle lanes, we use that same standard because a lot of our roads interact with the DOT system. Then also, especially for bridges, as we're looking at building new bridges, we look at, in terms of flood level, the long-term flood projections to make sure that those projects, once we are making that investment, sustain any major climate change effect. So those are two key aspects.
Fantastic. Technology,
Uh-oh.
huge.
Good question.
In what ways is it helping you to monitor or manage infrastructure better and faster?
Majority of our signals have cameras. And so the folks in this room can actually pop up one of the locations and look at all the major intersections, what's going on. So that's real-time data. And actually, when you're sometimes some of the TV stations actually has our camera system posted up that they're using. So that's one piece of it. But the other aspect is looking at the current the future of technology in terms of signal technology. Adaptive control systems is one of the things that we're in stages of different locations that we're using that. There's a project that the state has funded $2.7 million for the Okeechobee corridor from I-95 to Flagler Drive, about 13 signals, and that will install adaptive signal technology along that corridor. And actually that's the first phase of a 3-phase project. So we got money last year, $2.7 million. We're in the process of trying to award that contract. There's actually another grant being asked for in this 10 year's budget for about another $3 million, and then there's another phase after that gets funded for all the downtown West Palm Beach. But also DOT is installing adaptive signal technology on the B line, and part of that project they're going to do this, we call it adaptive signal technology, so it's critical. And then we have a pilot project on Hood Road, a vendor that we're testing out as we're doing on several signals along Hood Road. So we're in the beginning stages to implement some of this new technology, which is critical.
Do residents get a say in what projects do move forward, and how are you including the public in your operation?
We work with every district commissioner on the projects in their community. And so sometimes we'll host community meetings to get input on certain specific projects as we get into, we call design construction stage. And so that we provide them input in terms of any changes to the project. And so we have, like I said earlier, we have community meetings, coordination with our district commissioner on those key sensitive projects. And then also as part of our 5-year capital program, we actually will send out a draft of last year's program to all the municipalities, mostly the engineer types, saying, hey, here's what we're looking at, and please provide us input. And they will give us some guidance in terms of the things we should be considering.
Let's talk dollars for
Sure.
a minute.
Yeah.
How are these infrastructure projects funded, and how do you decide which ones get top priority?
We get about $35 to $40 million of gas tax every year, and that's what we use. Plus, we charge fees for builders building major projects, development in that area. So impact fees, gas tax, and also we call ad valorem through the budget process. So a combination of all three is our funding mechanism for these projects. But in terms of priority, we look at what's we call the greatest need in terms of looking at traffic. If there's depends upon traffic flows and traffic needs, that's what we'll take a look at. And we also look at the age of the infrastructure. Some, just like the 6th Avenue, we had indication that the bridge was deteriorating and needed replacement. So you look at the existing infrastructure in terms of how long it should last, and so that's one component in terms of how you would look at an existing replacement project. But future projects, you look at growth and the urgency. So, for example, like we're doing projects along North Lake because there's some major developments. You've got Avenir, you've got Westlake, and also Arden. All that, there's a lot of traffic in the western communities. And so we've got projects in the pipeline to try to address some of that traffic. Our challenge is that we can't make the changes to the infrastructure fast enough than that they're building all these new homes. And so that's an ongoing opportunity.
Understood. Looking ahead, what
Yes.
do you think will be some of the biggest challenges for your department?
Palm Beach County is a very popular place. And so every year people are moving here on a regular basis. But it takes years to build, basically do major repairs or do major road improvements. And so we're always behind the 8 ball on that. And so trying to keep pace and balancing where we should spend those limited dollars in that fiscal year so that we have those critical areas are underway. But I'll say that our challenge is to try to keep the infrastructure in pace with all the development that's coming along.
Absolutely. David, very interesting stuff. Appreciate that on this segment. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, you'll hear about some exciting innovations and what the county has in store for our infrastructure. Stay with us.
I love spending time with Junior out on the water.
I love taking a morning stroll with my sweetie.
We love building sandcastles together.
Preserve the environment you love for the people you love by recycling right. You can also help by dropping off home hazards like paint, fluorescents, electronics, and oil. Check out SWA.org for more and tell us what you love about the environment.
Welcome back to Know Your County. I'm here with David Ricks, and now we're looking ahead to see how infrastructure is evolving.
Okay.
Are there any projects recently completed or underway that you are especially excited about?
Well, getting into signal technology, the board approved a contract on 2 key projects. One is called Transit Signal Priority. He said, what is Transit Signal Priority? So Palmtran got a grant from the federal government to enhance the on-time delivery of process for the buses. And what it is, it will have a device on the bus and a device at the signals along that corridor. So as the bus comes to that signal, it'll give it a little more green time. So it allows the bus to stay on schedule, even a little ahead of schedule. So they're going to do on the US 1 corridor. So the contract just got approved. And also with that same technology, the vendors also going to do vehicle preemption, which is for the fire department. And you say, what is vehicle preemption? If you go by a fire station, all of a sudden you see the red light, and all of a sudden that signal at that location, goes green, and the fire truck has priority. Well, the vehicle preemption will provide green lights all along the whole route that fire truck goes. And so you have a device in the fire truck, and then along the corridor, the signals, if they get that signal, will automatically go green for the fire truck. So one is for the our transit system, will be great because this will be the first quarter they're going to do on. They get other phases planned for future grants, and then for the fire department, they plan to implement this countywide, all their fire stations. So we're just the beginning stage of that, but that's going to be really put us another level above in terms of being the best in class.
That's something the publics can really get excited about.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We hear a lot about smart cities.
Yeah.
How is Palm Beach County starting to integrate smart technology into roads, signals, bridges?
Okay, well, speaking of smart technologies, we have another innovation that we're in the process on is for our bridges. And so the board provided $2 million to look at all of our 8 basketball bridges. And what we're doing, we're installing new camera technology, which we call advanced sensing component of it, so that so any vehicle, any boat, or any pedestrian, once we start the bridge operation, will sense someone inside that we call the barrier, and will alert the bridge tender to make adjustments to either stop the operations or make adjustments so we don't have any potential incidents with our any vehicles in the wrong area on the bridge, or pedestrians, or boating traffic. We had incidents a couple years ago where while the bridge was in operation, a boat was underneath that operating component, which is a dangerous situation. And so this, we've got 2 bridges. One bridge is completely done, second one's almost done, and we're going to do the other 6 bridges here by the end of the calendar year. But this is really going to be a state-of-the-art technology in terms of sensing component, helping our bridge tenders, really helping the safety of the public.
With storms and rising sea levels
Yes.
in mind, how are you making our infrastructure more resilient?
Well, 2 aspects is one is that, with our stormwater division, when we do routine inspections, we will, we have camera trucks to go with that, looking at how we'll document all that infrastructure so that we can go back and review it and then make some recommendations in terms of how we want to upgrade it or make some changes. And then the other aspect is getting the right people and the right equipment to do routine maintenance. So that's critical. But in terms of using new technology, I think our signals are probably the key part of that. Then also, looking at our road system itself, we're in the process of developing an asset management database system that gives us real-time data in terms of how we basically monitor our roads, and also giving us recommendations in terms of where we should make immediate repairs in the future, so we can forecast what kind of repairs that we need to do versus waiting until you see a pothole.
You're managing these big projects and you have a big team.
Yes.
How do you find and keep talented engineers and staff?
Well, I think that's an ongoing challenge for all, basic public agencies. One of the things that I pride our team and ourselves on, we try to have involvement on all multiple levels, all of our staff, so they're fully engaged and feel part of something big. Because I think when you work in the public sector, there's a tremendous benefit, doing something for the greater good. And it's kind of hard to explain it unless you're part of the public sector. And so we try to instill that sense of teamwork and large responsibility. We work with all the different agencies here in Palm Beach County. All of them love to work together. And so you can pick up a phone, call someone in PZB or whatever, and it's like you're part of a team, and you figure out what the problem is, you just try to figure out what it is. And so that sense of greater purpose, working for the greater good, no matter what that is, it's I think it's empowering. So you're not trying to put out a widget or you're trying to make a sales dollar. You're trying to help the public, and so doing that, it's one of those things that when you got it.
Right. Well, it's a great mission.
Yeah. Yes.
that you're accomplishing.
Yeah.
Are there examples also of working with private companies or entities to improve infrastructure to make it more affordable?
We have partners because a lot of these projects are done by private entities. And so we try to have outreach efforts and to tell them, hey, here are our projects, here's our program, because we want them to be our partners. And so, a lot of our, our technical staff go to these conferences, and so they try to provide get input from these different companies to give us some ideas, and we'll test out their products to see whether or not it worked for a while. One, for example, we had a company that does in-road lighting where you see the lights inside the road, okay, your little lights. And so we had this conversation with this company about 4 years ago. But I said, well, have it been certified by the state? Have you tested it out? He says, well, we're working on that. Well, come back when it's done. When he's done it. Well, now it's 4 years later. And we was at a seminar conference hosted by Commissioner Sachs. And he's already tested out on DOT roadways and different municipalities. So he's checked that box. So we had a separate conversation. And so we're going to test it out on one of our key projects. But it's something that if it works out very well, it's very low maintenance, and we can use it to be part of our tool in our toolbox.
Kind of related to that in general, though, how do you measure if a project is truly successful, and how do you track its long-term performance?
Well, while the project is being built, we have a staff that makes sure that the project meets all of our technical requirements. We have our professional engineers, contract engineers that go out and validate major components from a structural standpoint. And then our road and bridge staff will monitor that project after it's completed, because they're kind of like our maintenance arm. And so that's our components as the project being built. We have a construction component that monitors that, and then we have a road and bridge staff that monitor it after the project's built to make sure that there's no failures or anything to go with that. So.
And finally, what is your personal vision for the future of Palm Beach County's roads, bridges, and its infrastructure?
Well, I think if you look at the evolving technology, it's moving very fast. And so my vision is that to kind of be the latest and greatest in terms of use of technology. I mean, there's the basics in terms of, you still got to do the repairs, whatever, but having that technology can be an asset of value to our citizens, so they can look online in real time and see what's going on, especially for traffic lights and some other things. And so the technology is one where it becomes something that's on people's fingertips on their phone. And so we're not there yet, but that's my long-term vision, where that you on a device you can pick up and see how on your route to work. You can do it now to see what route to work, but be part of that component where our technology will enhance basically people's daily lives in a positive fashion.
Well, this has been an insightful look at a part of the county that we really rely on and don't always think about. Thank you, David, for your time.
Thank you. This has been amazing. This is great. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us on this edition of Know Your County.
Are you ready? We gotta get going before the storm turns us into human kites.
Remember, preparedness is key. There is limited space at an emergency shelter.
A 20-foot square area is assigned to each individual.
So we'll be assigned a 40-foot area.
So the space we get is about the size of my childhood bedroom? I just hope they have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but don't count on it. We'll have to rely on good old-fashioned entertainment, like telling ghost stories or playing cards.
How about pirate stories?
You're not a pirate. Let's focus on getting our supplies ready for the shelter.
Did you bring your snacks?
Yes, and bottled water, and enough of your medication for 5 days.
Well, Eddie, it looks like we've weathered another storm together.
Be ready, be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Hey on the Towners, I'm Frank Licari.
From an eclectic array of mouth-watering cuisine to panoramic skyline views,
we've got a ticket to a front row seat to explore a city that entertains and enlightens. So hop in, buckle up, and let's ride as we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari. Onward, sir.
This program is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
West Palm Beach is known for its rich history and cultural diversity. A lot has changed over the years. Let's meet the man who plays a pivotal role in the growth and direction of the city.
What was your mission when you came in?
I wanted the city to be a community of opportunity for all. I wanted there to be something in West Palm Beach for everyone.
You've been in service for so long. Mayor it's a big step.
Well, 8 years as a city commissioner, the mayor's seat opens up and I threw my head to the ring. I did it because I was interested in serving my community. It's always been a desire of mine. I thought I knew the city when I was a city commissioner. That's a part-time position, right? And I thought I knew what I was doing. I get over to this side of the hall, and I don't even know where the bathroom is.
Right.
So there was a lot of learning that I had to go through. Not only learning the job, the ins and outs, but learning how do you carry this mantle as mayor. The other thing that was very important to me is ensuring that as we grew as a city, that the benefits of the growth would extend to all four corners of my city. West Palm Beach has seen growth spurts before in the past. But inevitably, there were certain neighborhoods, certain communities, certain zip codes that were left out and left behind. So I felt it was incumbent upon me, particularly being the first Black strong mayor, that I didn't let that happen again on my watch. And so it's been very important to me that this growth is inclusive.
People are becoming divisive that way, right? And it takes us, or not me, but somebody like you to change that.
If you'd asked me 15 years ago, or told me 15 years ago that I would one day be mayor of this great city, I'd have told you were crazy, because it wasn't on my radar. It was not anything I even imagined myself doing.
What are we going to do next? You need a campaign manager? Do you need somebody to...
But this has been a labor of love thus far, and so I'm going to continue this ride for the next 3 years. We'll see what happens.
Getting around town in a cost-efficient and environmentally friendly way is just one of the challenges the head of the Downtown Development Authority faces. Let's meet Rafael Clemente.
Your job, I would think, has gotten more involved over the past few years because the city's been growing, the programming has been growing, people visiting in record numbers. How has the city changed, in your estimation, over the last few years?
West Palm Beach, particularly the downtown area, has changed dramatically over the last, say, 15 years.
Yeah.
The Downtown Development Authority's role here has also changed dramatically. We were primarily an economic development organization, and now we've really evolved into a community development organization. We have a tremendous neighborhood here.
Yeah.
You know, we're approaching or at 10,000 residents in downtown. So quality of life is really a key element of what we deliver as a special district that serves downtown West Palm Beach. We get our best ideas from our community.
Sure.
Whether it's the business or residential community. In many ways, our best role is enablers.
Yeah.
Right? Can we make those great ideas happen or help them happen? We want to work with local, unique, authentic stuff. So I think that authenticity is a big part of our charm and our value.
The buzzword to me is community, and the energy here is palpable now. Am I right about that a little bit?
You're right about that. I think that the difference, the special sauce in a place is people.
Yeah.
It starts to build that feel of a community, of a neighborhood, and that's what we have here.
Yeah, because you bring people, but you have to service them.
When I come to work every day as a public sector employee, that's top of mind for me. Is there's people coming here every day to make this place their home, their business, investment, and how do we stay in step?
West Palm Beach is situated along the Intracoastal Waterway, and a visit would not be complete without a trip on the water. We're climbing on board a catamaran for a bird's eye view.
I don't feel like I'm on a boat. right? I feel like I met you at a little club.
Cool little.
Yeah, it's very cool. So how did this all begin?
So we've had a 50-foot catamaran for years and years and years that's been the Hakuna Matata, very busy, and we grew to where we needed more. Over the 20 years of having that boat, we figured out a lot of things that we wished we had, and if we could only do that, and if we could only do this. So we literally built this custom from ground up, every single inch of it. People are dancing every single trip.
Is that
and
right?
we do dinner cruises and we do charters.
A little floating club.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, I like that. We take off from here, and where do we go? Where do you take everybody?
We go down along Palm Beach Island so people can see all the beautiful homes and estates and yachts, and then we go up around Peanut Island, Singer Island. We see some of the yachts from Rybovich and then come on back to West Palm Beach. It's a great way to see the area from a different perspective. Everybody wants to be on the water and enjoy this atmosphere, but the biggest compliment we get is how many locals come out on a regular basis and bring their visitors out because they love the experience. This is just such a destination now for so many people to come out and enjoy being on the water, being close to the water.
Yeah, it doesn't suck.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to sell this, right? And you're not just cruising, because you can snorkel right from the boat?
Yeah, we bring out big giant floats. We have a 20-person inflatable flamingo that we tie up to the back of the boat.
Wait, hold on a second. An inflatable flamingo?
We had one built,
Wow.
and it's the biggest commercial inflatable flamingo in the world.
I would imagine it would be, yeah. There's probably not a lot of people building flamingos everywhere.
Yeah, so we tie that up. We have other floats. We have snorkel gear. We just have a great time out on the water.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll just stay here.
Well, I've worked up an appetite, and I'm about to get a lesson in barbecue from a James Beard Award-winning semifinalist at Tropical Smokehouse.
You look exactly like a guy who should be smoking meat and barbecuing in the back.
Well,
how long you been doing this?
Good to hear. We're relatively new at it.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is that I was a pretty fancy fine dining chef for a lot of years.
Were you really?
Yeah.
You come from the fine dining world?
After about 2 decades of that, we shifted gears, my partner Jason and I, and we opened a barbecue joint. So
this is fascinating. What makes Tropical Barbecue different than maybe somewhere else I'd go?
So I think the important thing about Tropical is that we are Florida's craft barbecue. So our menu kind of, revolves around that core idea.
Okay.
So South Floridian flavors, techniques, and all of that kind of became this multicultural menu that we have. So we have mojo pulled pork, we have jerk turkey, we do plantains and yuca and yellow rice and black beans. We do some southern things also.
Yeah.
And of course, brisket is king.
The smell definitely speaks for itself. As soon as we came in here, I was like, whoa.
It's 500 years of fusion here in South Florida. It was just kind of the thing that I wanted to express as a chef, as far as creating a sense of place with our food.
Yeah.
The food kind of speaks for itself in terms of when you see our menu, you'll see some familiar things, but you'll see some things that you wouldn't really expect in a typical barbecue joint.
You're really putting it to another level.
We've done really well just being here in the community and trying to engage and give back, and it's just, a lot of those things are they're all building relationships.
Yep.
But they're just, how can we be a useful part of people's routine? Walking into Tropical, it's like I'm walking into my home.
Of course.
And it just has that kind of familiarity and comfort to it. And I'm just so happy to be able to share that with more people.
In an ever-changing downtown, Palm Beach Drama Works has been a constant, providing award-winning professional theater for almost 25 years.
Let's meet the founders of the theater, who share a love for the stage and each other. The work I've always seen here is always so authentically true. And it's a commitment that if you don't love it.
Well, we have a tremendous advantage because we love each other.
Right.
And we're doing something that we love together.
Finally, she tells me.
But it makes it so much easier when you're working with someone that, your vision is the same. And we have great segregation of duties, but we put our energy together.
When we first started, we were just putting on plays that we could afford and casting ourselves and casting our friends. And then when I started to push the envelope and do the kind of plays that I gravitate to, the community started coming forward and saying, keep doing it because nobody in the community is doing this.
Yeah.
But that's how we started, just by picking plays that were kind of intellectual and had relevant themes for the period. And our slogan soon became Theater to Think About.
You know, we create all the art on our stage.
Yeah.
So we're making the costumes, we're building the sets, we're rehearsing the actors. And recently, you know, of course, we're also creating the words.
I think as a regional theater, first, you have a responsibility to develop new work. And about 10 years ago, I started the Play Lab upstairs and having an annual play festival. Just like an actor feels that charge, you do as an audience member too.
Of course.
That's exhilarating to be in the audience when you know you're, especially in a premiere play, that you're in that first audience and something that's going to continue to grow. That's just really exciting.
It is, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're very proud of being able to hire some of our local artists.
All the time.
All the time. I think about 50% a year of the artists that we employ, and we employ about 100 artists a year, you know, both on stage, off stage, you know.
Well, it's interesting because I've never been in a show here. It's really,
Uh-oh.
I
think there's a...
I don't know if anybody...
Uh-oh. I think there's something going on here.
Just think about it, that's all I'm saying.
Now, we're headed to a popular Sardinian-style restaurant where we're all speaking the same language.
Qui facciamo la tipica pasta sarda, la fregola ai frutti di mare. Utilizziamo la fregola, che è una pasta di semola. Special ingredient.
This is saffron. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, look at you with the oh, so much style. Oh, wow. Oh man, look at that. Look at that color. Yeah. Two sisters from Michigan.
Yes.
Italians.
Our parents are born in Sardinia, and we would go there in the summers. That's where we spent our summers. We love the island. And Sheila and I were stay-at-home moms for 15 years.
Oh, wow.
Honestly, we never, ever pictured ourselves in the restaurant business. We have a love for our island. We have a love for Sardinia.
Yeah.
Like, that's our passion. The food, the culture, the lifestyle, the family setting that you have when you're there.
And when we met Andrea, our chef, he felt like our brother or our cousin, and we just really gelled together. Him with the creative side with the menu, and Sheila and I doing the boring stuff in the background with the marketing and
But
the
important
accounting
stuff.
and the business plan.
We love this thing of, you know, having fresh ingredients, bringing everything from the field to the table. And it's something that is magic about Sardinia to me.
Yeah.
We try to embrace the beautiful simplicity of life.
Yeah. Sardinia specifically, it's a very unique place.
Absolutely.
So Sardinia over thousands of years was invaded by different cultures. So we have a lot of influence from the Middle East. We have a lot of influence from Africa, from Greece. So these different influences that have affected our culture for many years is so diverse.
This is a pecorino, 18 months aged pecorino cheese from Sardinia. Yes.
And what do we do with this?
We will do a tagliolino cacio e pepe with some fresh black truffle shaved on top.
Are we going to light it on fire?
You want to light it?
Yes, I'd love to light.
Of course.
I love lighting things on fire. Yes.
Just a little splash.
This is, the smell is fantastic.
Yes, it is.
All right, and here comes the pasta. So this is, everyone, this is Chef Andrea. Look at this.
Vai, vai, vai.
I'm gonna do the what? All I'm doing is shaving some truffle on top. Basta così. Di più. Bravo.
Bravo.
Wow! Look at that. Give me that right here. Look at
With
this.
the big
This is how they serve it here at Zona Blue. Big forks for big appetites. I gotta try this. I'm not waiting for the. Look at this. Oh my God.
Buon appetito.
Come on. Oh my God.
It's time for a pick-me-up, and I'm headed to a mammoth-sized roastery that's become a huge hit with the downtown community.
We're about to visit the Pump House Poratorium, where they're making coffee roasting a science.
But this is a natural process coffee from Colombia.
here that you can even just smell the flavor off of it with the natural process. Brings in a little bit more wininess as they allow the coffee cherry to dry around the cherry or the bean prior to processing it. And it just creates a little bit more intensity to the flavor of the coffee.
That smells a little winey.
Yeah.
How long have you been at this?
So we officially launched our business in April of 2016. My brother was a yacht captain formerly by trade, and
that makes sense. The natural progression from yacht captain to coffee roaster.
Ultimately, my brother started researching into coffee, really understanding between either more of the commodity-driven industry, but also saw that there was this burgeoning specialty coffee industry. That was really where we saw there could be great opportunity for us.
So your brother's a yacht captain. What are you, a train engineer before you get in here? What do you do? Like...
Well, I was following in our parents' footsteps and went to law school and passed the bar and became an attorney.
Whoa.
And so instead of having to either go to trial or stare at contracts, now I get to sling coffee at the West Palm Beach Green Market. We're able to do around 2,000 pounds of coffee per day on this roaster when we're in full production swings. We saw this space. We knew it was a very unique opportunity to bring a roastery, retail, cafe, and training lab all in one to where we can really showcase what our approach to coffee is, as well as bring the sights, smells, and the whole senses of what we do on the production side.
Look at this
and then
dude.
Bobby's got the sweet pour.
Look at this dude. Wow.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. Oh, is that smooth?
Yeah. It's a 50% Honduran wash coffee with a 50% Guatemalan natural coffee. So you know that little wininess that we smelled? You'll taste that on the back end of your sips of that natural coffee shining through in the espresso.
Have you been to Mounts Botanical Garden? No matter when you visit, there's always something new to see and experience.
This is Origami in the Garden. 20 sculptures merging art and nature.
This is Windows on the Floating World, and it couldn't have been a more perfect place to put one of the origami exhibits. We do an exhibit every year, and this year it's Origami in the Garden, which is the largest exhibit we've ever done. And there's 20 larger-than-life sculptures located throughout the garden that are based on paper folding origami designs by master designers throughout the world.
And the connection is the obvious connection that paper, tree, right? Is that what we're trying to do? But get to back to earth?
Paper came from plants, and it's an ideal match.
I'm seeing people strolling with little carts behind them. What's happening right now?
Absolutely. Today is one of our 4 seasonal plant sales. We do them in the summer, winter, fall, spring, and we bring in vendors from all over the state that have succulents, orchids, all kinds of butterfly trees. And it's open to come out and not only explore the garden, but find all kinds of unique and rare plants.
It's like a plant farmer's market.
Exactly.
Right?
It kind of winds around. We have 25 different display gardens. And
is that right?
All
is that
of
many?
them, 25.
Wow.
That all have a different feature. One thing that's really cool here is that most of what you see here in the garden is all things that you can plant here in the South Florida tropical climate.
Oh, smart, right. So anything I can go home and I can purchase it here.
You can purchase it here and then take it home and plant it here.
So it's like an outdoor museum. That's really cool. Now, if I call up, can I get a tour?
Absolutely. We do group tours. We have all kinds of programming classes, workshops. So we have programming, 30 plus programs happening every month. That's our mission, to inspire and educate through nature. So everything we do is about educating.
Yeah. You're probably wondering where I am. I'm at the Bunker in West Palm Beach, home to one of the most unique and eclectic art collections in the world.
Located inside this vast building is less than 2% of the total artwork from the Beth Rudin DeWoody collection.
Talk to me about the history of this place. How long has this art gallery been here?
We got the building in 2015, and we've been mounting exhibitions since 2017, inviting the public
to come and see our big toy box here.
Speaking of toy box, I read, am I wrong, that this used to be a toy factory?
It was a toy factory, originally built in a toy factory in 1924, and was a toy factory until the Second World War, when it switched over to make munitions for the war effort.
Wow.
Switched back after the war to make a toy factory again. Probably was a toy factory to the end of the 70s, went defunct, then became a plethora of things. We do one show a year. We open in early December, and the shows run till May 1st. Then over the summer, the shows are de-installed, and new shows are put up in the fall.
And when you say shows now, this is not open to the public 24 hours, like you're not coming 9 to 5 and just walking through.
We're a semi-private space. Anyone can come. You just have to make a reservation, and we have individuals or groups can come.
So you can take a private tour
We
if you
want people to see it, because the more eyes that are put on it, the more educated eyes there are in the world. The work wilts in the crate and thrives on the wall. Out you go. It'll do so much more good.
God, that's a great quote. Is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Wow, that's a great quote. What makes this different in your opinion?
She scours and devours Mr. Woody.
Yes.
She is a very unique / unconventional collector, and that's what makes it so wonderful. You know, it's a feast for the eyes in here.
It really is, because you've got sculpture, you've got installation,
paintings,
paintings, drawings, everything.
Assemblage, you name it, it's here. And we don't privilege anything, meaning the hierarchy of art world, like it has a blue chip artist should be next to a blue chip artist. We mix it all high and low. So the library is kind of a Wunderkammer, wonder cabinet, or cabinet of curiosity. So wherever you look, it's kind of intrigue and joy and wonder.
Oh, wow. How cool is this?
Founded in 1982, Sunfest is Florida's largest waterfront music festival. Held annually in downtown West Palm in May, it has more than 85,000 fans rocking and rolling every year. Let's meet the executive director.
Here we are, right on the edge of the water here, where it's like so expansive and open and beautiful, but once a year, people converge from all over the place, and this place becomes a whole other thing. Talk to me about the history of Sunfest.
Sunfest was started 40 years ago by a group of local business people that said, we want to bring something to the community to bring people from all over for that point, to drive economic impact for downtown West Palm. And they had this vision of creating an event to bring people of all walks of life, all genres, bring them here and celebrate what Palm Beach County has to offer. Sunfest is a 501c nonprofit that was founded by the community, the members of the community, and it's still that way today, 40 years later. And we're, I think, most proud of that, of how it's community-based. The community puts the festival on. There's only 4 of us on staff that do the work.
Wow.
Super small group. It's really the community that makes up the festival.
And it's an eclectic mix of music, right? When we first started, it was jazz?
We started as jazz.
Yeah.
It was jazz focused. We try to program a little bit of everything. We're not trying to be the biggest music festival in the country. We're trying to be the best community-based music festival.
I love that you have headliners, names that you know, and then also local bands.
Correct.
Right? Because if you're a local, you can apply to get on the stage.
We have a Fresh Local Artist Series where we have over 300 applications every year, easily 300 that come in, and those local bands to try to have the chance to perform before a headlining act.
Yeah.
And it's really a great opportunity for them. They love to see their name up against a headliner name like that.
That's the cool part about it, is that you really are, like, you're right here. Right. You're right on the water as you're watching your favorite band, which is a cool thing.
You know, we're a community coming together to put this on, but it's for the benefit of our community.
It's time for a sweet treat, and I'm ready to be transported to the south of France.
Let's meet the Maître Boulanger of the Paneterie French Bakery on Clematis Street.
I started cooking, I was like 7, making like simple cakes with my mom and everything. And I went along with it, and I thought about like making it a work because I wanted to be able to travel everywhere.
So food is what's brought you here, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because to me, food is moment sharing, is lighting up eyes, and that's why that's my most inclined moments, is when people bite my pastries or my food and I'm like, that gasping moment, that's my favorite part of what I do.
you have a secret to what you do, right? Like, what's your thing? Like,
To do it with love. That's the only thing.
yeah.
I did wrote it in my mirror in my store, do it with love or don't do it. I mean it in every way of the aspect of my life.
The variety of stuff here is obviously overwhelming because I love sweets.
It's okay, you're gonna be fulfilled.
Now, if I leave your place only having one thing, what's the thing that you would say? It's these, the cream puffs.
Yeah.
That's what you're known for?
I get all my customers addicted to my cream puff, period.
Wow.
Like, it's a promise.
Wow.
I do not doubt it for a second. No.
So once I bite this, I'm forever
change your life
forever
forever.
transformed. That's what's gonna happen?
It's
Wow.
light and fluffy.
Wow. You weren't kidding.
No.
What are you doing different here? What's going on in here? This is
I will not tell.
Oh my God.
But there is vanilla, there is pastry cream, there is chantilly.
This is unfair.
Absolutely.
This is unfair.
It's been a great time as we've traveled throughout this eclectic city to explore just some of the music, people, food, fun, and culture.
We hope you'll get out and enjoy everything the Palm Beaches has to offer. In the meantime, I'll still be here enjoying this great scenery. See you the next time we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari. Come on. Look at this. Where's my fork?
This program was brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
To appreciate the beauty of a sunrise, you need a clear mind. A mind free from the very things that make you forget such a sight exists. And where better to discover this than the Palm Beaches, where every day can begin just like that. Here in the Palm Beaches, there are countless ways to define paradise. Come discover yours at thepalmbeaches.com. Tune into the Palm Beaches TV and watch at thepalmbeaches.tv.
Those dinner reservations and tea times will have to wait because there's an art-filled paradise beyond these beaches. A mecca of masterpieces, spectacular sights by day and night. A cultural capital that's calling your name. See so much more than you came for in the Palm Beaches.
Can you feel it? Sun-kissed sands embracing the warm Gulf Stream waters. With breeze-filled days and elegant nights, we are the original, the one, the only, the Palm Beaches.
Imagine beasts with zeal and grace, the melodic choruses of a flock. Envision coming face to face with Goliath. Encounter a brave but curious soul. Witness gentle giants coming into sight while you explore their world. Or dive into an underwater collage laden with fascination and zest. From the sea to the sky, immerse yourself in the peace and calm that only nature can provide. Discover the finest wildlife at thepalmbeaches.com.
In Palm Beach County, water is part of our everyday lives, from the backyard pool to canals, lakes, and beaches. But too often, it also poses a silent threat. Drowning can happen in seconds, and it's preventable. In today's episode of County Connection, we'll explore the real dangers, the life-saving skills, and the everyday choices that can help keep you and your loved ones safe in and around the water. Drowning prevention, a life-saving skill, starts early. Let's begin with an in-depth look at drowning dangers and the tools that can help save lives, with expert insights from Anna Stewart, the Director of Drowning Prevention in Palm Beach County.
There is a drowning prevention coalition of Palm Beach County, and our job basically is to go out, as I mentioned, to educate anybody who's willing to listen to us talk about water safety and drowning prevention. Why should we care about water safety and drowning prevention? We're surrounded by water. You cannot get away from water. There's 3 types of water-related victims. You have that distressed swimmer who's flailing or struggling because they are swimming the wrong way or in a current. They look like they're frantically moving, but they're really not. They're gasping for air and possibly calling for help. The active drowning victim, they no longer have the energy or wherewithal to advocate for assistance at this time. They go into a more quiet preservation mode of action without the actual ability to verbally communicate for help. And then you have the passive drowning, which is pretty much, they're no longer floating and they're floating face down. Drowning is quick and silent because it can occur in the time pretty much it takes to answer a telephone. Irreversible brain damage in little as 4 minutes. Most children who drown are out of sight or missing for less than 5 minutes, and usually in the presence of one or both parents. There is no sound when someone drowns, because where's your nose and your mouth? Under the water. Anywhere there is water, a drowning can occur. So where do most drowning incidents occur inside and outside the home? Let's start inside the house. Bathtubs, toilets, sinks, also lakes, ponds, canals, above ground pools, hot tubs, inflatable pools. The ABCDs of water safety. A is adult supervision and always swimming with a buddy. Regardless of your age, race, gender, socioeconomic background, and swimming capability, a drowning can occur. A lapse in adult supervision, the #1 reason, particularly why children drown. That is why we always say, always swim with a buddy. So 2 inches of water, all it takes, that's it. Children, less than that. Because all the water has to do is cover your nose and mouth. How do we prevent drownings when there's a large group of people? Having a water watcher. If you are around a lot of people in a body of water, you are going to designate a water watcher. You have to actually be walking around that body of water. So if you go to a pool party or a barbecue, like set that up ahead of time. Just say, hey, is there gonna be somebody that's watching the kids? Because we know people get distracted. No relaxing, no lounge chair, no reading, no on the phone, no nothing. Your sole responsibility is to watch that body of water. Food for thought. And television is not a safe form of babysitting. So we always say, always swim with a buddy, never swim alone. So B is bathroom barriers, backyard, beach, and boating safety. Barriers inside the house. So this is really important when we talk to parents. We talk about the doorknob covers, the door lever locks, so that way children can't have the dexterity who are truly young to be able to open up that door We have bath, shower mats, door alarms, window alarms, toilet lid locks. What are we told to do during hurricane season? Fill our bathtubs with water. If you have young children inside your house, is that not a drowning hazard waiting to happen? We tell parents, get those like large plastic tubs with the lid on it, and that way it prevents that child from getting access to water. Outside the house, you have alarms that actually attach to the coping of the pool that sound when something enters the water. You have isolation fencing. You have wrist alarms, spa covers, you have safety buoys. The vacuum lock safety wall fittings, that's very important for inside the pool because children like to put their arms in there. Backyard pool safety, constant supervision, follow general pool rules. Diving should occur in depths of 9 feet or more. Maintain clear view of the pool from inside the home. Discourage the use of floaties. It can pop, it can deflate, and it can come right off the child's arm. Remove all pool toys, outdoor furniture, external ladders that people can climb on. If a child is missing, always check in bodies of water first. People check around the house and they're not checking the lakes, ponds, and canals behind their home. Backyard pool safety. Keep a phone or rescue device near you. Ensure any adult responsible for children knows the emergency information. Learn CPR, enrolling children in swimming lessons, and yourself if you don't know how to swim. How do you save somebody from drowning? We never recommend jumping in after somebody because they can drown you. Bring a flotation device with you if you go in the water, right? So if I come in, you grab onto me, I'm at least staying above the water. Even if it's an inner tube or something, grab something that floats. Reach, throw, don't go. You need to lie down on the ground. A 2-year-old, a 3-year-old could save your life because you're lighter in water than you are on land. You want to wear a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket. A life jacket isn't good unless it fits you properly. In order to determine whether or not a life jacket fits properly, we need to do what is called the shoulder lift test. If the life jacket goes above the bottom of my earlobes, it means it's too big. We say always swim in front of a lifeguard because they have lifeguard flags there that tell you what the conditions of the water are. And you see the green flag flying. What does a green flag mean? It's good. Where's my yellow flag? Raise the yellow flag. That means what? Caution. Red flag, danger. And my purple flag, dangerous marine life, man o' war, jellyfish. If you go to an unlifeguarded beach, you have no idea what's in the water. And then rip currents. Most people drown in the ocean because of rip currents. You know what a rip current is? It's a current that pulls you away from the shore. When the current has to come into the beach, it has to go back out somewhere. It's going to take the path of least resistance, which is right down the middle. So it's like a suction. Do you know how to save yourself from a rip current? Swim parallel to the shore. You know what we teach children? Don't fight, swim left or right. Turn over and float, yell for help, swim parallel to the shore, but always swim in front of a lifeguard. Most people end up drowning who go in to save somebody. So beach safety, keep kids within arm's reach, swim in front of a lifeguard. Don't dive in, because really you don't know how deep it is. Knee deep is too deep. Strong winds, waves, and currents can cause rip currents. Know before you go. Look but don't touch. Boating safety. Be weather wise. Don't drive a boat by yourself. Don't be drinking and driving. Develop a float plan. Let somebody know where you're going and what time you're coming home. Take a boating course, all right? And a free vessel safety check. You know, the Coast Guard Auxiliary does free vessel checks. Seas, call 911, canals, classes on swimming and CPR. Obviously, we know calling 911, explaining your situation, don't hang up. Canal safety. The reason I talk about this is children with autism are 160 times more likely to drown than their neurotypical peers. They're very attracted to water. Swimming lessons. We have free reduced cost swimming lessons. Children age 2 through 17 who receive Medicaid, Florida Kid Care, Healthy Kids, the caregiver gets food stamps, Section 8 housing, or the child is fostered or they're autistic can receive free reduced cost swim lessons. Drains and driving. So the drain safety is a big issue because they can cause suction entrapment. Now, it's not hotels and motels we're talking about and HOA pools. We're concerned about people's backyard swimming pools with older homes. These are what the good drains look like. These are kind of what the bad drains look like that prevent suction entrapment. Everybody needs to know where the cutoff switch is to the pool pump. God forbid somebody gets sucked to the drain, they need to know to be able to cut off the switch to the pool pump. I will come to talk. We go into the elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, businesses for free. Doesn't cost any money, and we will do a presentation.
So, no drinking and driving on the road and on the waterways. If we're going to be operating a vessel, we want to make sure that we have a dedicated captain, someone that's going to be at the helm, not under the influence. So if I'm out with my family and a couple other families, everyone's going to understand that I'm not drinking today. I'm going to be the sober person on the boat. I'm also going to be the coach for the day, right? I'm the chief. Hey, this is what we're doing. I'm the captain of the boat. We're limiting our alcohol exposure. Let's drink some water during that. We don't want to be boarded, and we don't want to have law enforcement resources taken up with us when they could be doing something else that's more important. But we want to be safe on the water, and safety's paramount, and it starts with being prepared and no alcohol. If I have people on my vessel that I know are not good swimmers, and I ask people, are you comfortable in the water? We're going to have a PFD on them. And it's not this big cumbersome thing. It's something that's more, I want to say, ergodynamic to you enjoying your day on the boat. And if we do have any type of a problem, I'm going to put everyone in life jackets and PFDs before the problem gets out of hand. And first and foremost, when we get on the boat, just like we did before, we do our safety check, and everybody is aware on the boat of where all the safety equipment is. So if I'm dealing with the problem on the boat as the captain, I can say, hey, Ed, let's get everybody in the PFDs, and you know how to do that, and everybody knows where the equipment is. But don't wait till it's too late. The first sign of a problem, get everybody in their PFDs and have that action plan in place.
Florida leads the nation in drowning deaths involving vehicles in water. But do you know how to escape if your car goes underwater? Seconds count, and the right knowledge could save your life. Let's take a closer look.
How to escape a sinking vehicle that goes into a body of water. Want to get out immediately and escape within, they say, 1 minute. I say forget 1 minute, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, get out of the car. After you land in the water, you have about a 1 minute time period where your vehicle will float. You have a few seconds though in which opening the door is possible. So as soon as your car enters that body of water, you can feasibly open the door. Otherwise, there's too much water pressure. Brace for impact. As soon as you are aware that you're going off the road, brace for impact by putting your hands in 9 and 3 positions. So this is the acronym I want you to remember. Stay calm. Unbuckle belt, roll down window, exit. We say stay calm because panic can waste energy and time that we don't have. Then we need to unbuckle your seatbelt. Remove using your release mechanism like you normally would on a regular day, if you possibly can do that. So you unbuckle your belt. If that doesn't work, right, we slice our harness, seatbelt. Then we want to roll down our window. How many of you have electric windows? Your windows can still work for up to 10 minutes. What if you have an electric vehicle? If you go in an electric vehicle, everybody needs to know where the manual release is for the door. If that doesn't work, use a rescue escape tool in the bottom corner of the window. This is really critical. Bottom corner, that part of the window is not tinted. And then on the left-hand side, you will see that the glass stays within the tint as soon as I push it out. Go out the sunroof if you can get out that way. Then we want to exit. Take a deep breath, swim through the broken window. Now, water may be pushing inside the car. So you want to grab the windowsill and pull your way out. There are various types of rescue escape tools. Do not keep it in the glove box or trunk of your car. Put it on your keychain inside your center console that it opens or closes. Or attach it to your visor with Velcro. It is illegal to have anything hanging from your rear view mirror in the state of Florida if it's considered obstruction of view. 1 in 3 2018 vehicle models now have laminated side windows, meaning these tools are useless. Do you know what kind of glass your car has? Right? There is a label on the bottom right-hand corner of your side window that will tell you, hopefully, if it's a laminated or tempered. It could say temper light, which means what? Breakable. It could say laminite, which means not breakable. The key to saving kids is to get them out before you. Older kids are more likely to escape through the window and surface on their own. If you unbuckle an infant, though, you're likely going to need to hold them. Do you know that you can blow in their face and they automatically take that breath in? The kids in car seats, oh my gosh, don't use your fingers to get them out. Just slice the harness. Get yourself a seatbelt cutter. Okay? Medical attention. You have no idea if you're injured, so make sure you call 911. Now, what if you can't escape through the window? Do you know what to do? Depending on the car positioning, you can move to the back of the vehicle where the air can last longer. This is like, if you know you physically can't fit through your driver's side window, your only option is the door. If you go off into a body of water, you want to try to open that door immediately, or most likely, if your car goes into a body of water, it goes nose down first, because why? Where's the engine? If you immediately go to the back of the car, the tail end of the car should still be out of the water for there to be no water pressure, so you should be able to open up the door and get out that way. Get out immediately. Now, once you've escaped, it's going to be dark and murky. How do you know which way is up? So you blow bubbles out of your nose. Do you know if your vehicle, your rear windows, do they go all the way down or do they only go halfway down? Because if they go halfway down, and you know this about your car, you're not going to be able, your passengers aren't going to be able to go out the window. They're going to have to come through the middle of the car and go out the driver's side window. If they go all the way down, you just say, hey, if something happens, we hit that body of water, just go out your window. So by bracing for impact, knowing what to do, you can survive. This is a big one. Turn around, don't drown. You never want to drive onto a flooded road because your vehicle can float in as little as 14 to 18 inches of water. So your checklist, is your vehicle side windows tempered or laminated? If you don't know, you're going to call your vehicle manufacturer. Do your rear windows go all the way down or halfway down? Do you have a rescue escape tool? Have one in your car. What if you have an infant in the car? Unbuckle the infant, slicing the harness, open your driver's side window, exit, using the teddy bear hole blowing in their face. Where can you get a tool? You can get it online. And what about rear passengers? Just get yourself a rescue escape tool. They're not very expensive. What if you can't swim? You're going to learn. You go to our website.
First and foremost, before you leave the house, make sure you have your sunscreen on, properly hydrated and rested. Bring all of your supplies that you're going to need for the day so you don't lose your parking spot. It's going to be a very hot, humid holiday weekend, as it usually is, so make sure that you're prepared for that. Proper hydration is not alcohol. Proper hydration is electrolytes, water, Gatorades, something healthy for you. You want to eat healthy foods as well while you're here. Hot sand, so you're going to want to wear sneakers or flip-flops. It's a long walk out to where you want to set up. Make sure you have covering for your feet. On top of that, you want to make sure you're wearing light clothing that will provide a UV protection for you, but also is breathable so you don't come down with a heat emergency. Another thing is making sure that you know some of the hazards that are out there. We do an online beach conditions report. We do a phone beach conditions report. You can look at Visit Palm Beach and see beach cams so you can get an idea of the conditions. But we also have this time of year possible sea lice exposures and possible man-o-war. Wind's going to be east-southeast at 10 to 15 later on today. We could see some man-o-war push in. We have a lot of seaweed coming in this time of year. Typically the sea lice are kind of around there. The water temperature is just right for them to be moving through our areas. So you want to check in with the lifeguards. Please read the conditions boards that's located at all of our beach access points. Take note of the conditions flags that we have flying from the lifeguard towers and heed all lifeguard warnings.
And finally, one of the most powerful ways to prevent drowning, swim lessons. We visited a local program that's helping kids build confidence and skills that can last a lifetime.
Being in Florida is important, obviously, to learn how to swim because you're surrounded by water. And I know that's the leading cause of death for young children is drowning. So being able to go to a pool nearby you, especially here being so centrally located from everybody, it's very important to get your kid into swim lessons, get them that knowledge that they need.
A life-saving skill starts early.
Adrian? Yeah. Or I know it's a little cold, but once we get into looking better, I promise. No, I'm not. Yeah, your goggles on? We got some fancy goggles. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put our head under the water so we can get used to it.
Learning to blow bubbles. First step to breathing control.
You can go like this. Alright, did you guys see me blowing my little bubbles? Just like this, if you want to try it. I liked it. Alright, let me see you do that. Ooh, there you go, good job. And I even made a sound. Ooh, good job, bud. Have fun. Oh, awesome.
We had a few scares with Adriel not too long ago where he almost drowned. Luckily, someone was around. I was able to pull him out, and we didn't want that to happen again. So we thought it was important for him to take lessons so he'll have water safety and know what to do in that situation again.
Try to go a little deeper. Ooh, that was good, bud. It's like this. There you go. It's like oh, it's awesome. Good. You try. Let me see. Ooh, there we go.
Kicking with a board and without builds confidence and strength.
We're gonna put our arms super straight out in front of us like we're Superman, and we're gonna do really big kicks moving our legs like this. We're swimming. Yeah, we're swimming. So when we kick, we're gonna try and blow our bubbles just like we were doing on the stairs, like this. Try to keep those arms straight, so don't bend them. Yep, straight like that. I'll help you out.
For many of these kids, it's their first time in the water.
Doing amazing. Just keep going.
They begin with the basics, blowing bubbles, floating, and learning to trust the water.
Really good. Keep looking bubbles. Good job. Big kicks. Y'all did really good with that.
Now it's time to learn how to scoop the water with your hands, a big part of swimming forward.
We're gonna work on our scoops, right? So we call these our ice cream scoops because we're gonna take our hands like a cup. Yeah, I do like this. I do that before. And we're gonna go like this. And we're gonna come outside of the water. That's how you swim. Yup. We put our scoops outside of the water. And then you kick too. Yup. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Remember when I said big scoops? So I want you to go all the way back on. There you go. We got those big scoops outside of the water. Here you go. Bring it out. There we go. Good job, Dad. You're doing awesome. Good job, bud. Good. Those are really good scoops. Good job, buddy. This is a fun day. It is a fun day, isn't it? Yeah.
floating on the back, a critical survival technique.
It went really good. Today's the first day, so it doesn't really go perfect, but all the kids did really good.
Did you have fun today? Yeah, you liked the lesson?
Yeah, I wish I could have more time.
Well, you'll be back tomorrow. 2 weeks later, 10 classes, countless breakthroughs.
Do the bubbles. There we go. Good job. Good job, bud. I like those bubbles. They're good.
Watch their progress.
Good job, bud. There we go. Alright, we're gonna do our scoops. Right? We're gonna do our big scoops. Yep, there we go. And you're gonna come all the way up to me, okay?
By the final day, many can float, swim, and even reach safety on their own.
I did it!
You did too! You did really good! Good job, Teddy! That was awesome!
See how far they've come with smiles and skills.
Now he's going to be more prepared. He's going to know what to do in case there's nobody around, and he knows how to get out and get himself out of that situation.
I think it's important, we live in Florida and there's a lot of water. And I started swimming very young. I swam here on the swim team. I did lessons here, so it's kind of full circle moment.
Every child deserves to learn. Every lesson saves lives. Drowning is fast, silent, and often avoidable. Whether it's teaching children to swim, using the right car escape tools, or simply staying alert around water, each of us can make a difference. For more resources and information on water safety programs in Palm Beach County, visit our website. Let's work together to keep every splash safe.
With hurricane season approaching, many are stocking up on new supplies. What should you do with your old supplies? That's easy. Responsibly dispose of them at one of 7 Solid Waste Authority home chemical and recycling centers. We accept old gasoline, used oil from generators, old propane cylinders, and batteries from your electronics. Remember, pollution prevention starts at home. Learn more at swa.org/HCRC.
So today is our 4th annual Careers in Aviation Day at the Palm Beach International Airport. We've invited students from 4 local schools to come and see a little bit about what we do in aviation, get them excited about the aviation industry, and a little taste of what we do.
So I encourage you, be curious, seek opportunity, and never underestimate the power of your own contribution.
Today is all about you. You have all of these people in the room to cater to you. So make it what you want it to be.
We need you. We want to nurture you. We want to motivate you. And we want to employ you.
Ask great questions, because you don't know, you may walk out of here today with a whole new perspective, thinking like, wow, I really didn't know about that particular field or career in the field of aviation, and you might think about changing your coursework.
I'm delighted to have you here and the opportunities, and look forward to you all looking at the careers in aviation, and hopefully that's where you're going to choose to go to work. Have a great day.
Having the students here from Palm Beach County at this early stage before they get their professional careers started is so impressive, because this world is not apparent to most of the general public. We don't know what the scope is and what's involved in this world of aviation.
I'd give students interested in airports advice that don't just think of airports as only pilots, airplanes. It's a city within a city. You have maintenance groups, you have IT, you have construction, engineering, planning, properties. You name it, we have it at airports.
So I've always liked aviation, been to the airport many times since I've been a child, and it just amazes me how these things are able to fly and the physics behind them. The tour is great. I mean, there's so many things I didn't know before, and looking at these planes is just amazing up close.
Hi, my name is Glenn, and we're showing off our 12-pound mountain howitzer today. This is a replica of one of the cannons that would have been used here at the Battle of Loxahatchee on January 24th, 1838. There was also a 12-pound cannon and a Congreve rocket battery here as well. But this particular piece, this is a howitzer. One of the reasons they call this a mountain howitzer is it's easily broken down. This particular piece would have come in, instead of on a caisson, would have come in mule back. So the muzzle would have been taken off, mounted on one mule. The trail would have been taken off and mounted on the others. And the wheels would have been on another mule, and then the ammunition would follow. And that's how they came here to the battle. People often wonder, well, how'd you roll that artillery through the swamp? That's how they did it. In other words, wherever a man could go, a mule could go, and they came in on muleback. This is the 12-pound mountain howitzer. These were used to fire grape shot throughout the battle, and what they were used for specifically was to clear the brush ahead of the troops' movement. So as the dragoons were moving and the Tennessee volunteers were moving towards the river, they would fire these cannon ahead of them. And at the end of the day, there were 23 soldiers killed, 23 soldiers wounded, I'm sorry, and 11 soldiers killed. And one Seminole was found slain on the battlefield. I think one could honestly say that the Seminoles probably dished out the most punishment that day against the United States Army. But as it always is, the people that camp out on the battlefield are usually called the victors, and it was no different here. And that's a little bit about our 12-pound howitzer.
This is Palm Beach County, geographically one of the largest counties in the nation. There are 39 municipalities, and we have the best of everything. Our more than 30 departments, divisions, and offices here are here to assist the county's 1.32 million residents with all of their needs. With an operating budget of over... Hey, are you even listening to me?
Man, all that government noise, who cares? Tell me something that's interesting.
Okay, I feel you. Would you be more interested in digital media, some cute animals, and some exotic places?
You have my attention, for now. Tell me more.
What if I told you that the county would give you a card that lets you download all kinds of free digital media stuff?
Card? Is it a credit card, a debit card, or a gift card? What type of card are we talking about?
Neither. It's a library card, and it can get you all kinds of cool stuff. Popular beats, books, and even movies.
For real? For free?
For real.
That's crazy. I didn't know the county libraries had all that. What else they got?
If you're into making your own videos or podcasts, the library has equipment that you can use for free.
So you're saying I can make my own podcasts and videos? That's what's up.
Now you're listening. Here's another one for you. You like puppies and kittens, right?
I mean, who doesn't like dogs? And cats too.
I love cats. The county has a department, Animal Care and Control, that lets you adopt a cute kitten or a puppy that needs a home.
That's dope. And it's free?
Nope, not for free, but for a very small charge. And sometimes there are other animals available.
Okay, I can't wait to check it out.
You should. And the county has some really cool exotic places for you and your friends to hang out.
Hang out? You know I do like hanging out. Exotic? Cool. Like where?
Like the Murakami. It's a Japanese-themed county park. And then there's the wild, scenic Loxahatchee River and the Riverbend Park where you can paddle into nature. The county has over 8,000 acres of parkland to discover.
For sure. The county sure has our different things and places to try out.
Yeah, for sure. And we only touch 3 services that are offered by your county government. So, you see, Palm Beach County isn't just about taxes, roads, and the government noise. If you tune in, there's something for everyone.
I'm standing in front of the newest library in the Palm Beach County Library System, and it is so well received and necessary, and just the fact that we have 4,000 square feet of open space right here that was filled with library card holders today to come into the library and see the new facility is wonderful, and it shows how much interest and need we have in our community for a brand new library. And to see the kids and the smiles on their faces, and they went right to the kids' reading room. I'm just glad that so many people were here today to see the ribbon cutting, the grand opening, and enjoy the facility.
Everything you can imagine being provided within the library system. So I hope people come out and enjoy. This was one of the largest, enthusiastic group of individuals here for ribbon cutting. So I'm excited, and I know that the community is excited.
From books to new technology services, Canyon Branch Library is now open to the public and at your leisure. Come with us as we join Palm Beach County Library Director Doug Crane and other special guests provide a tour of the new facility and what it has to offer.
The Canyon Branch is a 33,000 square foot building. It also has a large plaza space in front that is unique to our libraries. And in that plaza space, not only is it designed for the public to use and to bring the library out into the open and flow through, it also contains a beautiful art in public places work called Opening Minds.
We live in a digital analog world simultaneously. And a library, the libraries of today, are both digital and analog. So the idea for this piece is to combine the digital and analog aspects. So it's the binary code being the digital technology-based languages that are functioning all throughout this library, as well as text and from authors, just the plethora of the written word. And it's all through this piece. There are 492 different text entries, and a lot of it was gathered from the community itself. This is granite, and the granite is from South Dakota, actually. It's called carnelian, and I chose it because it's a warm tone color, and a lot of the stone walls around this site are warm tone colors. And we quarried it specifically for the project and fabricated it thereafter.
The plaza also has our first drive-up service window. People at this location, if they want their hold item to be drive-up, we'll have it available for them here. And then they just drive up and we'll hand it out there. If they have any other questions for library staff, they can do so here as well. So something that most people don't get to see is behind the scenes of the library, we have a sorting equipment that allows us, when people return items, to be able to quickly discharge them from their account and get them back out on the shelf. These machines are at almost all of our libraries, and they really operate very quickly. This one happens to have 3 public return stations. One that's a drive-up, another that's an outside walk-up, and one that's an inside location. But when we put the books on, they travel through the system. They're immediately discharged by reading the RFID tag, and it moves it over to a pre-planned location. One of the big features of this library is we have our largest meeting room space. It's able to sit 300 at full capacity, but the room is also dividable into 2. So we have 2 activities going on simultaneously with projectors and screens for both sides of the room. There are also little kitchen spaces, so we can have refreshments, coffee, etc. available to the public. The room also has its own entrance, outside entrance here, which is very useful for the times when we are holding activities after normal library hours. There are some gates that we can close to isolate this room off from the rest of the library. One use we know will happen here is early voting. The supervisor of election has already reached out asking to use the space for the 2026 elections. And we actually designed the space with early voting in mind, but also any other activity we wanted to do outside of operating hours. All our meeting rooms, including this one, the co-space, are available to the public to reserve. They can reserve a room once a month at a location, and they're all free of charge. It's just subject to availability, and last year we introduced the ability for people to be able to go to our website and be able to look at room availability and put in their request for one. The only stipulation to use a room is you have to have a library card with us. The makerspace is designed for hands-on creation. So I do have some of my staff in here, and we'll go on in. Hang on. Hello. So this is some of our staff here in the digital space, working with sewing machines, Cricut machines, and some other technology to create hands-on items. This room also features a smart board to allow the staff to do tutorials online. We'll be opening up this space first for classroom-style activities, but down the road we may open it up to allow just individuals to come in and use the room and the equipment at their own pace. We have wonderful little seating spaces in the area, such as these little couches here, and they actually duplicate over to the other side. All of the material here is available with your library card. You can check up to 50 items out at one time. We can automatically renew items up to 3 times unless a member of the public puts a request in for it, and it's a 3-week loan period each time.
I have been so excited about this brand new library. I think it is a phenomenal use of my taxes now that I live full-time in Florida. And this is a particularly well thought out and beautifully built building. This will take all of our kids into the future, provide for our citizens all of the resources that they need. So I am particularly grateful to have this in my neighborhood.
To check out any materials here at the Palm Beach County Library System, don't forget your library card. From all of us here at the Palm Beach County Library System and the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners, I'm Angela Bird with Dewey here. Thank you for watching.
This is Palm Beach County, geographically one of the largest counties in the nation. There are 39 municipalities, and we have the best of everything. Our more than 30 departments, divisions, and offices here are here to assist the county's 1.32 million residents with all of their needs. With an operating budget of over... Hey, are you even listening to me?
Man, all that government noise, who cares? Tell me something that's interesting.
Okay, I feel you. Would you be more interested in digital media, some cute animals, and some exotic places?
You have my attention. For now. Tell me more.
What if I told you that the county would give you a card that lets you download all kinds of free digital media stuff?
Card? Is it a credit card, a debit card, or a gift card? What type of card are we talking about?
Neither. It's a library card, and it can get you all kinds of cool stuff. Popular beats, books, and even movies.
For real? For free?
For real.
That's crazy. I didn't know the county libraries had all that. What else they got?
If you're into making your own videos or podcasts, the library has equipment that you can use for free.
So you're saying I can make my own podcasts and videos? That's what's up.
Now you're listening. Here's another one for you. You like puppies and kittens, right?
I mean, who doesn't like dogs? And cats too.
I love cats. The county has a department, animal care and control, that lets you adopt a cute kitten or a puppy that needs a home.
That's dope. And it's free?
Nope, not for free, but for a very small charge. And sometimes there are other animals available.
Okay, I can't wait to check it out.
You should. And the county has some really cool exotic places for you and your friends to hang out.
Hang out? You know I do like hanging out. Exotic? Cool. Like where?
Like the Murakami. It's a Japanese-themed county park. And then there's the wild, scenic Loxahatchee River and the Riverbend Park where you can paddle into nature. The county has over 8,000 acres of parkland to discover.
For sure. The county sure has our different things and places to try out.
Yeah, for sure. And we only touch 3 services that are offered by your county government. So, you see, Palm Beach County isn't just about taxes, roads, and the government noise. If you tune in, there's something for everyone.
At Palm Beach International Airport, every journey begins with wonder. We're home to new beginnings and milestones, where memories are made and cherished. With 35 nonstop routes and 14 airlines, convenience is always within reach. The beginning and end of your adventure is just as important to us as it is to you. So whether you're flying near or far, remember to always fly PBI.
Today is a day of service for Palm Beach County employees and some of our partners like the United Way and the Lord's Place, where we're packing bags for some of our unsheltered residents, and they will be given out during the point in time count, which occurs the last weekend in January.
It can be difficult for a stranger to walk up to another stranger who's unhoused or homeless in the area, and so the bags give us the opportunity to hand them something. You know, we're not just going up to them wanting them to give us something. We want to give them, and ultimately we want to give them housing. We want to give them shelter, but the point in time count really allows us to capture those numbers so that we can go back and write the grants for the right amount of numbers that we need in order to see success in the community.
The great thing about today's event is we've got employees from all different departments in the county. We have youth services, community services, the parks department. We're in a parks facility. We have engineering, I think I've seen libraries and many other departments that are all participating because Palm Beach County employees care about our community.
We are so excited at United Way Palm Beach County. We're partnering with the county. We're helping them with their volunteer engagement activity to put together all these packages of resources for the unsheltered here throughout Palm Beach County.
We're going to be creating today between 3,000 and 5,000 bags, and the bags have things like hygiene supplies. They have water, they have ponchos, they have bug spray, things that people who don't have shelter may need. The most important thing that's in the bag is information on where to access resources.
We're putting in little note cards also to let them know that they are cared for and respected, and we just love doing that.
We'll be giving those bags out during the point in time count to those people that we're surveying. Any bags that are left over will be given to our homeless outreach teams, our park rangers, some of our library staff, any staff that are encountering our unsheltered residents on a regular basis so that we can continue to get the message out of where resources are available.
This is incredibly important to Parks and Recreation. Often, because we're so public-facing, we are the first point of contact for folks that don't really know where else to go. And so we have that interaction with people, meet them where they are, and really approach them with dignity and respect and try to connect them to the resources they need. This is personal for me. I do come from a very large family that growing up needed some assistance from some agencies. I do remember being in line with my grandmother, waiting for assistance as a young person. So I do feel like it's important for us as public servants to give back to our community in this meaningful way, but also for everyone in our community to do their little part that comes together to really make a meaningful difference. And it really could be any one of us at any given time that are experiencing homelessness. I've met many people that it just takes one event that puts them on this course.
I would say that United Way Palm Beach County is there for our residents throughout the year. Folks can go to our website at unitedwaypbc.org. We're there to help provide access to the basics for our residents. And we always love doing partnerships and volunteer activities with organizations and companies and others as well. We're here to help.
So how long have you been riding PalmTran?
It's about 6 years.
I've been riding PalmTran since I was about 3 years old.
I've been riding for 27 years now.
I've been riding PalmTran about 30 years now.
That's a long time.
Since 1992.
For the last maybe 3 weeks, we just arrived here.
Oh, wonderful. So far, what's your favorite thing about riding PalmTran?
Don't have to drive.
It's easy.
Convenience, many stops.
It saves me money, and I get to meet interesting people.
The rapport I get from the drivers, I like the service that I get is timely. I can always count on getting there on time.
Well, it's mostly sufficient. It has the ramps with the lifts so we can pick up the wheelchairs.
Even though I got my own driver's license,
I still have my Palm Tran ID.
The drivers are great. The people that ride it are good people.
We ride Palm Tran because
it's so easy to get around town. We love it.
My name is Joe Harrison. I ride Palm Tran because they're dependable.
My name is Darcel, and I ride Palm Tran because it's convenient.
My name is Jamise Carter, and I ride Palm Tran because it gets me back and forth to work.
We're the Davises, and we ride Palm Tran because we love it.
Derek? Here. Caitlin?
Here. No, it's not a typical county job. Here.
And Caleb? Here. Awesome.
Yeah, if we can drop the flag.
Caitlin Armstrong and the team from Palm Beach County are headed to dive the waters off the coastline of Lake Worth Beach. These scientists, biologists, and divers have been working super hard to find the perfect spot for a coral rescue mission.
Palm Beach County, our reefs that we're outplanting on are about 55, 60 feet, which is rare. In Southeast Florida, most outplanting is occurring around 30 feet. That's common in Miami and Broward and in the Keys. Up here, our reefs that are consistent and not coming and going with sand movement are at that depth. So that's what we have to work with. That's where the flourishing reefs are and the corals are doing well that are surviving. So we use those reefs. We choose to outplant there, and we have to contend with currents that are extremely strong in Palm Beach County.
And guess what? They found it. It's right here in about 60 feet of water.
A lot of equipment down. We bring underwater drills, transect tapes, which are just like measuring tapes you'd use on land, but we use those down below. 10-inch nails, the epoxy buckets, which we're mixing underwater and is time consuming, but has to happen on site. All of that goes down with us in addition to a laundry basket filled with juvenile corals or babies.
And so these corals are actually born on land, and now they're going to go out to sea. So it's two different types of corals that are going out today, boulder brain corals and great star corals.
After getting the thumbs up from the Florida Fish and Wildlife folks, the team joined up with the Reef Institute, as well as other nonprofits.
We start really early. The Reef Institute takes those corals from their nursery, the ones that have been checked by a veterinarian and approved to go offshore, and they're on tiles. And we take those laundry baskets of corals that have been very carefully cared for from a nursery to the boat to the ocean, and then we mix epoxy, we scrub locations. We don't move corals, we don't move sponges, we just scrub, for the most part, algae. And we make space for stony corals to be epoxied to the reef. Once they are epoxied, we make sure they're secure. We monitor each location so that we can go back and check growth, and that goes on from here on out at each site.
The team planted 33 new corals on the reef. They used special glue to make sure corals stick to the reef safely.
When we're all done with our work, we have to carefully remove it all and bring it back up to the surface, which is a huge, it's an effort. Palm Beach County's program is started primarily artificial reef focused, but we see the need for to be a partner in restoration. Our natural reefs are suffering, and artificial reefs don't solve all those problems. They just help take pressure off the natural reef and provide recreation for the most part. So we just feel like we need to be a good partner, help with what we can in our backyard.
It's having a catch in the backyard. It's playing in sandlots or on fields. It's the roar of the crowd on opening day and the echoing sound from the crack of a bat hitting the ball. Baseball, for those that love it, it's more than a game. It is life. And in the Palm Beaches, you can live it all year long. From the year-round leagues, where the purity of the game is alive and well, to spring training, where major leaguers are getting ready for the show. Whether at Roger Dean Stadium or the ballpark of the Palm Beaches? Rooting for hometown heroes? Or just cheering for the love of the game itself? Few places have the same level of dedication to America's pastime as the Palm Beaches. Come and discover your perfect game at thepalmbeaches.com.
Welcome to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County government is hosting its inaugural career fair on December 10th. Career opportunities exist in more than 30 departments. Anything from entry-level to senior professional, engineering to skilled trades, finance to IT, emergency services to social services, and everything in between. The Stroll for Wellbeing is a walking program at Murakami that lets participants immerse themselves in the natural beauty, peace, and serenity of the Japanese gardens. Participants receive a journal and unlimited opportunities for up to a year to stroll Murakami. Completion of orientation is required to participate in the Stroll program. For all this and more, visit our website at pbc.gov.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including PalmTran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores.
Present.
Commissioner Marino.
Here.
Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Sachs.
Here.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
And I know it is not part of our roll call, but I would like to welcome Representative Oberdorf to our dais this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Of course. We will do the pledge and the invocation. If you would lead us, Commissioner Flores.
All right. May we approach today's business as a task of faith to do our best within our power to provide positive leadership on behalf of our community and those who live and work here, and that our decisions meet the standards of divine compassion for all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please let it reflect that Commissioner Powell has arrived. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions, Administrator?
We do not. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
I have a first from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Please see that that motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file 3A1.
I have a first from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Please see that that motion carries 7-0. On to the agenda. If you would like to begin, Mr. Von Laren.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Von Laren, Chief Deputy County Administrator, and I want to thank Mike Jones from the County Attorney's Office for being with us, Alessandra Marchesani from our Legislative Affairs Office, And I want to thank Sherry and Lisa from OFMB for their work in putting this presentation together at the request of a number of board members. I did want to start by saying thank you to Representative Toby Oberdorf, the chair of the Select Committee on Property Taxes. For those who might not know him in our viewing audience, this is a unique opportunity and a real pleasure to have him join us in this conversation that we're going to have on property tax and property tax review, as he is overseeing that activity for the House of Representatives, and actually a piece of his legislation is one that we're going to be talking about. Chair Oberdorf, I appreciate the grace and the courtesy of which you provided me and others in testifying to you in Tallahassee before the Select Committee, and I promise that I'll return that same respect to you as well. So thank you for joining us. So we wanted to share with you first just some very quick, and some of these we'll move through very quickly, and some slides we'll spend a little bit of time on, but just for those in the audience, what are property taxes? So those are the assessed value of property times your millage rate. That's the amount that you get taxed on the value of your home, and so those are what we use to provide a lot of valuable services, including public safety, first responders, parks, special districts, and the like. So what is millage? A mill is $1 assessed for each $1,000 of taxable value. So a property that's valued at $250,000 pays $250 per mill, and that property value is set by the property appraiser. And then we also have different stipulations in law that govern certain exemptions to that. A Saver Homes, for those that are homestead, is a 3% cap, or CPI, which is ever is less on the rise in your property values. And then the other exemptions that you see on this list. If you're a non-homesteaded property, then you are eligible for a 10% cap on increases from year to year in that rate. There's also an item called portability, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Chair Overdorf has a piece of legislation on this, but current law allows residents who are homesteaded, or to Saver Homes allows residents to transfer tax benefits of up to $500,000 when they sell their property from the current assessed value of their home to the new market value of the new home that they're buying. And if they move into a lesser home, there's a percentage calculation that you do to use a like calculation to apply that Saver Homes. So as we look at just an overview of Palm Beach County, on slide 7, you'll see a comparison of municipal and unincorporated residents. So about 882,000, or 56% of our residents, reside in one of our 39 municipalities. 43%, or 674,000 of our residents, are in the unincorporated area. We've got 1.6 million people total in Palm Beach County. For county government itself, we have 4 separate taxing districts. We have a countywide, a library, a Jupiter Fire Rescue, which will soon go away, and a countywide fire rescue. And you can see on those blocks each of the corresponding millage rates that apply to each of those 4 districts. Each of those has its own unique area, its own separate millage rate, and the funds that are allocated under those particular areas are specifically designated for use within those boxes and those boxes alone. So for example, County Fire Rescue, that 3.4581 mills, can only go to service countywide fire rescue, and likewise the same with libraries. When looking at the taxable property values throughout the county, we have $342.9 billion in total value countywide of the 659,000 plus parcels that we have. And just a breakdown on the taxable side of that in the first chart, non-homestead is accounting for just over 61%, or $208 billion of taxable value. Homesteaded is 39% at $135 billion. Likewise, from a parcel comparison, you'll see that 44% are non-homesteaded parcels in our county, and 56% are homesteaded. So it's kind of an interesting flip in terms of the parcel comparison to the taxable value from non-homesteaded to homesteaded properties. This slide is very interesting. We spent a lot of time with the property appraiser on this and looking at the under 65 versus over 65, because in some of the proposals that you'll see, it talks about residents who are over 65 years of age. But for what we've been able to extrapolate about 27% of our parcels, our taxable value is on homes owned under 65, and 73% is over 65. And likewise, on the comparison of parcels, about 70% of parcels are owned by those over 65 years of age. We thought it was high, but we really dug into these numbers with the property appraiser a lot, and that's what we were able to work and provide. So I just provide that context to you, and we spent a lot of time on that particular slide. The next slide, we talk about the taxing district revenues. So this breaks down those taxing districts that I just shared with you, those 4, to see how we derive our revenue on a year-to-year basis, our $2.1 billion in property taxes. $1.54 billion, or 71% of our revenue, is from a county-wide levy that we use, and you have ultimate discretion on where those dollars go as the Board of County Commissioners. Just under $100 million, or 5%, is our libraries. Jupiter Fire Rescue is about $31.8 million, and then Fire Rescue is $481 million, with a small amount in debt service. So when you talk about other tax bills that we have in the county, this is just a list for your viewing of some other tax bill aspects and other entities in the county that have ad valorem levying capacity. Okay? So just wanted to share with you a little bit about our budget so that we can kind of familiarize that as we go through. So our total budget in Palm Beach County is $9.6 billion. And that number is large, but as you break it down, you see that really what we have to work with is a lot smaller than that number. Of that, almost half, $4.3 billion, is fund balance. And so $2.9 billion of that is capital. So almost $3 million of that 4.3 is capital projects from year to year that we are building, that are in process, and that have been encumbered. And that also includes some of our reserves in that area. But the one part of this pie chart that I really wanted to make note to you was the 22.6% that we've carved out, $2.167 billion. That is our current property tax levy, about 22.6% of all revenues that we derive. And you see licenses is about 6.6%, charges for service about 7.4%, intergovernmental revenues 7.6%. Thank you, Chair Oberdorf and the state legislature, and also our congressional colleagues for some of those dollars. We'll be asking you for more of that in this upcoming session, so we'd appreciate any consideration you would give to us for that. But just to kind of share and get a look of what those revenues are that we derive. When you go over to the next pie chart, and you look at where our expenditures are, almost an equal amount, 22%, just about $55 million less than we collect in current property taxes, is what we spend in public safety. So police, fire, emergency management, building, those are the areas that we consider under public safety. So when you sort of compare where our current property taxes are versus what we put in public safety, it's fairly similar and aligned in those collections to public safety. And that's important because when we get into some of the legislation that the Speaker and Chair Oberdorf are considering in Tallahassee, public safety, but specifically law enforcement, is carved out from those reductions. And so we'll dive into that a little bit as we get into these particular proposals. On page 15, this shows you our general fund expenses. So in the yellow, you can see that the sheriff is just under $1.1 billion that we allocate. Other constitutional officers and judicial is $114 million. So those two items alone are ones that we really can't touch under any piece of legislation. Neither the sheriff, constitutionals, because we're required by state law to fund those, our debt service, which is relatively small in the scheme of things. So then when you kind of hit over to non-departmental revenues, most of that $83 million is CRAs. So we are required by state law to pay $83.9 million this year, just straight off the top, to CRAs. So we obviously don't have a lot of discretion over that either. Reserves were about 15% of general fund expenses, and then you get into capital and BCC departments. So that $735 million between BCC departments and capital is really a lot of what the Board of County Commissioners has the ability to zone into during the budget process and make those determinations on how to spend and put those dollars. And that's going to be an important number when we look at these next proposals and getting into some of these reforms. Yes, ma'am.
Brief question for you. When you say what we allocate, this includes infrastructure as well?
This includes infrastructure that we have broken down on BCC departments and also in the sheriff's budget. And Sherry, do you want to expand on that?
Right. So a lot of our infrastructure is through our capital funding. And then the BCC departments include engineering, facilities, and the other construction.
What makes that all possible?
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
But again, the encumbered dollars that this board and previous boards have put together of about $3 billion, that is in that fund balance that carries forward from year to year on projects that are in motion and have already been approved by this board or previous boards unless otherwise changed by this board. So let's get into the discussion too, and we said we would kind of go bill by bill to just give you an overview of the property tax reform proposals in the House. The Speaker of the House on October 16th of 2025 sent a memo to all of his members that provided the 8 proposals that we're going to go over today from the House. One of the prohibitions was that it prohibited law enforcement funding from having a reduction if these were to pass, and the other important piece was it exempted school taxes. So the first bill that we wanted to discuss was on page 18, and this is HJR 201. This is proposed by Representative Steele, and this is the elimination of non-school homesteaded properties. So essentially, it eliminates property taxes for non-school homesteaded properties, taxes. So when you look down at the county impact, and we try to break this down in the 3 larger funds that we have, general fund, libraries, and fire rescue. Our general fund impact is about $607 million if this were to become law. In libraries, $43.9 million, and in fire rescue, $208 million. If you look at the bullet just below that, the State Revenue Conference, and I wanted to make sure we put this comparison, the state has scored these proposals as well through their State Revenue Conference, and they estimated Palm Beach County would be about a $963 million impact. Now, they might use some different variables than we did working with the property appraiser on some of these, so I just wanted to point that out to you, but they'll be relatively similar as we break down some of these numbers.
Excuse me, Todd. Commissioner Woodward has a question.
Thank you. Just to clarify, as you're moving forward, when you say Palm Beach County, are you meaning us county or county with all the municipalities in the full impact?
Yeah, sure.
I think it means the full county with some cities in that number also from the revenue conference. That they,
some cities, we don't know.
Well, they have to do an average. I mean, with 39, and the millage rates are so different from all of it. So they looked at like an aggregate millage of all those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So just the importance of these numbers. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Administrator Abruzzo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But to be clear, Sherry and Todd, this slide shows that if that passed, the little over 600 million that we use to run our government, that really runs our government, 90% of it will be eliminated.
Right.
Correct.
So the county impact that we're showing here is both what the actual dollar amount and then a percentage to what that would be on the general fund, in the BCC departments and capital. So Sherry, if you just go back a few slides to 15, so we can kind of focus on that real quickly. So your turquoise and your light blue slides there, we've seen BCC departments and capital. Those are the references with those 2 pieces of this pie that we are sharing in each of these slides on the impact. So you know what that impact would be as a percentage of that BCC department and capital, of which the board essentially has the most control in terms of reduction and spending in that space on any given budget from year to year. So about 90% of what we're showing here, if this were to become law, would be impacted in the general fund. And then fire rescue, on top of that, is another $208 million. I know that the issue of public safety has been discussed a lot in Tallahassee. So far, law enforcement is the only component that has been included for exemption in these pieces of legislation. Fire rescue is not included in there today, and because we have an MSTU that deals exclusively and specifically with fire rescue, it will impact that MSTU unless otherwise exempted by these pieces of legislation going forward. Okay? So,
Yeah, Commissioner Weiss. And then Commissioner Sacks.
So, thank you. Just to clarify, when you're saying, what you're saying is, it would have, you're going to reduce the general fund of BCC departments and capital by 90%.
that's correct. What the equivalent county impact would be on this legislation is equivalent to a 90% reduction of what we currently spend for BCC departments and capital.
So if I go back to that the other slide.
Page 15.
On page 15, then we're saying the BCC departments are $609,931. You're going to eliminate 90% of that, so that would leave.
You'll eliminate 90% of that and capital combined. So the 124 million and the 609 million, so basically the 734 million, $33 million that you have between those two pieces of the pie, that's the rough equivalent of what the impact that piece of legislation would have on the general fund.
So just 609 times.
And we share that just because, as I pointed out in this slide, sheriff, constitutional, debt service, non-departmental revenue, for the most part, are exempt under the legislation, under public safety, or under state law requirements to fund constitutional officers, CRAs, RTA, tri-rel funding, that's all included here. So most of these come with some prerequisite from the state.
Basically, you're going to run you would run the county on roughly $60 million.
You would run your general fund expenses based on that. And so when we go back, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, but when we talked about revenues on the previous page, on page 14, when you look at both the pie chart that we have for revenues and expenses, and I want to point out, we raise $629 million in license and permits. We raise about $713 million in charges for services, and obviously all of those pieces create the broader budget. So, I want to be careful that 2.167 million is property taxes. Those are those other fees that we charge to run county government. And so those are the kinds of areas that we as a board and the administrator, and we'll talk about this on the last slide, have also charged us at looking at all these revenues. And I will tell you that we're very limited in how we can raise these revenues and what types of sources there are to do that.
Well, it's by law, isn't it a charge for the actual cost per the service? You can't exceed that?
For the most part, yes.
So, and those programs that you're providing the services to, those are not general. Those are people that are either getting permits, or they get their water from us, or they're paying a fee to Animal Care and Control to license an animal or whatever.
And there's restrictions on those revenues that we receive. So you can't use a utility fee that somebody pays to fund Animal Care and Control or the library system. It has to go to our utility. Likewise, your permit fees that you have through PZ&B have to be used for those specific sources within those individual departments. Okay?
Are you finished, Commissioner Weiss? Administrator, do you want to say something before Commissioner Sacks? Did you have a comment to add?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jumping ahead briefly, because we have the money in reserve. I just went through the process with Sherry and Todd of addressing all three credit agencies, so to keep up with our triple bond rating, Mr. Chairman, Madam Mayor. I was told by all three that we were right in the sweet spot, and they did not recommend dropping below where we are for reserves for a triple bond rating. Of course, if we went below that, it will cost even more money.
For somebody watching who doesn't understand what that rating provides us,
Sure.
would you please explain it?
I will. We have the highest credit rating for any county in the entire state. It's the highest you could be as a AAA bond rating. So every year, myself as administrator with our incredible staff, we have to address all 3 credit ratings individually to have them sign off that we maintain that rating. I just went through it. It's an all-day process and then some, and they said to me, you do not want to drop below where you are. If we drop below that AAA bond rating and went to AA plus or AA, it will cost even more money for us to build our project. So our budget would then even go higher. On top of the
Because
money,
of the interest rates?
because of the interest rates that we would,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. But I also want to say, we are earning, our clerk's office is earning a very high rate of return. That would also impact, if we're pulling money out of reserves, the hundreds of millions that we get extra every year. So we do not want to tamper, in my strong opinion, with that reserve portion. That's what's keeping us in financial health. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
So I'm glad I waited till Administrator Abruzzo told us that, because this would seriously affect our credit rating, which would then we would have to raise taxes. Now, let me ask you something, Mr. Bonlaren. This is by Representative Steele, HJR 201. And we have the head of the legislative delegation sitting with us today. Thank you for that. What other property tax proposals are there right now? And I know there's many that are pending. We're just looking at one. And who is Representative Steele? From what part of the state is he or she from?
So, Madam Mayor, the presentation that we're going to go through today will point out every piece of legislation that's currently filed, and we'll do a quick analysis of most of those for you,
Excuse
both in
me,
the House
Todd.
and
The
the
question
Senate.
is, what part of the state is that representative from?
No, I understand.
I know
The
you
first, you asked me 2 questions. The first one was which property tax proposals are pending. We'll get to that.
Okay.
Secondly, Representative Steele is from the West Coast, West Central Coast of the state of Florida, in the Tampa, Hillsborough County area.
Okay.
That he resides in that region.
Okay.
So
And you go ahead. And so we're going to examine, because this is just one of many.
this is one. We're
In
going to
fact,
get to
I
those
think
others, and yeah, we'll share the others with you.
Senator McBernard has one as well.
We're going to talk about
So
Senator
we're going
Bernard's
to
as
go
well.
over a little bit of all of these,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes.
Okay, and then basically, and then at the end of this, if I could, Madam Mayor, at the end of this, will you we lose our government, basically, the basic functions of county governments throughout the state, if passed, goes to the state. So we have to make sure that public is clear on that, because we won't have the money to do these functions that we've been doing for the last almost 100 years. But then the state will take them over. And part of these proposals, is that also there that the state has a department that they'll be running the entire governments of 67 counties, governments on these issues? Is that part of it as well, Todd?
Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any department at the moment that is taking on that responsibility for us.
Interesting.
But Chair Overdorf might have an amendment to do that, so we'll lean on him a little bit later
Hate to
on,
put
and he
him
can
on the
maybe
spot.
glean on some of that. But no, I don't
good.
think that is a proposal that's coming out
Very
of the
good.
legislature.
Okay. Thank you
Commissioner.
very much. Thanks,
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
no problem.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Madam Mayor, if I just might, to Administrator Abruzzo's point on reserves, and one thing I will point out, that this board basically aligned itself with the Speaker of the House when it came to reserves. And Speaker Perez was very clear to the legislature this past session about where he wanted reserves to be in the state of Florida and where he charged the legislature to be over the next few years. And we mirrored that proposal under his leadership. So I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Speaker for his leadership on reserves and being judicious with the state's dollars, and this board for taking that lead and doing the same here, which means that those reserves are ever more important for us to safeguard and hold. And I think, we're going to continue to align ourselves with the Speaker of the House's proposal on those reserves, on keeping those as sacred as we
Do you
can.
remember what his take was?
His take was that he thought we needed to be about 25% reserves on the state level. And so he put the House in that direction this year and then the next fiscal year. And so we're right at that percentage, just under 25% that we've mirrored in reserves for the overall budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to the full presentation, and not to criticize the order, but because we're talking about, and when I looked at this before, I didn't quite understand until you mentioned it, the 24.7%, the 609 million is what you are saying is basically that chunk of the pie is what would be cut with this. And you have on slide 35, just for us to know, because it's at the end, but these are the departments that make up the $609 million.
Yes.
And these are the departments that would be directly affected by the cuts that are being proposed.
Yes, and so that last slide, when we get to it, that's sort of a little bit of a teaser for the board as we look at January with the budget workshop that the administrator is going to be holding with you. That's based on an exercise that the administrator has asked all of his departments right now to submit both 5, 10, 15, and 20% reductions in their current budget. And so I put it at the end because, one, we wanted to kind of prelude it to that, but two, when we talk about some of the impacts of the legislation and the exercise that the administrator is going through with his departments right now, it'll put that in perspective to you in those broader numbers. A 20% reduction to our BCC departments is about $110 million. And I can tell you, reviewing all of the reductions that they proposed was a very difficult exercise for a lot of our department directors to get there. And that still is $500 million less than the first proposal that we're just talking about.
I guess I'm just bringing up that slide so that we know as we're moving forward, are each of these proposals, they're directly affecting just these departments. Is that correct? On anything that's being proposed by the House or the Senate, it's about these departments.
For the general fund piece, because then there's the library that would be directly for the library and fire rescues, yes. Mhm.
Okay, so, yeah, and I mean, I understand why you put it at the end, but I think, it's important for us as we're digesting what these cuts mean, that these are the departments we're talking about, which does include, a lot of quality of life, roads, engineering's a big one. I mean, and with this first cut, our engineering is $66 million. So we wouldn't even have enough to just run engineering if that's the only thing we did. Is that correct?
So, yeah, I mean, the cut for engineering is not quite that much. It is, and I can.
No, I'm saying if the homestead properties were to go away,
I'm
what
sorry.
we're left with
Yes.
would not even
If you're looking
cover
at
our roads and bridges.
90% reduction, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
All right, so I look forward to the rest of these, but I think it's important, just for us as we're looking at this, that these are the departments that we have discretion, so to speak, on, and what these cuts will mean.
These are the approximate 36 departments that
Okay.
are funded by the board
Thank you.
and overseen by the administrator. Correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Flores?
Yeah, so Todd, you mentioned, and I think Commissioner Weiss also alluded to this, that basically the 10% that's remaining is about $60 million to be able to operate the county on. But when we look at that, what percentage is salaries that we pay our employees out of that 609 million?
Got Lisa might have that data that she can provide for you. Don't have it offhand.
I don't have that information offhand. I can have someone.
Would you say that's a large chunk of that?
It's got to be 75, 80%,
75,
probably, would be
80%.
my guess, but we can get the exact.
And isn't that the same individuals that provide the services that then we provide the services like planning and zoning and, because when I look at the chart on slide 14, there's $629 million that are derived off of licenses and permits and other taxes. So the people that we have to pay to provide those services are no longer going to be, according to this, we're not going to be able to employ everyone. And then we have another sliver, which is $713 million, which is charges for services. So we are essentially, without employees, we can't provide these services to the at-large communities, which essentially also handicap us from being able to provide essential services that the community developers and so on need us to take care of.
Yes, Madam Mayor, to Commissioner Flores's point, you know, the departments that this board funds are primarily funded by ad valorem. A lion's share of it is ad valorem. There's a small amount that might be represented in some of these fees, but overall, it is primarily ad valorem funded. So when you think about under some of these proposals, what we sort of need to hold sacred and need to kind of put a lockbox around, and what, you know, we have the ability to work with under these proposals, it's pretty significant what we've got to keep harmless, and it is a very comparable number to some of these others that you're going to see in these proposals about what that particular impact may be. And then again, it comes back to that question of revenue. And the administrator as well charged all the departments to look at every possible piece of revenue that they have within their toolbox and to bring back proposals to maximize that revenue so that we can bring those options back to the Board of County Commissioners as well to make those determinations on where, if anywhere, that the board might be inclined to raise revenues in other spaces besides ad valorem. But again, some of those are fairly limited in what we have the capability to do.
So I think essentially the point that I'm trying to make is you're not only taking our ability to have ad valorem, but you're also taking away our ability to provide services in a timely fashion, that those also make revenue for us to be able to provide these essential services. So I just want to make that picture for everyone so that they understand that this is not just going to handicap certain things, it's also going to handicap our ability to provide services that everybody in the county needs.
That's correct. Some of these proposals make it very, very difficult to provide the services that this board has been providing.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores. This is just the first of 8, Todd, that we are going over.
And we'll move through the others pretty quickly, but I think this is like the one that has the greatest impact, and you'll see that gradually there'll be less impact, but still some that have pretty significant nature. So I think this conversation is great to have here just to understand that impact, but you'll just kind of see more of how those numbers fluctuate with some of the other proposals.
As we go through the following slides, it's going to, I guess, show us different impacts from the different bills.
Correct. That's correct.
Please proceed.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So if you go to page 19, this is a proposal by Representative Miller, and this one phases out non-school homesteaded property taxes over 10 years. What it does is it provides an additional $100,000 exemption each year and then reduced to zero after 10 years. So eventually it gets to the same thing that HJR 201 does, but just over a longer period of time. So this one, again, in our general fund, we look at that as roughly about a $485 million impact. Roughly 72% of our BCC departments and capital, and then libraries and fire rescue correspond. And then the State Revenue Conference pegged it a little bit lower than what we did in terms of what they thought the State Revenue Conference impact was for the county. So that's HJR 203. HJR 205, and this is where we talked about that 65 and older and those parcels, because we get into a number of these parcels, and particularly the ones that Senator Bernard was working on that we'll share. This provides that all Florida residents that are 65 and older are exempt from paying their non-school homestead property taxes. Representative Porras provided this piece of legislation. The impact is about $441 million, or 65% of BCC departments and capital, and then consequently property taxes as a percentage in libraries and fire rescue. You see 32 million and 145 million respectively.
Excuse
HJR,
me, Todd.
yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd, the $434 million that you just mentioned, what does that compare to the exercise that all departments were requested to do in terms of reducing? The $434 million compared to what would have, if every department reduced by 20%, what does that look like?
So when you think about each of our BCC departments collectively is about $610 million. This is a $441 million general fund impact. So it's equitable when you combine our BCC departments and the capital line to about 65% of that overall. So again, I'll go back to the exercise we did. 20% reduction in our BCC departments is about $110 million. That's 20%. In these numbers and the impacts we're talking about here, you're talking about a 65% impact and to both BCC and capital departments. So again, very significant, not as much as the previous resolutions by the legislature, but incredibly significant in terms of our budgets and what we fund.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Commissioner Powell?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I have a question. Have we broken this down at all into household savings, and some of these that do not completely eliminate them?
I didn't look at, but our average taxable value is about 250,000.
It's around there.
So, but if they're homesteaded, depending on
Median
which
is-
one, yeah.
is that, yeah.
But if you're over 65, you're eliminating your property taxes for county and cities, and things like that, so. But,
Thank you. Administrator?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With your indulgence, each slide, I just want to make it clear, because it's not on there, what's left to run the government. So for instance, on this slide, around approximately $174 million will be left with this proposal to run the government.
Thank you. Please continue, Todd.
So as you turn to page 21, HJR 207, this would be a new homestead exemption for non-school property taxes equal to 25% of the assessed property value of a home. It'll apply to both current and first-time homeowners. This was proposed by Representative Abbott. And again, this is roughly similar to the House Joint Resolution that we just expressed before, at about $435 million general fund impact, and libraries and fire rescue corresponding numbers that you see on this particular slide. On slide 22, this is HJR 209. So this is one which was actually a pretty unique and creative way to look at savings for homestead property owners. But if a homesteaded property owner has property insurance, and in a way to hopefully deal with the property insurance and incentivize people to get property insurance, they would receive an extra $100,000 exemption on non-school property taxes. So just so you know, in terms of the assumptions of our numbers on this one, our assumptions, I think, may be a little bit different than the State Revenue Conference on that. We assumed that 100% of homes have insurance. And so we based our numbers on a presumption that 100% of property owners in our county have insurance. That might not be the case, but for just purpose of doing that, we wanted to lay that out, and the State Revenue Conference may have accounted for a different percentage when they were doing their impact on this one. So just wanted to share that with you.
And any property that has a mortgage on it has to have insurance.
Correct. Yes. If you have a mortgage, then you have to have insurance on your property. Okay? So going to page 23.
Todd, real quick, Madam Mayor, so on that slide, we would be left with $124 million to run BCC departments and capital.
Thank you, Administrator. Representative Oberdorf?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a breaking news update on that. Todd, it's actually $200,000 is actually the overall exemption on that, not $100,000. So
that was the amendment
that was filed
that was filed.
previously. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
clarification. So $200,000. So that economic impact will be a little
Be
bit
double?
higher. It won't be necessarily double, but certainly it'll capture a lot more of our properties that we have
So
throughout the county.
290 potentially?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me,
Yes, ma'am.
Never mind. Please proceed.
Okay. On page 23, HJR 211, this is our Chair Overdorf's piece of legislation. And in terms of the economic impact, I'm happy to say one of the least impacts on our county government. So thank you, Chair. But again,
Thank you for that.
The portability issue, I think, originated here in Palm Beach County with State Representative Carl Domino and one of his priorities that we put forward. And there's been a lot of success that a lot of folks have utilized that to both upsize and downsize properties to realize some of those savings. So under this proposal by Chair Overdorf, This benefit would allow that cap, that $500,000 cap that we talked about early on, to eliminate that and allow for that benefit to be transferred in its entirety, even if the home is valued lesser than the new home is lesser than the old home. So roughly to the general fund, you can see it's a very small percentage. The State Revenue Conference pegged that number just under $5 million countywide, and we're looking at about $1 million impact right now of what that would be to our BCC departments. So.
Commissioner Sacks and then Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we have the owner of this 211 here with us, Chairman, can you tell, I think this is, I served with Carl Domino, and he was the author of homestead exemptions, Save Our Homes, all of that. Can you explain this a little bit to us? Because it seems like, according to what Mr. Von Laren said, it has the least financial impact to the county's operating budget. You're here, we're here. If with the mayor's permission, I'd love to hear you talk about it.
Please.
Yes, ma'am, I'm happy to explain it now or go through my presentation a little bit later as was expressed. So happy to do it at that time if that's okay with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. My question has to do with how do you sort of, when you're trying to model this, understand, because are you looking at just inter-county people moving here or intra-county? I'm curious how you sort of tried to analyze that.
I'm not sure. I'd have to call the property appraiser's office and just find out what assumptions they made. Okay. Yeah, because they helped us with all of the projections, so.
I mean, I would be hopeful if we had something like this, that lots of people from around the state would want to move to Palm Beach County. So.
Yeah.
Commissioner Weiss, Representative Oberdorf, I believe wanted to.
Yes, thank you. So according to your property appraiser, you actually have some data on that as well. On this particular, it's called the differential, is the item right now, and currently within Palm Beach County, according to the data that was provided from the property appraiser, there's roughly 5,475 homes that are a part of this, and that value is roughly $1.023 billion. Now, to project who is going to be moving here and who's going to be moving out, you need to be a lot smarter than I am in that, and have a crystal ball and play the lottery as well. So I don't know what that number would be, but I would say that is your current items according to your property appraiser.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Woodward.
I did have a question because the State Revenue Conference number is significantly different than our numbers. Is that because they're probably anticipating more inter-county numbers than we were?
They may have used, like I said, they might have used some different variables when looking at these numbers, and it could have included some of those assumptions based on, inter-counties, but yeah.
Well, I had this to go back at the very end, but I wanted to know if you could expand a little bit on how portability currently works.
Yeah.
For those that are watching, and even myself, because it's somewhat confusing.
Sure. So the way that portability works today is if you are moving into, let's say, a larger home at a higher value, you would take the assessed value of your home that you have today and the market value of the new home you purchased. And the difference between that would be the portability savings that you would have. And you would be able to port that number from your existing home to your new home and apply that as almost a homestead exemption on it, up to $500,000. So if you were in $1 million home today and you move to $1.5 million home, and the assessed value on your $1 million home was $500,000, you could port that $500,000 to your new home and have that $500,000 apply as essentially a homestead exemption on that property. If you're going in the converse and you're going from a home that is higher value to a home of lesser value, there's a formula that you apply to it. So you subtract, you calculate the amount by the previous home. So for example, you have a market value of $300,000. And the assessed value is $200,000. You're saving, your home benefit is $100,000. If you're moving to that house with that market value of $180,000, you would take a cap ratio. So I don't know if I'm making sense with this.
Just for easy figuring, stick
Yeah.
with the $1 million home. If
Okay.
you're the $1 million home and you moved up, that
Yeah.
made sense. If you're
Yeah.
in the $1 million home and you move down
Move
to a
down
$500,000 home, what do you have?
So you would do a calculation based on the new home value divided by the market value, which gives you a percentage. So let's say that percentage is 0.5%. So you would apply that 50% of that new market value, and then that would apply to your new home in the savings. So it's just a formula that they use, and then it will drop that number down for you based on that savings allocation.
So
It's a
with,
little easier to explain when you're moving up than when you're moving down.
well, just because if this allows for, because it says can be transferred in its entirety, even if the new home is valued less than the old home. So with this proposal, since we have, I think, 70+% of our property owners are over the age of 65, for the most part, I would, not all, but most downsize.
Yeah.
So how would that then affect us if they can move the entirety from their larger home and they want to move to a smaller home? Would it just then go to where they're not paying property taxes, or how would that work?
On the new piece of legislation,
this.
I don't know, I would defer to Representative Oberdorf on that, and just to understand the nuances of that particular bill and in that scenario, how that
It's
might work
interesting.
out.
I just, portability can be somewhat confusing, but since we're talking about potential downsizing, that's the part.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think that, long and short of it is that the bill makes it a lot simpler, so that if you're going from wherever you're going, you can take that portability with you. To your question of if this would actually pass and come into play, then yes, it's possible that a person could go from a large home to a lesser valued home and pay no property taxes whatsoever. That is a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Representative Oberdorf, I had a question with regard to this piece of legislation. I know you'll get to it in your presentation. Of those who voted on it when it passed 24 in 10 days, was it bipartisan, or did only one particular party vote in favor of this? And it still has to go to 2 more committees prior to it being put on the ballot. Is that correct?
Sir, yes. All items that were voted on during the committee were a partisan line. That was a decision by the folks in the other party that chose to oppose all bills associated with this. In fact, there was one bill that where I was really surprised that the party chose to do that. However, it was a non-bipartisan bills across the board, so you'll see the same or very consistent vote as you look at all of the bills. And yes, there are 2 more committees, and it's likely that we will hear all of these bills in December at the next 2 committees that are coming up, and will be ready for the floor as of January. That's one of the items I'm going to talk about in my speech, yes.
Todd, we have no more lights. If
I
you'd
was
please
doing
proceed.
some more math for Vice Mayor Woodward on the $1 million home, which I think I've got it now down. So if you want to, so based on that $1 million home, if you had a $1 million home with an assessed value of $500,000, you basically have a $500,000 portability that would be allowable. So let's say you move to a home that was worth $500,000, right? Half of what your current home is. You would divide that new value by your market rate, so it would come up to about 0.5% of a Saver Homes ratio. So it would give you about $250,000 of that $500,000 to port to that new house when you were downsizing.
That's current.
That's current.
Yeah, that's the current.
That's the current.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to do the math in my head and I just needed to write it down.
I believe we're on slide 20.
24, ma'am. So HJR 213, this one, and this was a little more difficult for us to be able to dig into our numbers locally. The statewide revenue conference pegged it at about $109,000, but this is the 3% over 3 years homesteaded property versus the current 3% a year increase. So under Saver Homes, you're capped at 3% or CPI. Under this piece of legislation, it would be an average, and it would be 3% over 3 years of homesteaded value. So we reduce that amount that your homesteaded property could go up, and then 15% over 3 years for homesteaded properties, as opposed to the current 10% per year that's in place now for non-homesteaded properties. So that's what that piece of legislation is that's pending now. And then the last piece of legislation that the House of Representatives, of the 8 bills that they are reviewing, and this one deals with an increase in millage rates requiring a 2/3 vote at the board level, and then newly married couples being able to combine their Saver Homes benefits if they live in 2 separate homes, but they both have a homesteaded residence and have a benefit, and they move in, they could combine those Saver Homes benefits. So this one is sort of the least in terms of the economic impacts of the House bills, roughly about 73,000 that we've projected. The State Revenue Conference is about 1.6 million of what they've projected, again, just based on assumptions of how many married couples, who might get married, who has homesteads, and what millage rates might increase by that prospective vote going forward. So those wind up those, and then what we've done is we've provided a House summary on page 26 of the impacts of each of these pieces of legislation as we, the county, and work with property appraiser Dorothy Jacks and her team in providing you the best numbers that we can based on the data from these bills of the impacts collectively of the 8 pieces of legislation. And I'm sure that Representative Oberdorf may address this issue. Right now, all 8 of these bills are moving forward. They passed out of committee last week on to State Affairs. We don't know whether or not the legislature will look to pass all of these pieces of legislation and move them all to the ballot, or see which ones kind of rise to the top in the discussions with the House and the Senate, but that's sort of all part of the legislative process that many of you are intimately familiar with, and we'll just have to kind of see how the movement of those go as we move forward. Real quickly on the Senate pieces, and we'll move fast through these, because these were a lot more difficult for our property appraiser to extrapolate some of the impacts of these, just because a lot of these have different nuances in them as well. So for example, on page 28, and these are all sponsored by our Senator Mac Bernard, this is for homesteaded residents 65 and older, exempt from property taxes, and then it puts stipulations. They've lived in their property for at least five years. Their yearly household income is less than $350,000, and then it deals with a couple of different components. This is substantially similar to HJR 205 that we went over on page 20. So under that impact, that max to the general fund was roughly $441 million. $32 million to libraries and about $145 million to fire rescue. But we were not able to really dig into the county impacts on a lot of these, and none of these have been scored by the state yet either. So we didn't want to put numbers out there without having some backstop verification. So we'll just kind of quickly walk through these and kind of share roughly what they're similar to. On page 29, SJR 274, 276, 2 different pieces of legislation, but both dealing with the same issue. One a joint resolution, one just a Senate bill. But this assessment increases after homesteading for 20 continuous years. So somebody's been in their home for 20 years, and then you homestead for at least 30 years. That qualifies for a 50% homestead exemptions, and then you can combine those with multiple properties of ownership. So it gets a little more complicated in trying to extrapolate that data to put sort of a number and a score on that. On page 30, SJR 278, 280, this is if a new homesteaded property was assessed under $500,000 before it changed ownership, the new assessment cannot exceed 150% of the previously assessed value. So that is another piece of legislation filed by Senator Bernard. Page 31, SJR 282, 284. Again, this deals with the assessed value of commercial property used by small businesses capped at 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. This is one I know that we've talked about briefly on the board and with Mayor Baxter, and what that impact might be if commercial properties had similar exemptions to what we had in homestead exemptions. And then finally, Senate Bill 286 on page 32. This is a new formula that assesses change and additions and improvements under $100,000 of value on a home. I know that's something that we've talked about a lot as well for those who are making different kinds of improvements for their home and being socked with relatively high tax increases based on a newer market value. And we've had a number of conversations with Senator Bernard about this piece of legislation as well. So those quickly take us through some of the Senate bills, and as we get into it and those come up and we have the opportunity to compare data with state data, we'll provide some more of those economic impacts to you. Finally, the last two slides that I wanted to share with you, and the moment that Vice Mayor has been waiting for on looking at our individual departments and those impacts. So on page 34, I just take your eyes back to this slide on page 15 to just once again share our general fund expenses, our sheriff, constitutionals, debt service, and non-departmental, which we primarily have to hold, our reserves, which we've aligned ourselves very closely with the state and how we've allocated reserves. And then our capital and BCC departments being that $733 million number that we feel that will be the most impacted by any of these changes. And so the exercise on page 35 that the Vice Mayor alluded to earlier on is your BCC ad valorem funded departments and agencies, their expenses, their revenues, and their net ad valorem. So really quickly on that, the expenses are that $609 million. That revenue point, Commissioner Flores, that we talked about of that offset of ad valorem brings it to roughly about $554 million of net ad valorem that we spend on those departments. So some revenue that we have there, but still substantially in the ad valorem category. And then the cut scenarios that the administrator, and with some direction from the Board of County Commissioners, has asked our departments to go in is providing a 5, 10, 15, and 20% cut scenario. And that and if your eyes go to the last column at 20%, that's the $110 million number that I allude to of what a 20% reduction in across the board in your BCC departments and agencies is, and then compare that number to some of the numbers that we've been talking about in the proposals that we have out there today. So that is our presentation on property tax proposals pending before the legislature, and just a brief precursor into some of the exercises that we'll be discussing in greater detail with the board as we go through our budget process and monitor the progress of legislation in Tallahassee. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Todd, or maybe Representative Oberdorf can help with this. In terms of place setting, right, you talked about the House bills, which you've all listed. They still have a couple more committees to go through. And then you talked about the Senate bills, which the Senate has the 3 bills that you indicated that were filed that still have been assigned to committee but have not been heard by committee. I want to know, with the House bills, if the Senate doesn't come up with proposals that match, does the House have the opportunity, what are the options, maybe Representative Oberdorf, that the House passes their bills off the floor and still has the opportunity to push them to the Senate without, do they still have to go to a committee and pass, or can they go directly to the floor? Would they have to have a special committee to go to the House, a special Senate committee first before going to the floor? Or could they take those House bills or those House joint resolutions, send them directly to the Senate and be voted on the floor to still go to the ballot and still have to be voted on by 60% or more? Also, with the Senate bills, in the same order, if the Senate were to pass legislation, would it still have to go to the House? Or would the Senate's legislation be able to be sent directly to the House and pass off the floor to be put onto the ballot? I don't know the rules of the Senate this year or the House, so it would be helpful for place setting for those who are watching at home to kind of let us know where we would be in the process, still understanding that we're still in process. This is nothing's final. These still have to go through certain committees, and there still is a possibility, like Representative Oberdorf said, there's been a change to one of the pieces of legislation going from $100,000 to $200,000 in homestead. There could obviously be additional future amendments and what that looks like. So kind of, we see where we're at in the preliminary proposals, but you talked about a crystal ball, where we could possibly end up. What do you see happening? Todd, then.
Madam Mayor, I can start, and you know, I think that is a great question, Senator, and I've, over the course of my career, been an expert on the rules in both the House and the Senate, and particularly, you know, as you look at the process of making sausage in Tallahassee. And, you know, one thing that we do know is that the identical piece of legislation needs to pass both the House and Senate for it ultimately to be put on the ballot. Leadership in both bodies has a bit of flexibility within their rules to take those pieces of legislation respectively. So let's just assume that all 8 pieces of legislation from the House pass off the floor of the House and come over to the Senate. They'll be received in messages over the Senate. The presiding officers of the Senate will have the opportunity that, depending on timing, oftentimes on whether they want to refer those to committees in the Senate, which sometimes they often do, or depending on procedure and votes, whether or not they want to bring some of those items directly to the floor for consideration by the full Senate. I will tell you that in conversations that we've had and Alessandra's had with a lot of senators, that, you know, the Senate is taking a very deliberate approach to this. They're, you know, reviewing this. I know they've had conversations with the governor's office as well, and trying to, you know, figure out where they might land on some of these proposals. I think Representative Oberdorf would share the same with you as well in terms of their conversations that they've been having. And so we are a long way away from the end of this process. So within committee weeks and session beginning, there's lots of options that are available for them, but ultimately they have to pass both the joint resolutions, the House and the Senate, and they would go directly to the ballot. The governor wouldn't have to sign those resolutions. The legislature has the ability to put those directly on the ballot, and they could be individually, or the legislature has different powers under the Constitution in terms of amending the Constitution. They don't have to have single subject rules. So most of these apply sort of a single subject to different areas. It's possible that some of these items could be combined in various natures. So through the amendment process that you talked about and Representative Oberdorf alluded to that happened last week, some of these could be amended to include different components of what you see.
Commissioner Flores, or excuse me, Commissioner Powell, are you finished?
Unless Rep. Oberdorf wanted to add anything in particular with regard to that, but that's good information that you gave us.
Please.
Well, Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to kind of run, I have some prepared remarks, and then I'll be open to any and all questions whatsoever that I think I can have a little better dialogue than going from there, and happy to have an open dialogue, any questions on the table from up here, and happy to have those conversations. So if I could just run through some prepared remarks, and then we'll go from there, if you're okay with that.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So during 2025, the spring of 2025, Speaker Perez formed our committee with the express intent of addressing the rising cost of ad valorem taxes within our state. The members are made up of, it's now a 36-member panel. Of that, there are 26 Republicans and 10 Democrats on the panel from literally all over the state. And he charged that group with investigating how property taxes are assessed, how they're collected, and how the committee can formulate a plan to permanently put money back in the pockets of Floridians. My now former co-chair, Representative Lopez, who's now a commissioner in Miami-Dade, she and I met with groups and individuals literally from Key West to Pensacola and everywhere in between. This committee embraced the work and met with city and county managers, elected officials, hundreds of local constituents, business groups, community organizations, and a multitude of chambers of commerce. Our committee had presentations from the League of Cities, Association of Counties, Department of Revenue, EDR, the Executive Office of the Governor, and personally, my office sent 111 letters to my region's elected officials requesting feedback on property taxes and received responses from county commissioners, county managers, city officials, city managers, town council members, and town managers. And thank you to the members that also responded on the committee here. I appreciate that. My office's efforts were replicated as literally hundreds of meetings, phone calls, and gatherings were conducted by the members of our committee throughout the state, as well as with our leadership team. The comprehensive data that the committee analyzed included required local effort funding levels, property value assessment methodology, ag exemptions, budget forecasting, revenue collection, fire districts, special districts, debt financing, municipal utility rates and sweeps, fiscally constrained counties, ratio of ad valorem versus other revenue, ratio of homestead versus non-homestead, current Save Our Homes exemptions, DOJ reporting, millage rates, restricted versus unrestricted funds, school taxes, and public safety budgets, among many more data points. This committee worked with staff and the Speaker's office to assimilate the 7 House joint resolutions and the 1 House bill that were heard recently. As property taxes are part of the Florida Constitution, the only way to fundamentally change the system is to pass a constitutional amendment. For the members of the public and the folks up here today, the House Joint Resolution is a legislative branch's mechanism to propose a constitutional amendment. A House Joint Resolution requires a supermajority vote on the floor of both the House and the Senate. And once passed, it'll go to the Supreme Court to then review the language. Once on the ballot, Floridians will choose to vote for or against the constitutional amendments. And to pass a constitutional amendment requires at least 60% in the affirmative. Once passed, the legislature will formulate the implementing language prior to the proposed January 1, 2027 enacting date. On October 16th of this year, the Speaker released a memorandum addressing property taxes and the filing of the bills that were recently heard. In that memo, the Speaker acknowledged the ongoing dialogue around property taxes and the House's creation of the Select Committee to push the issue forward. The 7 House joint resolutions and 1 House general bill are based on the work of the Select Committee and were filed in furtherance of the House's efforts to address property tax issues this session. Importantly, the 7 House joint resolutions all propose constitutional amendments that would provide the voters of the state the opportunity to choose some, all, or none of the proposals in the 2026 general election. It's true that most of these proposals will have significant impacts on local governments. If some of them, or all of them, pass, local government will be required to make adjustments in the way they operate. What these adjustments look like will vary from city to city and county to county, but we should not be afraid to let the voters of this state, the same voters who elected each and every one of us, to make that decision for themselves, for their communities, and for this state. That said, at the outset, I just wanted to address some of the commonalities that exist between the proposals and touch on some of the questions that I'm sure you may have. Each of the proposed joint resolutions have 2 distinct components, in addition to their individual policy languages. First, they have language that specifically prohibits any city or county from reducing funding for law enforcement below their current funding level, and that's law enforcement only currently. Second, they exempt school taxes. Property taxes comprise, and this is a statewide number, property taxes comprise 46% of school funding, or about $21 billion. And those proposed joint resolutions are crafted so they will not impact our school. In addition, the joint resolutions do not have accompanying implementing legislation. Decisions should be made by the legislature once they know which proposals have been approved by the voters and can devise an appropriate statutory framework that accounts for how the various provisions might work together. On that note, I want to emphasize this point. None of the proposals directly conflicts with another. There may be some overlap between some of the proposals, but there is not conflict. The legislature will be able to harmonize the various proposals through implementing statutory changes. Again, whether one passes, they all pass, and I guess if none of them pass, then we won't be doing that. For this specific body, I just wanted to point out a couple of different items in your history. One of which is that the taxable value history within Palm Beach County. Currently, in 2021, it was roughly $210 billion was the taxable value. And again, these numbers are from your property appraiser. Roughly $210.3 billion. That has increased to 2026 levels now at $343 billion. That is an increase of $133 billion in 5 years is your taxable history, taxable value history. That's not what you are collecting. On the ad valorem tax history, this is what is being billed. It was roughly $1.005 billion in 2021 and has increased to $1.543 billion in 2026. This is an increase of roughly $500 million in what is being slated as revenue. And of course, the current property taxes as a whole make up about 7.7%, make up about 22.6% of your overall budget. And we saw an increase just this year in collection, proposed collection of 7.7% for your revenue, again, going up from $2.012 billion to $2.167 billion. So an increase of $155 million in proposed revenue coming in from property taxes. So members of this illustrious body, we are seeing that statewide revenue has increased, or just over the last 3 years, of $18 billion. We're now seeing that property tax revenue statewide, again, and I'm looking over and over again statewide, that property tax revenue is approaching $60 billion, just in property tax. And what we're seeing also is that property tax accounts roughly for about 34 to 35% in a general sense of an overall budget for the various municipalities. Again, we have 411 municipalities, 67 counties across the entire state. And when I did a poll of our members in our committee, we found that of those members, we found that there were only 3 over the last 5 years, 3 municipalities that actually had seen a lower amount of money coming in. And everywhere across the state of Florida, we're seeing an increase of property tax revenue coming in. And we feel that this is not sustainable. This is the reason that we are here and having conversations about property taxes. I am not the sole person that is going to be passing property taxes, of course. That is going to be the voters. I am not the sole person that's going to be putting this on the ballot. That will also come down to our members. That being said, I am here to answer questions, to allow you to become a little bit more familiar with what we're proposing. And I will say to you again, anything that you'd like to ask, I'm happy to try to present an answer and or get you more information on that. With that, Madam Mayor, you've gone through the bills, and so I'm happy to be here and be a resource. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Vice Mayor Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to work backwards from your comments because I was making some notes. Just on the last numbers that you gave us on the new revenues that are coming in for the county and statewide, is that accounting for new construction, or is that just an increase in existing properties?
That's an increase. I'm used to being recognized by the chair. I'm sorry. It's a house rule.
Oh,
that is just in overall ad valorem collection. That is not recognized new construction.
Okay. Do we happen to know how much of ours is new construction brought online in that same? I know that's putting you on the spot here, but I'm just going off the numbers he was giving.
In 2021, 207 was existing, 207 billion was existing, 3 billion was new construction. 2026, 337 billion was existing and 5.5 billion was new construction.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm just trying to, because those are alarming numbers, but I do want to make sure that we're not necessarily all of that's an increase in existing. It is new, because we have had a boom here, cranes everywhere with new construction that's coming online. So thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify. And in the simplest way possible, because I do get these questions from the public generally, layman's terms, how does this, what's being proposed, what's the process for people watching on what will end up on the ballot next November?
Great question. And so we have 2 more committee hearings for the House side. Those 2 committees are likely to be heard in December. We'll have one in the first week in December, one in the second, is what I'm being told that we're going to be moving forward, and then they will be ready for the House floor in the first week of January, the first session week in January. That being said, they have to pass by 60%, any House joint resolution. I would expect that we would likely see something combined. I don't expect to see 7 House joint resolutions on the ballot next fall. I'm not sure exactly what those are going to be, but that's the process that we're working through. And the Senate would then also be required to hear at least one of these within a committee, and then it would move forward to the floor over there as well. So even if we pass it off of the House floor and we get our required supermajority vote there, the Senate is required to hear it in at least one committee and then put it on the Senate floor over there, and it must pass by a supermajority in the Senate as well. If it does pass both of the legislative bodies, the language that is proposed for the ballot has to go to the Supreme Court for review. At that point in time, once they approve that language, it then goes to the ballot for approval. And as was stated before, we do not need the governor's approval at all to get any of these on the ballot. We do, of course, for any House bill. There's one House bill that just deals generally with some of the items on here, but the joint resolutions, we do not need the governor's signature.
So at the latest, what's like the absolute latest date that we and all of the voters will know what is going to be on the ballot, like what time next year?
I would suggest that it would be the end of session. Now, we had the longest session in the history of the Florida House last year, so I'd love to prognosticate and say it's going to be on the very day that the hanky drops, which is projected for March. At this point in time, I'm not exactly sure when session will end, but that being said, by the time session ends, you will know exactly. And as long as session's open, things can change in Tallahassee.
So shooting for March, but it could be later.
It could be later, yes, ma'am. Also, there was an item that was stated by the governor that if he did not think that the House or the Senate had done enough on property taxes, that he potentially would call for a special session, that we might have to go up there. And I want you also to be aware that there are requirements for what can go on the ballot, the timing associated with that. We have to get ballots out to our overseas partners and the folks that in the military. So those ballots have to be done fairly quickly. And so we will not have extended sessions into July or August. I would suggest that we should know, hopefully, by the end of session.
Okay. And then also, just because people in the public have been asking, can the governor, as a procedure, put something on the ballot without the House or the Senate participating?
The governor could put something on the ballot if he chose to go through the public process, which would mean he would need to get a ton of signatures and have those signatures in every single county. He'd also be required as a private citizen to work through that process. He would also need the Supreme Court to sign off on it. I would suggest that it's probably pretty late in the election process for that to happen. So my feeling is that the only way that something like this would get on the ballot would be through a House joint resolution.
Okay, thank you for that, just because I have fielded some questions from the general public asking how all of this is going to take place. So thank you for explaining that. And then if with your indulgence, Mayor, just a couple, it seems pretty clear that there is going to be something regarding property taxes on the ballot. And if it gets on there and it were to pass, to be clear, that would start in the January 27 tax billing. So for our budgeting purposes, if this passes in November and the voters agree, what are we looking at as far as when are we fiscally impacted by this?
Excuse me, Commissioner, or excuse me, Vice Mayor. Administrator, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mayor. Chairman, thank you so much for being here. Obviously, I'm charged with running the operations of our government. I heard what you said in regards to the budget going up via property taxes, and I understand that. One of my greatest challenges that I see early, I've only been on the job for a little over 3 months, is the cost of doing business, what it cost 5 years ago and what it costs today. We recently had to bond a project out, a building, and some of our infrastructure is in great need. That went up almost 3.5 to 4 times what it cost on the construction side just from 5 years ago. Getting shovel and dirt for our roads, our engineering department, again, skyrocketing costs. So when you discuss those numbers, it would be great to get an analysis of, yes, these are the increases, but what is the cost of doing business, actual doing business? For our frontline workers, we're competing with fast food restaurants having higher wages. Wages have explode nationally. We have to compete with the private sector. So when I look at our 7,100 position and what it costs, and this is something that's pretty much out of our control unless we decimate the workforce. If we lower wages, don't compete with the private sector, we will lose the ability overall to do business. And I know that sounds doomsday, but that is reality of what I look at as an administrator. So again, the cost of business. And I would love to hear your opinion based on the numbers provided by staff, that $609 to $610 million range. If you believe that, or have any pushback that is what our board can control, that since you exempted and I understand why, and believe me, our sheriff's department at the $1.1 billion in the budget that we cannot touch, and quite frankly, that's not my purview. But if you have any debate about that number, that yes, this is the $610 million, this is what the board controls, cost of business has skyrocketed in those 5 years. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll try to answer both questions, actually. First of all, Vice Mayor, as far as when you're looking at the implementation, yes, January 1, that's when all property taxes are reviewed every year, of course, is January 1. And so we would then have implementation language that would be put into place directly after the election of November. The new members of the House and Senate would do implementation language. That would likely need to be signed off on by the governor at that time, and move forward with that implementation language that would then take place January 1. So you will then have an entire year to lay out your budgets, to figure what you were going to be doing for that next year, how you were going to be doing those budgets, and that would then you would be sending out those tax bills in the appropriate time the following fall. So you will have some time to plan associated with that. Administrator Abruzzo, I don't envy your job. And I do understand the implications that you're looking at. I have a job as well, and that job has been slated to me is to find ways that can put money back in the pockets of Floridians. And I do not wish to go through and decimate local government. We also have to look at this in a statewide process. And that statewide process is telling us that there is revenue that has been outpacing inflation, has been outpacing the cost of jobs. I also I run a company, and I've seen the costs go up with the projects that we're overseeing. I understand exactly what you're saying. Whatever we end up with in the formulation of one or all of these proposals, that will ultimately come down to the voters. And the voters will need to decide if, in fact, they prefer this proposal over that proposal. We had a homestead exemption proposal just a couple of years ago that failed, and that was covering teachers and firefighters and policemen and giving them an additional exemption. That failed, did not reach the 60% threshold. So while we may have something that is proposed and on the ballot, I'm not sure if it'll pass or not, because again, that is such a tough item. But I do know that people talking to me, and including elected officials, have said, I'd love to have more money back in my pocket. And then the elected official will come on and at the same time, on the other side, will say, but I'm worried about what we're going to be doing in the future and how I'm going to serve my constituents. So I hear what you're saying. I acknowledge that. Again, I don't envy your job, but that being said, I think that there is probably some items and some ways that you would be able to come back from any type of a constitutional amendment that would happen here. And these items and arguments and fears are the same items and arguments and fears that we saw with the Save Our Homes legislation that came forward. We didn't think local government would exist after that, yet we've done pretty well since that time. So I would suggest that there are some opportunities where we can tighten our belts. Some of these things are going to hurt, but I would suggest also that we have a long way to go before these items are actually on the ballot and or approved by voters. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Administrator.
Thank you, or Mr. Chairman, in our world follow-up. Mr. Chairman, one number, you brought up the inflation number. And I agree with you, but you have that overall inflation number. That's the national overall goods and services. I think the number we need to look at is the actual construction number. What is that number? What is the actual wage piece number? And you have to get in granular in it from frontline workers to management. You have to, in my strong opinion, Mr. Chairman, you can't go by the overall inflation number because that's a universal number that reaches across every sector of our economy. But when you look at, you have to, again, in my strong opinion as our former CFO, you have to look at government construction. What is the overall government construction nationally or in the state of Florida gone up? I recall when Commissioner Sachs and I started in the legislature in the House in 2008. Our budget that year was $66.5 billion. It's now close to $115 billion. So costs have been going up, but the costs for the state also have been going up in many sectors as well, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much for acknowledging the challenges behind this, because it will be extremely challenging. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
First of all, Representative Overdorf, I want to say thank you for being here, being with us, taking the time to address us and to provide your input, and also for your leadership on the property taxes, being the chair of that. You're up north, you're a neighbor. I see here that you went to Florida Atlantic University, so you're very familiar with Palm Beach County. So with that being said, you know, Palm Beach County is a destination community. A lot of people come here because of the type of quality of living that we afford the individuals here. I think we're also known for being one of the maybe richest counties, which is far from the truth. Palm Beach Island might be wealthy. The majority of our residents in our community are not. We struggle on a day-to-day basis. We have a lot of poverty. We have a lot of homelessness. These are a lot of social issues that we're constantly trying to make sure that we improve the quality of living for everyone in Palm Beach County. We have infrastructure issues. Right now, we're trying to figure out how do we move people in this county. You know, we talked about how there was a rise in our taxes. That was around the same time of COVID. When COVID occurred, there was a phenomenon here in Palm Beach County. Everybody wanted to move to Palm Beach County. A lot of people sold their homes and they left. And we got a lot of people from New York, Boston, all the Northeast part, which made our taxes go up. People sold, they no longer had the cap, whatever it was. But what we also saw is what our administrator alluded to is the rise in cost. Whether it's construction, labor, everything has gone up. And it affects everyone. It affects my residents. By the way, I am the District 3 commissioner. I feel that I represent the workforce in this county. Your everyday mom and pop that get up early in the morning and go to work. And everybody's feeling it. I've had several conversations about this, but a lot of people are also afraid what is going to happen to our quality of life? What is going to happen to our security? What's going to happen to our firefighters? What's going to happen to our police officers? Now, there's an exception that's being presented. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that are going to be affected by these decisions that might be moving forward. You mentioned that perhaps it's one, perhaps it's two, perhaps some of these get combined. So what we're really looking at, we don't really know what the impact may be if there's two or three that are rolled or accounted together. I understand that there has been an increase in taxes. I used to be the mayor of the city of Green Acres. A city like that would be crippled by what some of these things will happen. Green Acres, and by the way, my district primarily is a residential community. We really have very little industry. So communities like this would be crippled. I have no idea how they would afford to do anything. We pay for, Green Acres pays for their police services, PBSO, through their ad valorem. They would no longer have that. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because there's a lot of people that are concerned. I'm concerned about our staff. Reducing our labor force, not only just in Palm Beach County. We're talking about perhaps even firefighters, municipalities, constitutional offices. We are one of the largest employers. I think this would send ripple effect to not just Palm Beach County, across the state. How many people are going to be unemployed because of reducing property taxes? I understand that there's some jobs out there, but there's not enough to cover everything, that all the people that would be fired or let go of. So I want you guys to, when you guys are doing this, and by the way, your bill is one of the most reasonable bills, and Doge came here and they looked and they really haven't found much. There's certain things that they have said, hey, we got to address these things, and we're working on it. But we're not wasting people's money. We are working hand in hand with our people to make sure that we do the right thing. But we did studies for our labor force, and we're underpaying a lot of these folks. We can't hire some of the engineers and the planning and zoning because we're not paying nearly enough what they should be paid. So I'm bringing a lot of things to your attention. I know that you're very familiar with some of these. I'm pretty sure you've heard it many times over and over. But I guess what I'm doing here publicly is pleading to you, your leadership, and your fellow representatives and senators to, when you make a decision, make sure that it's fair for everybody so that we're still able to provide the safety, the services and safety that our public deserves. So once again, thank you so much.
Commissioner Flores, you're very welcome, and that's our challenge too, is looking at we have to look at the macro and then realize the implications of the microeconomics associated with that. Although it's hard for me to say that Palm Beach County is a microeconomic, that is the reality when we're looking statewide. We have to really be looking also at that side of it. You mentioned also the everyday mom and pop, and so I think that's something we are taking into account, is that everyday mom and pop, from putting some money back into their pocket as well, and seeing what a potential exemption or a potential modification would be for them as well, to have that money closer to them rather than to have to, as some folks have said, pay rent on their home that they might own. We have not received any proposals from the governor as of yet whatsoever, or from the Senate as of yet. And we in the House have taken a hard stand on law enforcement and a hard stand also on school taxes as well. And those things are things that would certainly affect. And I will say it to your chief and to others in fire, is that please be a part of this process, show up when we're having these hearings, and talk to the members of the committee. I think that is another area. You are correct in that we are not necessarily looking at all of the costs associated with this. The constitutional approval of the minimum wage certainly went through, and so we're all seeing that as well as an overall cost. And I agree with you on that. We also see that your budget has gone up by 6.1% just this year. And when you're talking, that's an increase of roughly $550 million, which, oh, by the way, is the same number that we keep going back to as far as your services. So I would suggest, last year, what were you looking at for how we're going to fund those services when you've gone up by $550 million? Now, this is just a discussion.
Yeah, that was the sheriff.
This is a discussion. I understand that. I'm not attacking. I'm just saying there are some opportunities potentially that we could have there. I'm just going off of the numbers associated with the revenues that's on the property appraiser. It's all I'm going off of. I don't have a staff that is telling me all of this. So I think there may be some opportunities. I don't know, again, what's going to pass or not pass, but I have a feeling I'll be back here having a discussion.
Thank you, Representative Oberdorf. I have a few lights on, but I believe Vice Mayor Woodward wanted to respond to something you had said briefly.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the number that you just gave with the increase how much of that was the sheriff, which any of these bills we are now prohibited from touching?
So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, roughly that increase accounted for about $360 million of that to the sheriff and law enforcement. And, we've had also some extraordinary circumstances in Palm Beach County that have necessitated the need for increased law enforcement due to a number of factors, both in our control and outside of our control, with the federal government and partnering with them on a number of pieces there.
And please, if you would share how much we spend daily on protecting the president?
To date, we've spent about $60 million or so since pre-inauguration for security related to the sheriff. In the past, we've received some of those reimbursements from the federal government, not all. We're scheduled to receive some of those, but to date, we haven't gotten the flow of those dollars yet. So we're essentially footing the bill for the Secret Service as a county to protect the president when he's here, and it's necessitated, a lot of resources on the law enforcement side. But just this year alone, our sheriff's budget, our board appropriated more money for the sheriff than what we received in new ad valorem dollars coming in. So that budget accounted for all of the new revenue that we received in ad valorem, plus a portion of state tax revenue share and other revenues to do that, just to put that into perspective.
Thank you, Todd. And Commissioner Weiss, I apologize, but please, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair Overdorf, again, thank you so much for being with us today. I mean, I think we all really appreciate it and having the opportunity to speak directly to you. Thank you. Couple things. Earlier, Administrator Abruzzo had postulated in a question to you in regards to the $609 million that ultimately this board has real control over. Do you dispute that that's an accurate number?
I would say that this is a future number that if in fact the House Joint Resolution 201 passes, that is the only time that full number would come into play, as if in fact there is a removal of all homestead property taxes.
But you don't disagree that it's not that it's an inaccurate number?
I have no basis to disagree. I'm not an expert in Palm Beach County finances like the administrator.
Okay, all right. Just to go back, earlier in our discussions, I don't think we really talked about this. How do these proposals impact our special taxing districts?
So it depends on the special taxing district. If the taxing district is taxing by unit and has a set fee per unit, that would not affect them. If that special taxing district is in fact assessing by the ad valorem side of it and the property value side of it, it would in fact affect them. So that is the agreement you have to look at in all the special districts. That is, frankly, one of the reasons that fire was not included originally in some of the conversations that we've had, because statewide, fire does have some fire districts. They do have some other ways that they actually have funding associated with them. So that was one of the reasons that we had not included fire districts or fire overall in some of our proposals. But again, special districts are taxed in a variety of different ways, and that's why we did not have them included, and we don't feel that there's going to be an across-the-board impact, and the analysis is going to be extremely difficult to look at for special districts.
So just to help for the folks that are watching this at home, what you're saying then is if there was a fee levied on a per parcel basis, so if, let's say, for example, the libraries had a flat fee of, I don't know, $100 per home per year, that would not be impacted. But if they have a millage levy, that would be impacted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I think you already went over sort of the implementing time frame. So this would take effect because we collect taxes in arrears based on the previous year's valuations. So this would ultimately impact going forward be the 28-29 actual fiscal year for local governments. Is that accurate?
The budget, the items would be collected based on whatever, on January 1 of 2027 is the valuation, and then you'd be forming your budget for the following year. You are correct.
I think it's the 27-28 budget, the budget that starts October 1 of 27 through September 30th of 28. Because the property taxes on January 1 of 2027 funds the fiscal year 28 budget.
Okay. I think, you know, one of the challenges this is really just a discussion point for me, is really, as we're in understanding, you know, that people are looking for, as you say, putting money back in their pockets. I think the challenge, though, is going backwards as opposed to looking forward makes it very difficult for governments, other governments that, you know, to try and manage. When you go backwards and you remove things, it becomes very difficult, as opposed to we normally are sort of forward-looking on how we do things. And so all these proposals, for the most part, the ones that are the largest, that's what they do. They go backwards as opposed to just going forwards, where we could adjust. You know, I moved here, and I think many of us moved here. We weren't fortunate enough to be born here because of the quality of life that we have and the opportunities that are afforded by living here in Palm Beach County in the state of Florida. And, you know, in looking at some of the proposals, and I think some of them are reasonable. The proposal you're providing, you know, really does help people moving. But, you know, if we were to look at eliminating homesteaded properties, you know, entirely in a place like Palm Beach County, the impact would be, I looked at our numbers, 90% of our revenues would be gone in how we provide services in this county. And that doesn't mean potentially we can't make up for it, maybe with additional fees. I don't know where these proposals, how they contemplate fees. I don't know. I mean, we are limited in our sales tax collections, but, you know, is that off the table? Or can local governments can look at additional sales taxes to provide the level and the quality of services that we not only grown accustomed to, we demand, that we want living here. So I'm curious as to, you know, what flexibilities will local governments have in the future?
If I can respond?
Sure.
Please.
So, yes, I think that there certainly are some, again, I'll say tough choices that may or may not happen depending on what the voters decide to do. We have 411 municipalities currently. We may not, after all this is done. There may be some contraction of towns and cities. That is a reality of what this may happen, what the voters decide to do. And I think that is something that needs to be talked about, is that it is possible that we may have some contraction of our municipalities. There may need to be some additional shared services agreements. Potentially, there's not a personnel department that's needed in every single municipality, and we can actually share those services across municipalities. There was a mention before of utilizing the sheriff's department instead of utilizing a boutique police department instead. This may be something that we would see more and more of if some of these go through. As far as the items that you may be able to raise some funding with, I would suggest the Department of Revenue has a book that is about 372 pages long, which I actually have gone through, and it's all the different ways that local government can assess and or raise money for their pursuits. And there are certainly a multitude of ways that local government can choose to raise funding associated with that outside of homestead property taxes. My expertise today is dealing only with homestead property taxes. and dealing in that specific issue. But I would suggest that your staff knows a lot about being able to go through that Department of Revenue book and find some additional ways to gain revenue.
Okay. Well, thank you, and again, I think we're all trying to grapple, with the costs. I did just, in following up with some other comments, I looked up, what the average cost of a new car was in 2020. It was about $38,000 or $39,000, and in 2025, it's $47,000 to $48,000. So about a 23 to 26% increase in vehicles, and so we're held to that as well. I mean, we have to replace vehicles, and in fact, that was, according to the sheriff, one of the drivers. His budget was the replacement of vehicles. They use vehicles, they don't last very long on the road for the road patrol folks, and so those are constantly being replaced. And I think, if I heard this correctly as well, that the sheriff's or law enforcement budget is being held harmless, but at the current level. Did I misunderstand that?
You have the decision to either keep the budget for law enforcement at a floor, and that floor would be the 25-26 funding level or 26-27 funding level. That would be your decision as to which floor you would choose to have that at.
Thank you. That's all my questions. And again, thank you for being here, and really appreciate you taking part in this with us.
Thank you. Next, I have Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Representative Oberdorf, it is good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. And as a former member of the legislature, I know this is a process that I'm glad we're having the opportunity to have this conversation now, as it will continue to move. And what we're looking at today, I'm sure, won't be exactly what we'll be looking at toward the end of session, whenever that may be. Scheduled to be the early part of March, but as we witnessed last year, it could be June. So we don't know. Hey, they say the most dangerous time in Florida is when the legislature's in session. And they used to say those 60 days, and then last year the legislature broke a record, and now they say, as you just indicated, while the legislature's still in session. The challenge that I've had, even when I was a senator, is we talk about this idea of big government, right? We don't like big government. Especially if we get into party politics, we don't like big government. We don't like a bunch of government oversight. However, I've seen a shift over the last few years where government, I don't know if we still call it big government, when one government reaches into micromanage what another government does, but we've seen a consistent shift in that direction, and it hasn't just been with this invention of DOGE or coming in and looking at, it's been the mandates, it's been a number of pieces of legislation that have chipped away at the ability of local governments to manage their own affairs. As Administrator Abruzzo indicated when he went into the legislature, the budgets were around $60 billion. This year, we're probably looking at somewhere around $120 billion for the state of Florida. Every year that I was in the legislature, the budget continued to increase for the state of Florida. Things have also skyrocketed. Of course, between 21 and 23, insurance costs in the state of Florida have increased by 102%. We still, as a state and as a county, have to pay insurance. The cost of road construction, the cost of labor, and we do know in elected office, we're what they call a public trust. And as a planner, the number one goal of a planner is to serve the public interest. And our residents and constituents trust that we will deliver goods and services. But when we go through the exercises, I want to make sure that people understand that some of these proposals, depending on what is passed, some of them we could not really look at a good cost benefits analysis, but some proposals, if passed, will result in some cuts. Sometimes, if we look at these cuts, I know people like to go to our parks and enjoy the parks. We had a major issue not too long ago where people were complaining that some of the parks would charge for parking. Well, if we cut some of these services, we're probably going to end up closing some parks on certain days. I see we talk about environmental resources management, clean air and water here in Palm Beach County. We like clean air and water, but when we start cutting, some of those things are going to, and those are the things that people don't really see, will take a hit. My garbage is picked up, I get 2 days, and one of those days they also pick up your recycling as well as your trash or your yard debris. Maybe people have to think, will we cut that back to 1 day? And then when you start thinking about, in none of the proposals that I've seen, will it limit local governments from increasing sales taxes. I know that when we met with the speaker, he indicated that sales tax is not something that's on the table, but reminding people that a sales tax is also a regressive tax that hits poor people a little bit harder than some of the other things. Keep in mind, local property tax caps annually 3% for homesteaded properties, and it's less if inflation is lower. 82% of the counties throughout the state of Florida, and this is what we found out last week at the Florida Association of Counties conference, 82% of our counties have either reduced rates or kept them the same since 2019. We know that we depend on storm services, emergency management. If storms happen, luckily in Palm Beach County we haven't had a big storm to hit us, but hazardous materials have to be removed rather quickly. And because we've got reserves and the state also has reserves, we're able to deal with that. But when we start looking at and shifting the funding, those are things that we have to deal with, and it becomes a little bit more difficult. 89% of countywide tax and bond proposals were approved in 2024. These are things that fund schools, clean water, emergency services, and more. So when individuals or when taxpayers are asked if they would pay more for clean water, funding of schools and emergency services, they have funded and pushed to pass bonds. So we, again, don't know what this will look like once the legislation is passed. But what I can tell you is, in order for an amendment to the Constitution or a joint resolution to go on the ballot, it has to pass in both the House and the Senate by a supermajority to get on the ballot. What I can tell you is, as we had a little bit of a discussion with regard to if these bills passed, partisan or bipartisan, both the House and the Senate are currently in a Republican supermajority, which means that no Democrat has to vote for this legislation to make it to the ballot in order for it to be on the ballot. Not saying that no Democrats will, because I see some of these proposals that are well-intentioned that may be thought-provoking, and I would see an opportunity for some that may make it on the ballot, but we still don't know the cost-benefit analysis of what those particular pieces of legislation look like. But just keeping in mind, as we move forward, the potential that some services may be lost depending on what passes, it becomes a challenge. So as you go back to Tallahassee, you're hearing directly from those of us here in Palm Beach County that although we know these proposals are well-intentioned, we really want you to keep in mind the services and the trust that our community is looking for from those of us who are put in these positions. We talked about salaries for our workers. We've increased salaries and we're still not up to par. These are challenges that we have to deal with on a daily basis that we can't expect the state especially the entire state of Florida, to deal with all 67 counties or the 411 municipalities. Again, big government starts to micromanage small government, and it becomes problematic because our local government will be tasked with figuring out how to cut services. And believe me, if some things are cut to the levels that we're looking at, Rep. Oberdorf, there's going to be some cuts. There's going to be some pain. And I want to make sure that people at home understand that. I like to take my daughter to the library. There's tremendous services at Palm Beach County libraries, right? We need to keep those things in mind. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention to this matter, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to just explain some of the things that we've dealt with, we're looking at, and keep these in mind as you go back to Tallahassee to work with your colleagues on some thoughtful resolutions to the challenges that we face. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, I still want to call you Senator, but we spent many a morning there together, and I appreciate it, and I miss you. But that being said, since you left, we actually lowered the state budget. And I'm not saying it's because of you, but we did lower the state budget this last year, and I would project that we will have a similar or lower state budget this year. I'm not sure on that, but this will depend on what the speaker and the president decide on. Onto your comment on insurance, yes, we've seen insurance have a major issue and a major issue across the state, but we just had a report from the Commissioner of Insurance, and in fact, we had 17 new companies come in. We had a 0.8% rise in the insurance rates overall, and I would suggest to anybody out there that look at your insurance per thousand rate, and if you don't like what you see, go shopping, because right now is a great time for you to go shopping and get a different rate on that. It's something that we have worked on very hard as insurance, and property insurance as well as car insurance. As far as the garbage pickup, I know that many municipalities, and I'm not exactly sure how you do it, you all are the experts on your own county, but garbage fee, I know that's what I pay in Martin County, and it's not associated with my homestead ad valorem. I do hear you on the potential for sales tax to go up. If in fact we would alleviate all property taxes, my suggestion would be that we'd see sales tax go up anywhere between 12 and 16%. And that is not sustainable for our retail environment. In fact, you'd probably see retail dry up in North Florida and everybody be shopping in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. So I don't see that as a reality either. But this is also why Rep. Griffith's bill, when dealing with the increases every year, is something that's really critical for our business partners out there. And I hope that the business partners are also paying attention to this discussion. If we eliminate all homestead property taxes, where's the burden lie? And that's on the non-homestead. Now, this is not only our businesses out there, this is also all of your rental properties. And therefore, when we talk about affordable homes, we're talking about the rental properties, we're talking about that starter property per se, all of these things out there that are critical to our residents, who I don't care where you are in the state of Florida. That's something we have to look at, and that's why Rep. Griffith's bill, when looking at, basically, you're only going to be able to increase it every 3 years, but could increase it as much as 15%. And that allows for businesses to plan what they're going to be paying in property taxes. And also on the home front side, we'd be increasing by 3%, but only over a 3-year time frame, once in 3 years. So again, allows for a homeowner to plan out what they're going to be doing. It doesn't eliminate the increase, but allows for planning. So I think those are some critical items, and yes, millage rates certainly have been held the same or reduced by most municipalities, but millage rates only tells a portion of the story, in that we see property values continue to go up and therefore collections continue to go up, and we haven't seen a rollback rate, which means going back to the previous year in all but I think 2 municipalities statewide in the last 5 years. And I may be wrong on that particular number because there's a lot of numbers there, but I believe it's about 2 that actually have done a full rollback. And you also have a challenge in the restricted versus non-restricted funding. And this is also going to be an area that potentially we're going to have to take a hard look at, and that is the utility side. Are we doing a large number of utility sweeps to make up for potential lost revenue? is that utility sweep something that's allowed to be done, and yet still have planning for the future for replacement pipes, for replacement items that may be coming forward. So these are all the macro, again, going back into the microeconomic side of all of this, and why we've been so thought-provoking throughout this. And this is not an easy solution. And I'm not saying it is by any means, but that's why I'm grateful to have these discussions with you all, be able to take some of this information back, and to continue to have a thought-provoking. So, Commissioner Powell, I sincerely appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Commissioner Sacks. Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Chairman, again, cannot thank you enough for being here and listening to us and looking at some of our numbers. One theme that I have seen from the point where Mr. Von Laren testified in front of your committee, as well as the board, is the reductions and how do we run it. But I think there's a glaring hole in another massive problem, which is beyond reductions, what we're looking at doing in the future, especially as far as technology. I think you also recognize that we're heading into an AI era and technology is expanding. One of the things that the board have been discussing, especially Commissioner Weiss before I assumed the position, is our traffic signalization to go to automation. And I have some numbers on that, which includes 30% reduction in travel time if we do this countywide, a 25% reduction when congestion occurs, 40% clearance time after accidents, and a 12% reduction in traffic crashes overall. What that equates to, we have an estimation that we have a $3 billion impact on our economy just for our traffic alone in Palm Beach County, for lost time, fuel, and lost productivity for businesses at work. If we implement traffic signalization automation, we're going to save likely over $1 billion a year in economic impact. And I bring that up because if we go down this road, I don't understand how we ever get to actually improving on our government. And I think our residents would love to have those numbers in traffic go down, and then the economic impact. So as I plead to you, as you look at this, not only look at our pleas of how we run our government, but that the progress for the future can literally come to a screeching halt, especially as we're on the cusp of this brand new era. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. And then Commissioner Marino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, sir, for being here. I think it's a great asset that you have 3 members of this county commission that served in the Florida House and the Senate. One thing I've learned about Florida government is this: the whole history of the state of Florida is local control, small government. Senator Powell brought it up brilliantly. We don't like in the state, and I'm talking North Florida and Central Florida, those folks up there don't like big government. They like local sheriffs and local control. They like to be able to control their work as they like it, whether it's hunting or fishing or permitting. And we down here in Southeast Florida, we've gotten used to it. What we don't like, Chair, is we don't like Tallahassee telling us how to run our businesses here and our families and our infrastructure. You see, I see our chief engineer in the back of this room. I know who he is. I know how to connect with him. But when it comes to taking our infrastructure to Tallahassee with the FDOT, I don't see any engineer here from the Florida Department of Transportation. They do good work. Well, we do pretty damn good work too in our infrastructure, sir. Yes, we do. We like local control. We are used to it. The whole entire state of Florida, since our inception as a government, has been local control. In fact, even where the state capitol is located shows that it is up there in North Florida where they like local control. See, you can drive, what are we, 6 miles from Georgia in Tallahassee? I'd go up there to shop. Down here, Palm Beach County, where am I going to drive to get cheap gas or cheap fuel or cheap anything? Groceries. So to have Tallahassee, the state government, control what we do here, it just doesn't work. It may work in the state of California, but doesn't work in the state of Florida. We like our local control. And by taking away the fuel, which is property taxes, that funds our services, you're taking away our local control. Now, when that thing is on the ballot and somebody reads it and says, wow, I won't have to take property taxes anymore, where do I say yes? But do they know that they are losing their local control? I don't think so, because it's a package deal. Now, money's got to come from somewhere to run government. It doesn't, we can't get our folks to go to work every day because they want to or they like to. They got to make money to take care of their families. So that's going to come from Tallahassee. Heck, it's even hard to get a flight up to Tallahassee. You know that if you live down here, and I know that. We all know that. I know how long it takes to drive. Sometimes I have to fly to Atlanta to get to my own state capital. I won't go into the politics of that. What I'm saying is this. I know you're down here to promote this idea. Well, I think our biggest problem down here is too much Tallahassee control on our gun laws, on our security in this building for county commissioners, okay, and on many other things. But I think we do pretty damn well as we are here locally. We had the fellas come down to check how much money we were losing on things. What was that called? Yeah, Doge. I haven't heard back yet. I think we're doing pretty good. I think property taxes, I think that's not a big issue with folks. I think the biggest issue with folks is property insurance. Amen. So if we can work on what is the real problem in the house, that is property insurance, and that's controlled by Tallahassee. So you help us out with that. I remember when Charlie Crist was governor, we had a whole big deal on getting citizens insurance and taking care of our folks here on property insurance. So I'd like to see us focus on that. But I appreciate you going around. I wonder if the FAC has an opinion on taking away property taxes from counties. And I would like to see, when you talk about taking away our property taxes or eliminating most of them, talk to people about what services they're going to lose. Somebody's got to pay. Maybe we're going to have to raise maybe we'll have to get an income tax. My God. In the state of Florida. I didn't even want to think about that. But somebody's got to pay for these services, Chair. So we're going to hear more from you as this goes through, I'm sure. And I'd like to see it also, the rest of the story, as they say. So when you remove property taxes, let's look at maybe instead lowering our sales tax, which runs state government. Let's look at lowering our sales tax and just making Tallahassee take care of state issues. But let the people here in Palm Beach County take care of our local issues. We've done it pretty damn well for many years. And we've got a new administrator that is awesome when it comes to being a CFO. We manage our money pretty well. But the most important thing is we manage the folks who work for us and we manage the people here in Palm Beach County. So I look forward. I want to thank you for your first visit. There's going to be more, because I want to hear more about the repercussions of what would occur if any one of these gets on the ballot, and how to explain to the people when they vote to get rid of their property taxes what's going to be the consequence of that. So thank you for your first visit. I look forward to a number more.
Thank you for that,
Madam
Commissioner
Mayor.
Sachs. And I would like to remind everyone, we're talking about the voters being able to vote on this, that Representative Overdorf here has not singularly decided to do this. So let's keep this in mind, please, when we're having these discussions. I appreciate you being here.
If I can respond to Commissioner Sachs for a second.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, I just want to make sure that the audience understands that the proposals that are currently put out by the Florida House are only for homestead property taxes. This is not for all property taxes. It's only for homestead and would not affect all property taxes. So just want to make sure that that is brought there. There are provisions that look at all property taxes, but not an elimination of all property taxes. And I'm certainly here to, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, Representative, it's something that hits, but I will wait until you finish.
Additionally, I just want to let you all know I'm certainly not here to promote. I'm just here to inform, and that is certainly what I'd like to be able to do. The DOGE efforts are done. There's two different ways it's being done. One is by the CFO from the state of Florida. The other is by the executive office, and we did allow for the executive office and the governor's office, that is, to go ahead and do that throughout the state. We're waiting for their report. It's supposed to be delivered to us by the first week of January. And they did do a presentation, but at this point, we don't know the results of the executive branch's review. And then we are, so you know, we are in the process of depopulating Citizens Insurance, which it reached a peak a little while ago, and now we're in the process of depopulating those that insurance side of it, which means that there's a lot more competition out there, and insurance rates are in fact going down. So we've heard the residents of the state of Florida in dealing with property insurance. So. And as far as us lowering the statewide sales tax, the House had a proposal last year to do exactly that, and both the Senate and the executive branch said no, you can't do that. Yet we wanted to bring it down by over 0.5%, and that wasn't allowed. So just wanted to throw those little tidbits out there. Thank you for your comments. Would be happy to come back, and I would suggest that we do it after session is over, whenever that may be, so I can then postulate on what's going to go forward and the voters decide. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. I have some questions and some comments. One is, Palm Beach County is a donor county. You take away our tax revenue, we're not donating to the state or the other counties or the other cities. That will be one. The contraction of smaller cities and smaller counties, I'm all in favor of that. It would make everything a little bit more efficient and get rid of some redundancies. And if that could help offset us being a donor county, woo-hoo. Todd, question. Unfunded mandates over the years from the state, how much does that cost us?
So we project this year about $49 million in unfunded mandates that the state requires, and some of the larger ones are Article 5 with our state court system, some of the unfunded mandates in funding juvenile justice, some of our specific departments in different areas, and we actually provided a list to the committee, the select committee on that when we testified, and we can follow up with the chair and provide that again to them. I mean, a lot of those items are things that we might support, but again, when we talk about revenues and those kinds of things, and that doesn't even include our CRAs, which were required to fund at $83 million a year right out of the gate, you know, based on state law too. So you start adding a lot of those numbers together, it's pretty significant.
So if we lower our exemptions, or I should say, we lessen the amount of money that we take in as tax dollars, those unfunded mandates still have to get paid, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're hearing what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Insurance. We've talked a lot about insurance. My property taxes have gone up marginally in the 7 years that I've owned the current home that I'm in. My property taxes have more than doubled. I think we should be spending a lot more time on insurance than we should be on taxes. And no one's really going after that in a big way. Going after taxes, property taxes in a big way, but as a comparison, as a percentage of increase, I am paying double in insurance on my house than I am in taxes. That wasn't the case when I moved in 7 years ago. So we need to spend a lot more time on insurance and not so much time on taxes. But again, we are a donor county. If you take away our tax dollars, we're not helping the rest of the state. And as a percentage, what has the law enforcement budget gone up as opposed to our general fund budget over the past 5 years? I would say the law enforcement budget has gone up more as a percentage than our general fund budget, correct?
Madam Mayor, just to focus on this past fiscal year, the sheriff's budget was increased approximately 13% as compared to our general BCC departments, which was roughly 2.6% increase from FY25 to FY26.
So when we're hearing these comparisons about how our budget overall has gone up, what's not being said is that our public safety, our police, and our fire is the greatest amount of that increase, not our general fund. I mean, not our general operations, our BCC operations.
That's correct.
Okay. And if we were to
Yes.
do an across the board, like has been asked, 5, 10, 15, and 20%, you know, some of our departments that are relied on by our constituents, our Parks and Rec, our Palm Tran, Engineering and Public Works, those are the biggest portion of our budget. They would take the biggest hit. And those are the most amount of employees that we have. And when you think about this, this is going to hit our employees more than anything else. And if we can't offer services to folks, why are they going to come to Palm Beach County? They're not. So I think, Chair, what you're hearing from this board is that while getting rid of property taxes on homesteaded properties, you're going to put a huge burden on those that are investing in our county. They're not going to come and invest in our county anymore. For those that are in an apartment, and we've already seen rents go up randomly throughout the year during a lease agreement, we're going to have folks losing their homes, losing the roof over their head. The homeless that we have in our county, and no one likes to really talk about it, that number will increase even more than it is now. So while this sounds like a great idea, let's get rid of property taxes on homesteaded properties, you are putting the burden on so many more people, and it is going to affect the services that we provide. It's going to affect the homeless that we have in our community, and not to mention the community service is a big part of what we do. Mental health, I mean, you name it, we cover it here. So I implore all of you to understand that the largest increase in our budget has not been in the services that we provide from our BCC. It has been in our public safety, our police, and our fire. We have unfunded mandates of, Todd, you said $40 million?
$49 million.
$49 million just this year, correct?
Correct.
Then you have FDOT telling us with Tri-Rail that we need to come up with an additional $10 million a year when Tri-Rail actually takes a lane mile off the road each way. I don't know where we're going to be able to move those cars. I don't know where those folks are going to be able to, I don't even want to go there. Never mind. I think you can hear our pleas that, okay, yes, maybe we make the homestead exemption a little bit more. But getting rid of property taxes on homes that are homesteaded is, I'll just put it out there, ridiculous. And while I am a proponent of lower budgets and smaller government, I'm also a proponent of being able to provide the services to our constituents that they have here in our county that makes them safer. And I just hope that when we talk about putting something on a ballot, there is an opportunity to educate those that will be voting on just what they will lose on something that sounds so well-intentioned, ends up being very hurtful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward?
Madam Mayor, if I could just do a quick response.
Only for time, we are going to have a hard stop today at 12:20.
2 seconds. I would just say that on your property insurance, please look at your rebuild cost. And then again, look at the rate per thousand on that. I'm just going to say that one last time. And your health district here is amazing. They did come and they met with me most recently about the hospital out at the lake. So yes, ma'am, I apologize. Go right ahead.
And honestly, I was going to kind of speak for you. You've said it a couple times, and I thank you for that, that you at the state level have brought in 17 different companies, and you have been working diligently to lower our insurance. I just think we and the residents have not seen it quite yet, so it's hard to wrap our brains around what that ultimately is going to look like. So thank you, and it hasn't gone unheard. I'm going to let Vice Mayor Woodward finish up with her questions, and then I will go last.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you, Chair Obrador, for what you brought forward, because we've been discussing all of the property taxes, and your bill that you've put forward with the Save Our Homes benefit, with the portability, and also the Senate bill that is the one having properties assessed under $500,000 before change of ownership. Those types of changes, I think, are really beneficial for what we've been discussing as far as real changes that matter. And when I met you a few months ago, I brought up a number of reassessments, and having discussions with our own property appraiser, there's a number of reassessments that get triggered automatically through state statute for a number of reasons that really don't make sense. I mean, I had 3 different residences I talked to you about when I met with you. One, a couple who lived in their home for a number of years decided to do a trust, and I guess maybe didn't fully understand that when they added their son's name to their trust, it triggered a reassessment. They didn't move out of their home, and they were in a waterfront property for about 15, 20 years, and their taxes doubled because of a reassessment. And, you know, we had someone who, the woman, her mother had passed away, and she had a beachfront condo that she lived in since the 80s, left it to her daughter, who was like, I'm going to move into there. I'm now in my 60s. Well, she couldn't afford the taxes because of the reassessment that happened. So there's a number of ways that you can help. And with having this one not to exceed 150%, we, as the county, are currently trying to help younger families enter into home ownership. And having them buy a home from someone who bought their house in 1972, like my next door neighbors who just moved out, and a young couple bought their house. Well, the tax bill that the couple that was living next door to me was paying, I'm sure it was a fraction of what, you know, our new neighbors just got reassessed for. So these types of reassessments that trigger, and we are getting larger values from these, you know, just because the millage is what it is, but these reassessments that triggered, it's very effective for people who are living here and people who want to own homes here. So these are homestead reassessments that you have the opportunity to fix, and your bill already addresses some of this. There's a number of these. So I think if the conversation that you're putting forward, you guys can make a lot of these changes to help our residents, and then put some of this home or the exemptions in here. I think that gives all of us something that we really can work with. And because the hard question we have to ask ourselves, and we have to ask our residents, are, you know, what are you willing to pay for? You live collectively in a neighborhood. What are you willing to pay for along with your neighbors? And those are the things that we have to answer for when we're planning our budgets. Public safety is always a big one. You know, law enforcement's off the table on this, but there's a number of things that we do have to consider. So I think the exercise, it's painful. You hear a lot of passion on this board on how we pay for these things, but it's a good exercise that we should be going through, because these budgets are very large. And, you know, we have a number of municipalities, and you mentioned contraction. We have some very affluent municipalities in our county that have no commercial. There's a number I have 13 cities in my district, coastal barrier islands, that have not a single commercial property. Almost everything is homestead. So they would, I'm guessing, cease to exist at that point. But then my question is, are we then responsible for taking over? It kind of triggers some other questions. And these are not areas where it's, you know, low income, shall we say. It's very expensive areas that are functioning fully on their own right now. So again, questions for you to consider. I don't envy your job either. I don't envy our job with whatever comes after this, shall we see. But I'm very much for, you know, tax cuts. I don't like tax redistribution. So if it ends up becoming a higher sales tax, I think that's something everyone's very concerned with. So however this shakes out, I think your bill is something that is definitely workable, and looking at it, like, it looks like you took a deep dive into understanding how this stuff works and trying to give us ways that we can provide some relief. So I applaud you for that. I hope that you get a lot of following in that direction in the House, and whatever, you know, I could do to help support this, I'm happy to. because I said, as long as we're not looking to just redistribute how we're taking the money. I mean, that's not really a tax cut at that point. So with that, thank you very much, and thanks for coming here today. It wasn't easy, I'm sure, to sit through some of this, but it's not easy for us to digest either from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let me start with saying I want to reiterate how appreciative I am that you are here taking these questions, Chair, and understanding that this isn't all you. This is a state-driven initiative to get this on the ballot, and that I understand, I think some of the driving force, we probably align on a lot more things than you realize. I do believe there is waste in government spending. I always have. I found it here. The problem with saying that is that when you have 7 different opinions, everyone has a different idea of what's wasteful. So we have to realize that, and that's why we have a local control and why we have different, in Palm Beach County, we have 7 different districts because we have 7 different areas of very, let's say, high need of, and different things are going to be important to different people. And so I personally believe in less government, less taxes, but I also understand that we have a very unique county. I also represent Belle Glade, Pahokee, South Bay, and then I represent Wellington, Loxahatchee, and the Acreage. There are 3 very different areas all within my district. And so we have this unique ability here to take care of the most amount of residents. And I have been fighting to reprioritize a lot of things because I believe infrastructure, capital improvement projects, which thanks to our new administrator, have been heavily underway to get done. The state changed some laws, and so our infrastructure is years behind currently. Unfortunately, when they left it up to us to pay for, it costs us 3 times as much and takes 3 times as long, I feel, than what the private sector can do the same road projects for. The same infrastructure projects, the same everything. And this is a problem. So when we start looking at where we cut, what reductions take place, let's say this is put on a ballot and it comes before us. Now we, as 7, are still going to be dividing up how to spend the money that's left. So I just want you to realize that when we're looking at this, I don't think this is just up to you, but that's going to be a reality coming to this board if there is a vote that takes place and they all vote to reduce, that where would you suggest we start first? Because I bet you would probably align on that, but not everyone is going to have the same idea on what is the most important. And as to Commissioner Marino's point, we do have a vast array of services we provide residents, and we also have a great amount of people that have different needs. Where I prioritize one thing, somebody prioritizes something else, they don't always align. There was several things that I would like to go back to for a second. We have on several pages here, to Commissioner Woodward's point, of some of these are good, I think, potential bills, but they seem to all say TBD on the ones that I think are really a great plan. So I'd like to get some ideas of what those numbers could actually be. So do we have a timeline on when we could get those numbers?
We have been working with the property appraiser's office on some of those others, particularly Senator Bernard's legislation. And I think that as those pieces of legislation move to hearings in the Senate, they'll be scored by the state as well in the revenue estimating conference. And so we'll be able to get some numbers, hopefully, if those start moving and those conversations happen in committees through those analyses. We're still working on it. I mean, I think we're probably a couple of weeks or so away from continuing to get you some numbers on that. But again, there's a lot of moving pieces of some of those that are different than some of the House bills we saw, which were really specific to maybe one area, and those have a different caveats. But we'll continue to dig in there and get those to you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. And timeliness, please, is an important factor in this. We also, something that was mentioned were special taxing districts. Now, I live in one of these special taxing districts that is not limited by homestead exemption and increased their budget by over 20% in 1 year. So if you're really looking at something I think we shouldn't be excluding them from this as well, because then ultimately that burden is still there. Those special taxing districts have no limits on what they can increase, so I would ask that the state takes a look at that as well. We also have, at the county, when we reduce the amount of money going out, we, to the administrator's point, we do have a workforce. We have over 700 open positions in the county that we can't fill, that have been open for a while. And we have a hard time. We get people in, we train them, they go through the process, and then they leave. And so we're having a hard time. Yet, on the other hand, we also have mandates from the state that says we have now timelines for turning around permits and timelines for doing certain things, but we need to be able to pay good people to do that. So, and nobody expects to work for free, especially in Palm Beach County. The cost of housing has increased exponentially. So you might look at reducing, some dollars per resident, reducing there, or per household, reducing the homestead at ad valorem, but at what cost are we then slowing the economic growth of being able to process certain things? And then I go back to, yes, I understand there's waste probably in some of our opinions, but not everyone is going to agree what that waste is. I'm going to speak a little bit from a personal note here. My husband and I own a small business and own a building. So that is a non-homesteaded property. I will tell you, if one of these first ones pass, you will put us out of business. The amount of money we have to spend every year in property tax for our building, we're at our max now with the cost of everything going up. So then if we vote to eliminate the rest and that tax burden falls on small businesses, that's going to hurt our economy as well. We will have to sell our building that doesn't have a homestead exemption. That is a thought that the state really should consider, which is why I absolutely love Senator Bernard and his bill, because, people think commercial, they think, oh, people with commercial have all this money. That's not the case. A lot of small businesses like ours, there are minimal profit margins. There are minimal, you work every year, you budget, it's hard to budget when you don't know what they're gonna be. Some of these I did like, it helps on a personal level, but I also don't wanna see parks and all the other things that our residents have come to love. I kind of compare it to like this. I don't like using the word never, so I'm gonna say this sparingly, but I will never make the choice to actively live in an HOA if there's any other option. But I tell you, I also understand the need for people who want to live in an HOA. They're beautiful. They're well maintained. They're manicured. They're the prettiest places in most instances, with the best pools and tennis courts, pickleball courts as well. But those are options that our residents make. And I believe the same is with Palm Beach County. When you decide to move to Palm Beach County, now I was born here, and my mother was born here. I've seen a lot of change. I've heard about a lot of change. So I just ask that you take it into account that people can choose, if they don't like our taxes currently, to move to another county that might offer less services and less. I'm about options. I don't like trying to mold people into a certain path. I do understand that I think options are the best way to go, and I think leaving local government and residents those options seems to me like the most free choice. So I will kind of say that there. Now, with all that being said, Administrator, I do have what I would like to be a directive without objection. I would like us to have the most informed residents in the state. Palm Beach County, and I've heard several commissioners state it, and I just want to make that, I want us to be ready to go as soon as we have exactly what is going to be on the ballot, like ready, lined up, waiting to send out as much information and as much to every resident on what they're voting on and how it will impact them. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to, at our next board meeting, I'll ask staff, because believe it or not, the legislature passed a law and rules of how we can advocate to the public. So they tied our hands in many respects in the way that we can advocate
So we're
to
not
them.
allowed to explain ballot language?
Mr. Ballard?
So the way that the legislation reads is that we are not able to send out anything regarding an item that foreseeably could be on a ballot. So it originally was we couldn't advocate, then it got even tighter to that we can't send things out to do that or spend money on those things.
Well-
So we've tried to work a different few angles on that to be able to do it, and we'll continue to work with the county attorney's office on that, but there's opinions about what we can and can't do, and it's very limited about what we can do in that regard. But you can do, as commissioners, a lot more than we as staff can do, because there are stipulations that are different sometimes between what commissioners and staff and others, so we'll get you that
Madam Mayor,
detailed.
on a board vote, we may be able to appropriate more money to your district offices, so you can advocate out. Is that a potential, or is that out of it as well?
We'll get with the county attorney's office on that.
Yes, get with the county's attorney's office, because I think if residents are at risk of losing certain services and they're at risk of losing certain things based on a vote, we do need to know how legally
Yes.
we can get this information to them sooner than later.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can I just?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, generally, you can provide information on the website. You can host public forums with information, things of that nature. We can't mail anything out.
So it's limited to mailers. We can't mail things out?
Well, in general, you cannot advocate. The county cannot advocate as a body.
What is the legal definition of advocate or versus informing?
I can check the statute and see if it's in the statute.
Can we get a clarification on that? Because it's not advocacy informing our residents. I think that is part of our job to keep them informed.
Yeah, I believe, information that says this is the impact of this bill is informational, is not advocating.
Thank you. That is what I'm asking. And now, is that limited?
Just as to what I said, we cannot do mailers or things of that nature,
We
but
can't inform them via mailers?
you cannot.
How is that different? And I'm curious now, how is that different than when we inform residents that some zoning is going to change? We're not advocating one way or the other.
It's not state, yeah, it's just specific to.
Not on the ballot, gotcha. Okay.
items that foreseeably can be on ballot.
We do need those parameters so that we as commissioners.
But
Vice
Chair
Mayor.
Overdorf can advocate for changing that law this session in Tallahassee, and that's why we appreciate him being here to hear how our hands are tied on that.
I only have 7 bill slots.
I'll give you an amendment.
You saying we need to find a senator? All right, no, I do think we need to keep our residents well-informed. I do have 2 lights on, if we could. Commissioner Sacks and then Commissioner Weiss.
I think what you said is excellent and to the point, and I would follow that up, Mayor. You could ask our county attorney to give us parameters legally so that we don't get in trouble with the
Correct.
state. And I'm sure the chair would follow up with that as well. But I think we need to get some legal parameters, is what we can and cannot do.
Yes, please.
Following what
we
you're
will-
saying,
We will
Madam Mayor.
provide that information.
To my point, Madam Mayor, at our next meeting, I'll have a full description of what we can and cannot do.
I appreciate that, thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, while we were sitting here, I did a quick look up on rents in Palm Beach County, and our rent index from 2020 was $1,700 a month. Currently in 2025, it's $2,500 to $2,700 a month, so that's a 50 to 60% increase in the rent index in Palm Beach County, 5 years.
Commissioner Marino? And then Representative Overdorf, or Chair, excuse me.
Thank you. I just want to say, Rep. Overdorf, thank you for being here today. We much appreciate it. And if I had to pick any of these, yours seems to be the least hurtful, so I would go ahead and support that one.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. And first of all, I was remiss in one of my duties. Mr. Van Laren did a very good job in front of our committee. He represented the county very well, so kudos to you, and thank you for representing a large county in the manner that you did. Sincerely appreciated you taking the time to be up there. Your presentation was very good, so I wanted to say that in front of your bosses. Make sure you got that. I also want to remind the commissioners that while we have these 7 proposals, this may not be also everything that's included. We talked earlier about and had very specific conversations with Vice Mayor and others about what we refer to as the death tax, and that being the transfer of generation. There may be an opportunity to expand upon some of our proposals that allow for that. We also haven't talked about disability and military disability. And right now, if you are 100% disabled, you pay no property taxes. If you're 95% disabled, you pay 100% of your property taxes. So we are looking at ways to recognize disability as well. There's also, we talked earlier about buying a property that somebody has had for a gazillion years and they pay almost no property taxes. New person comes in and they haven't done their research. All of a sudden, they're hit with a real surprise because their property taxes are up here. We're looking at working with the realtors on a new disclosure that would allow for at least truth in lending per se and allow for that to happen. So, and then I do have, believe it or not, a small districts bill, a special districts bill, so maybe that might expand and looking at some different ways to rein in the spending of special districts as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredibly complex, and as you are very aware of that, I have a feeling that Administrator Abruzzo and I will be talking a lot as we move forward. I'll make sure he has my cell phone so that we can do that, and certainly look forward to coming back here at the time that these are passed. And I have every confidence, Mayor, you're going to be well prepared for whatever it is that ends up in the ballot. Thank you all to having me here today, and I look forward to talking with you again.
Thank you.
Do I have any comments from the board? Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Meeting adjourned.
When we talk about hurricanes and the hazards that come with hurricanes, we often hear rainfall, flooding, storm surge, but tornadoes are one of those hazards that could impact our community as a result of a hurricane. And this damage that we sustain from Hurricane Milton is a perfect example of how that hazard can impact our community. The winds associated with this tornadic activity within Hurricane Milton were 140 miles an hour or greater. It started in our community as an EF3 with, they expect, over 140 mile an hour winds. It traveled over 21 miles of populated areas where throughout that process it did diminish to an EF1 and an EF2, but then picked up strength again to an EF3. So we never know what strength that tornado is going to get to or be when it impacts your home. We just need our residents to be aware and know that they need to understand what to do in the event of a tornado approaching your home. Individuals need to realize that tornadoes are one of those hazards that can be associated with a hurricane. So just like rainfall, flooding, storm surge, people need to have that awareness of tornadoes. And that's why it's so important. We need our residents to stay vigilant. Even if we are only, there is never just an only tropical storm. We should never be looking at it's just only going to be a Category 1 because we have all of these hazards that come within a hurricane. So as part of your general preparedness planning, you know, a lot of people in Florida focus on hurricanes. Regardless of the hazard, your planning should be the same. You need to identify a safe room, have your disaster supply kit, and be ready to have that communication plan with your family. Regardless of the hazard, you need to have our 4 simple steps. Make a plan, build a kit, be informed, and get involved. And we've seen that. We've seen individuals that had those plans in place. There's a lot of residents helping neighbors happening. There's a lot of individuals that went into their safe room during the tornado, and individuals were ready with their disaster supply kits. So we need all of our residents to be vigilant all year long.
We're hosting the Let's Talk Trades Job Fair along with Engineering and Public Works and Parks and Recreation. We're really excited to be here meeting with prospective candidates who are interested in starting their career with Palm Beach County.
Sign in if we're here for the job fair.
Today's important for us to provide access to the residents of Palm Beach County to learn about the good work that we do here at Engineering and Public Works and the trade opportunities that we have for careers with great benefits. Our jobs are rewarding because the work that we do, the residents get to see the results of that each and every day. At Engineering and Public Works, we impact our residents of Palm Beach County on a daily basis.
I'm here at the Palm Beach County Career Fair, where we're looking to recruit really good candidates for parks and recreation positions, especially the ones that we find hard to fill. So when candidates come into the job fair, we have tables set up from engineering, water utilities, and parks and recreation. We've got all of our job listings that are currently available, and we're encouraging people to submit applications. We're giving them additional information about the job and the great benefits of working for the county.
This is my son. Hi, nice to meet you. What do you say?
They can apply for the positions right here, or they can take the information home and apply for it from their home. And then we're also gathering their information as well. So if we have additional openings in the future that they might be interested in, we'll contact them and let them know. We're looking to hire people specifically for trades positions. Trades positions are hard to hire for. CDL positions are hard to hire for. So we have some of our vehicles outside that people can see and get interested in positions that require CDLs or driving large pieces of equipment.
Next, we're going to head outside and meet up with 2 of our team members from operations and maintenance that came in some very exciting vehicles, part of their vehicles that are out on the road throughout the county serving our residents with water and wastewater services. So let's head on outside.
Let's go ahead and take a tour of the F550 crane truck. Our 450 and 550 crane trucks are used at the lift stations to pull submersible pumps, material, piping. Line crew uses it to move piping and valves and heavy material around. They're used at our plants to move electric motors and pumps and other materials. The vac truck and our F450s and 550s, we use them for line crew, lift stations, and work at the plant. So we're either pulling submersible pumps, we're moving pipe, we're lifting material. At the plants, they're using them to move motors and pumps. And to operate these is just a Class C license. And then we'll train you on the crane. Everything is nice, well taken care of. Top of the line equipment. And here's our crew chief, Joe Cadillo. You look good, Joe. Beautiful place to work. Palm Beach County Water Utilities.
We had quite a few applicants, a lot of people interested in the Parks and Recreation. We got a variety of jobs there from, the parks itself, and then also recreation, our counterpart. Yeah, I actually been with Palm Beach County 36 years, and I ran that tree spade myself. It transplants trees throughout our park system. It comes out of our parks nursery. We use it when we get donations for trees or need to clear right-of-ways from road and bridge or get volunteer trees, and we put them back in our parks. Or we need to move trees for a construction project. We salvage them and and put them in other areas of parks. And then along with that, we have water trucks actually watering the trees, and then of course we got trimming and maintenance of them. We use it so we do not ever have to remove or kill a tree. If we can transplant it, we transplant it. The biggest perks we have are in a place that has high morale.
We manage the street sweeper. Basically, we sweep the curbs and the banks and the medians to prevent debris from going down into our drainage system, to cause any cloggage or flooding, protect the waterways. And we take care of the pipe drainage system. We inspect the pipe, clean the pipe, do everything we can do to maintain it. We all cross-train on those equipments. Try to get your foot in the door. It's a great experience, job, career to look forward in the future. You can learn a lot, get a lot of training, on-the-job training, and build relationships, good relationships, network, and the sky's the limit.
New positions come out every Monday, whether it's with water utilities, engineering and public works, parks and rec. We're all here today, but there's so many departments that are actively recruiting for qualified candidates. There's so many great benefits, great career choices. So we're looking forward to seeing a lot of the folks that we met here today go forward and apply online and hopefully move through the interview process.
So we're hoping to get some great candidates for Parks and Rec that will have a long-term career with Palm Beach County and will enjoy their job working in the field of Parks and Recreation, which is a great place to work. I've worked for the county for 32 years and in Parks and Recreation, and it's been a wonderful career.
So anyone who's interested in public service and serving the community, their neighbors, the residents of Palm Beach County, they are welcome to visit the pbcgov.jobs website. They can apply to any department opening.
It's actually been amazing, very helpful, inviting. I ran across a few positions that I'm looking to follow up into. They provided me with a list of employments that's available, also a stress ball. I had an amazing experience here and I'm walking out of a room full of positivity.
My teachers at my high school, they told me about this. They helped me a lot with the student internship. I didn't know about that, so I'm looking for a job, but I already applied for student internships. That's a perfect opportunity for me.
Le doy las gracias al Condado de Palm Beach por haberme informado de este trabajo. Thank you for this opportunity, the employment. So I need a job. So I thought, thank you so much for everything.
Hi, we're the Survivor Action Team, made up of men and women. We're all survivors of sexual assault.
We're here today to put a face to survivors for you. It's hard to come forward, to reach out.
To know you need to or that you can.
But we've all been there, and we want you to know that there is somewhere that's really awesome for you to go.
Don't wait any longer.
Palm Beach County Victim Services and Certified Rape Crisis Center offers free and confidential services including rape exam, therapy, court accompaniment, and victim advocacy.
It's a safe place to bring your voice. For help, call the 24-hour hotline at 561-833-7273.
So May is Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month.
We hope that everybody can join us by wearing green on Thursday, May 15th, posting to social media and tagging us at #GYGO2025 and #GetYourGreenOn.
It all started 10 years ago, of course, with a group of students at Atlantic Community High School in Delray Beach. They wanted to figure out a way to get the student body involved in talking about mental health and wellness, paying attention to self-care, how to support each other, knowing that mental health was not only a hot topic, but something that needed to be addressed. Easiest thing to do to get a lot of student body involvement was to encourage everyone to wear green, which is the national color that represents mental health. So they decided to just pick a day in the month of May, National Mental Health Awareness Month, and they picked the third Thursday of the month. That has continued to be the Get Your Green On Day every year.
We are so excited to be celebrating our 10th anniversary. It's been an incredible opportunity for the community to come together from all different walks of life, different agencies, governmental entities to come together and declare May as Mental Health Awareness Month. This being the 10th year, we have more planned than ever before, from different trainings and events, including a butterfly release in the city of Boca Raton, family-friendly fun days, a lot of different training opportunities, mental health first aid classes, and a ton of opportunities for people to get involved.
There's a lot of things that Palm Beach County residents will see that Palm Beach County is doing throughout the month of May. One, you'll see this lovely bus. This is a new feature this year. And you'll also see that our downtown historic courthouse is lit up green, as well as the Four Points building on Military Trail. The Get Your Green On campaign started with a one-day celebration 10 years ago, and then it expanded to celebrating throughout the month of May. And now we realize mental health is something that's important to every resident of Palm Beach County throughout the month or throughout the year. So we will be celebrating 365 and make sure that resources are available for everyone.
Get Your Green On 365 was first to recognize unity and then also to spread us out across the calendar. We've got 12 months, and while May is Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month, we also have many other awareness months that are sprinkled throughout the calendar, and so we wanted to use our hashtag GYGO365 as an opportunity to just bring attention to the unity and also bring attention to the awareness all year long.
So what's so exciting about Get Your Green On is everyone and anyone can participate, from residents to professionals across the county. Palm Beach County offers so many activities to celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month, and we offer these activities during the month of May, but also throughout the year. There are activities such as the Mental Health Family Day Camp that the Youth Services Department provides. We have mental health activity books on our website. There's a Goose Chase app, a scavenger hunt, all about Get Your Green On.
Being part of Get Your Green On allows Center for Child Counseling, as well as all our partners, to come together and collaborate in supporting our community in the most effective and efficient way.
Youth Services Department and High Ridge Family Center is excited and honored to be participating for 10 years in a row in the Get Your Green On campaign. There's a wide variety of services available for youth and families in Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County Youth Services Department offers services free of charge if you live in the county. So we have at High Ridge Family Center a residential facility Monday through Friday for kids ages 11 to 17.
The future leaders are helping combat the stigma of mental health by hosting link-ups and rallies in our community for students all around Palm Beach County to come and speak their voices and speak their thoughts on the topic of mental health.
For more information on free therapy services from Palm Beach County Youth Services Department, you can go to the Get Your Green On website under the Resource tab and click on the purple button in the top right corner that says Click Here for Free Therapy.
I am really excited to be celebrating 10 years. What started as just a small idea, it shows the power of community, that something small but powerful can grow into something really big and connecting and even more powerful. So thank you all for participating, and we're excited to have another great year of Get Your Green On.
Get Your Green On's 10th anniversary, 10 years of impact. Get Your Green On 365 or hashtag GYGO365. Check us out at getyourgreenon.org.
Florida Crossroads explores our state through its people, places, and events, and is made possible in part by funding from the Florida Department of Education.
Sarasota, Florida has become a destination city for vacationers, retirees, and locals alike. It has also become an arts culture boiling pot that includes the 66-acre Ringling Museum under the governance of Florida State University, which acts as an overseer of the property. This also includes the FSU Center for the Performing Arts, which houses the Sarasota Ballet, Oslo Repertory Theater, and the FSU Oslo Actor Conservatoire. So come one, come all, as we take an in-depth look at the Ringling Cultural Campus on this edition of Florida Crossroads. We start with the FSU Center for the Performing Arts and the Sarasota Ballet, which has brought national and international acclaim to Florida due to the company's artistry from its dancers and vision of its leaders.
The Sarasota Ballet was founded originally by Jean Widener Goldstein. It was really set up as a presenting company. So she would bring little groups in and they'd perform, I think, at the Opera House and stuff. And then she decided to found the company. When you look at the Sarasota Ballet now, as it were, a huge spotlight is on the ballet company, both nationally and internationally. In America, there are so many ballet companies, but we've created our own sort of identity, our own profile. And I think the DNA of the Sarasota Ballet is very much the respect and preservation of the history of ballet, the relevance of choreographers today and the future. So in a way, that's the DNA of the company: respect the history, present today's choreographers and be looking to the future. And we're a company that's here. We are the Sarasota Ballet. We don't just bring, you know, dancers in from New York or wherever to perform in one show and then send them away. They're here for the whole season and years after that.
The acclaim that the Sarasota Ballet has brought to Florida includes rave reviews from the Wall Street Journal to the New York Times. A more staggering claim to fame is that they don't always have the resources of the bigger ballet companies.
You were the youngest company. I was the director with the shortest tenure, and we had the smallest budget. How did you make this possible? And I think by just our commitment and the way the audience and our loyal donors and fans are and how much they love the company, we've been able to lift the profile. We did Washington twice, we performed at the City Center in New York twice. So every time we step out of the state, you've not got just the pressure, as it were, of taking the company and representing the choreographer, but we're taking the banner of Sarasota and Florida with us. So whatever we do out of state really reflects on that. And we found by doing that, the amount of people that come and they travel to Sarasota to see the company, it's a benefit for not only the city but the state as well. So we've been very lucky in that we've been able to do that.
Ballet is also a very demanding art form for the performers, both on the body and the mind. Due to the Sarasota Ballet's extensive repertoire, it showcases the music and athleticism of the dancers and brings a unique experience to Florida.
To dance, it's really physically one of the most physical, almost sports. The way that the guys are jumping, they're lifting the girls, throwing them above their heads. So it's quite a physical thing. But to go through that process, they start very early on. Like some of the ladies, they started when they were little girls at 3-year-old. So you train and train and train for all these years. But basically, a career of a dancer is very short because of the physical it takes out on your body. So you really have to try and give them as much as you can for that period of time. So this is the greatest art form, because we can incorporate all the other arts in it. So, you know, we will have amazing music, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, all these. That live music comes through our bodies and we interpret through that.
Another program that uses interpretation through music is the FSU Oslo Conservatory for Actor Training. This program within FSU's Center for the Performing Arts offers an intensive process that combines rigorous classroom training and professional production experience.
We are a 3-year graduate training program in acting. The majority of students choose to come to graduate school for acting because they want to deepen their technique. They're looking to develop stronger professional relationships with artists, and they're looking to establish for themselves a technique that they can apply to any aspect of performance, whether that's film, television, or stage. It takes a lot of work, and very few people have the opportunity to do that when you're in an undergraduate program or when you're just out in the field trying to get a job for yourself. This is 3 years of isolation here in the building with a professional faculty and the Oslo Repertory Theater, which partners with us to make use of those students in their 3rd year of training so that the students actually apply all the skills they've developed while they're working on the Oslo Rep main stage.
Beware, you'll scuttle the ship, and the devil will drag you under. By the fancy tie round you, kick the rope, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. You're rocking the boat.
It's very intensive. The students come from all around the country and, frankly, in recent years, from around the world. And they really have to give up their lives and isolate themselves here for 3 years.
Just as fast as any person can go. 90 minutes out, I get off at some provincial hamlet I've never heard of.
This program was initiated by the Florida State University School of Theater in 1968 and eventually moved to Sarasota in 1973 in what is now a long-standing relationship with the Oslo Repertory Theater.
After a period of time, Oslo Rep broke off from Florida State and became its own separate 501c3 business. But the conservatory remains a satellite program with Florida State University, so our faculty are all faculty members of the theater department in Tallahassee. Our building is supported by, and our salaries are funded by FSU. But we remain in place to work with the Oslo Rep now as a separate organization.
With the congruity between the FSU Conservatory and Oslo Rep, it allows for the students to get a comprehensive training experience. The auditioning process alone is very selective, but each year students are challenged more and more to be prepared for a career in acting.
We travel around the country, New York, Chicago, and somewhere on the West Coast, LA or San Francisco every year. We spend 3 or 4 days in each city, and we audition usually over 1,000 students, and we take 12 a year. We also have separate auditions that are held here in Sarasota. It's very competitive.
Our feet are on the solid ground and hope is in the air. America!
The Acting Conservatory has also made use of the expansive Ringling resources, something that has assisted the conservatory greatly.
The material there is fantastic. We've made use of the Ringling Library, the resources there. We have in the past, and hope to continue to do in the future, made use of the historic Oslo Theater. We have graduation there every year, and we have performed in there as well as part of our season here. So it's a strong relationship because it is a branch of Florida State University, and so we've been able to take advantage of the resources they have regularly.
While the historic Oslo Theater was at one time the birthplace of performing arts in West Central Florida and recognized as the first state theater, big main stage productions like Guys and Dolls, to Evita, are now performed across from the Ringling Gates in the Oslo Repertory Theater, which received its name from the Italian city and its beautiful countryside hills.
Well, the history of the Oslo, it is over 60 years old as an institution. It is a Lort B theater, which is the League of Resident Theaters, the professional organization for the United States. We have a $12 million annual budget. We are the largest residential repertory theater company south of Atlanta in the United States. We are a major cultural anchor of the community of Sarasota, and we are considered a major theater company that produces a high level of professional work, mainly using actors and artists from New York and Chicago. Its history goes all the way back to while we're in the building owned by Florida State University. It began as a group of crazy professors doing summer repertory theater and grew into, gradually over the years, the company that it is now.
Sarasota has become a premier destination for the arts, especially for people visiting during the winter months where the weather is ideal. The model for the Oslo Theater is a more traditional model, separating it from the other theater companies.
To understand what we do, what is our cultural and artistic identity? We are one of the only true repertory theater companies in the United States, and that means that we assemble an acting company who will do at least 2 productions at the same time, so that if somebody comes to Sarasota for a week period when we're at the height of season, they could see 3 plays in that 1 week, with sometimes the same actors. We usually do 4 shows, 4 productions in what we call rotating repertory. It is the most traditional way theater was done. That's how the Greeks did it, it's how Shakespeare did it, it's how even the French did it. And it was how it was done in the United States for the longest time until it became an untenable model financially. Works for us because Sarasota is a destination town. Many people come here for 3 to 6 months of the year, and they are motivated to be here because they love the arts. Sarasota is on the cutting edge of retirement. We have one of the highest concentrations of the performing arts per head of population of any city in the United States. People choose to be here because they want to be consuming the arts. We create everything from scratch here, and the kind of work we do and how we attract artists of the highest caliber. Say we do a revival of a classic play or a brand new play or a revival of a classic musical. What we give these artists the opportunity to do is to create an entirely new production, a new way of thinking about this work. So we take classic works and make them seem brand new.
Creating that entirely new production is a way to get talented performers to take a reprieve from the theater scene and hustle and bustle of New York City.
What I tell people, to get them to come here and work and take a break from New York. Come here, you will leave having your artistic motor revived, and you'll be physically healthier as well. Every year an acting company, we basically assemble a company that will come in and be in residence here for 5 months and create and be in at least 2 productions and do them in rep and enjoy this community, enjoy living in this community, enjoy the housing that we provide. Come to an artistic getaway is really what we offer people. Our audiences understand that that's what's happening, that they're getting work at the same level that they would see in New York or London, and they're maybe getting a little bit more of a risk that commercial producers cannot take.
The FSU Center for the Performing Arts continues to be a source of success in its artistic endeavors for Florida and Sarasota. John Ringling is one of the individuals who had the vision all those years ago to bring arts to the area, and it all started with the circus.
John Ringling built his palatial home, had the circus winter here. They built their houses, they built their homes, and for 50 years they went on tour around the country, basically created a touring model that the U.S. Army imitated. When they started having to take troops to World War I, they didn't have the infrastructure to do that. They studied the circus to figure out how to do it.
Next, we head to the Cadazan Estate. It was built on what is now the 66-acre bayfront property of the Ringling Museum. This is a place visitors frequent from all over the world to see its remarkable architectural design and history.
Cadazan is the winter residence of John and Mabel Ringling, and the home was built from 1924 to 1926. It was designed by the New York-based architect Dwight James Baum, who was known for creating beautiful country homes and suburban residences in New York and Florida. And the design of the home is in the Mediterranean Revival style that combines a range of eclectic influences from Venetian Gothic to Italian Renaissance, as well as different historic eras from Spanish and Moorish design and a number of other Eurocentric influences, and it combines to make a uniquely American home. The home is 36,000 square feet, and on the first floor you have the principal rooms for entertaining. So you have the dining room, breakfast room, ballroom, and great hall, and also an entry reception room and lounging room and a solarium. And those are all public spaces where the Ringlings would have entertained guests, including celebrities from the entertainment industry, politicians, as well as family and friends from all over the country when they were here during the winter months. And then on the second floor you have the primary bedroom suites for John Ringling and Mabel Ringling, as well as a number of guest bedrooms. The third floor has a playroom, which has a beautiful ceiling mural that is a design based on Venetian Carnival vignettes. And then on the fourth floor, tower bedroom, that's another guest bedroom. And then the fifth floor is outdoor viewing area. It's the Belvedere Tower. So you can take in all the views of Sarasota Bay.
John and Mabel Ringling had been winter residents of Sarasota for a number of years when they decided to construct their dream home. They wanted it to be an arts beacon for the Sarasota area and its future.
Well, Cadazan is basically a symbol of the Ringlings and their vision for Sarasota. So when they first came here in the early 1900s, it was a very small remote town on the water, and there wasn't much here in terms of amazing architecture in this style. And so this house was meant to really show people what Sarasota could become during the land boom of the 1920s. So there was a lot of real estate development that John Ringling was involved in, and a lot of art collecting going on during that period, and they wanted to create their art museum and establish it as their philanthropic legacy and give it to the people of the state of Florida. They originally bought this waterfront estate in 1911, and there was an existing house here. So they lived in that home for winters for a decade before they approached the architect Dwight James Baum to design a new winter residence. And this home represents their aspirations. They really wanted to make a statement and have a showplace for entertaining. And obviously it's a very impressive home with many ornate decor and furnishings.
The Cottazon, with its decor and architecture, is a sight to behold, and Mabel Ringling played a big part in that. She kept an oilskin portfolio of postcards, sketches, and photos she collected on her travels that provided the inspiration for the home. Her involvement was so great that in the original architectural plans it was called the Residence of Mrs. John Ringling. People are drawn from all over the world to see the incredible layout of the home, both indoors and outdoors.
I would say people are really taken aback by all of the beautiful terracotta details that you see on the facade that are unique to this home. All of that terracotta ornament was specially made and custom made for this house by a firm known as O.W. Ketchum Terracotta out of Pennsylvania. And the beautiful terrace facing Sarasota Bay is a beautiful marble terrace, and that is also a very special space that people love to take their photos at in front of the house, and we do a lot of events like weddings there today. It's just a really stunning backdrop. The multicolored window panes that you see throughout the house were an original part of the design, and that multicolored aesthetic just adds to the flair of the home. But we have had to do restoration of the windows over the decades, so a lot of the glass has been restored to replicate the original historic glass, but that definitely is a unique feature of the home to have that colorful effect.
Next on the campus, we head to another crown jewel, the John and Mabel Ringling Museum of Art. Established in 1927 and under the governance of Florida State University, it is regarded as the State Art Museum of Florida. It houses art collections from all over the world, with styles in their galleries ranging from Baroque to Classical to Renaissance.
The original 21 galleries were built between 1927 and 1929, and that was at the design of John Ringling. Later on, additional galleries were added on. We have the Searing Wing, we have the Monda Gallery. When you are in the fabulous courtyard, which is overseen by the big statue of David, you see a little bridge, and the galleries on the front side of the bridge are the original galleries, and the ones behind the bridge are the ones that were added on later. We also have an incredible Center for Asian Art that you can't miss. It is a magnificent jade green cube. Really neat stuff in there. The Searing Wing and the Monda Gallery we use for either traveling exhibitions, and we also display contemporary and more modern art in those areas. Right now we are in Gallery 21. Gallery 21 has some incredible features. The frieze around the top, there's a magnificent fireplace mantel and a door surround, which were actually repurposed from the Huntington Mansion in New York City. Behind me is a painting by Benjamin Constant. It's of Emperor Justinian. Just an incredible work. It was recently refurbished, and thankfully a wonderful donor provided funds to purchase the frame, and it's now here for everyone to see. As you go through the original 21 galleries, we showcase the collection of John Ringling. And John collected an incredible amount of art in a very short period of time. About 7 years he was collecting the art that is displayed in the museum. And not only do we have the art that is on display, we also have art that is in vaults. So there's an awful lot to see here. As you go around, there are galleries displaying different eras. There's a French gallery, there's a British gallery. The British gallery has some incredible silver displayed in it. And when you come all the way back around on the other side of the museum in galleries 1 and 2, are our Rubens collection. And those are truly the jewels of the Ringling collection. They are magnificent, humongous paintings from the workshop of Peter Paul Rubens.
There are also a whole host of other sights to see on the Ringling campus, from the beautiful gardens to one of the reasons many know the Ringling name, the circus. From interactive areas to illustrious historical archives and artifacts you can see and touch, it is all what makes this such a unique and important place to Florida.
When you arrive here, the first thing you see is the gatehouse, and that's the original gatehouse that was built for the Catazan mansion in 1926. And so if you were a visitor coming to see the Ringlings, you would have been driven right through there. Well, you can't drive through it anymore because behind that now is the McKay Visitors Pavilion. And that is a place where our guests arrive, they can purchase tickets. Also in that building is the historic Oslo Theater, and that is an 18th century theater that was initially in the Castle of the Queen. In the 40s, the first director of the museum, Chick Austin, purchased that for $9,000, had it shipped over here and reinstalled. And that is actually its third location here at the Ringling. The room that we are in right now is where the historic Oslo Theater was originally installed. And it seats 275 people. We have our own art of performance season, which is wonderful that people come in for that. We have a summer circus in there, and then we occasionally have other community groups that come and do performances in there. Also in that building is the Cotler Colville Glass Pavilion, and we have an incredible collection of glass, which is curated by Marissa Hirschon. It changes out from time to time, but it's a really great place to start your visit to the museum. As you exit the McKay Visitors Pavilion, you will walk out the back door and be greeted by some beautiful flora and fauna. We have multiple gardens here on property. It kind of pays homage to the fact that Mabel Ringling was a wonderful gardener. She was actually the first president of the garden club here in Sarasota. And so on the property, we have Mabel's Rose Garden, which was one of her first projects here. She had traveled extensively in Italy, and rose gardens there were planted in the shape of a wagon wheel. So that is what she replicated here. It's one of the oldest living rose gardens in America. We also have the Secret Garden, which is a beautiful little place. It's also the final resting place of John, Mabel, and John's sister, Ida Ringling North. So you can see their grave sites back there. Beautiful statues in there. We are on 66 acres. We are on the Sarasota Bayfront, and we are a level 2 arboretum. So this is a wonderful place to see exotic species that maybe you haven't encountered before, and also our world famous banyan trees. As you leave that, you will, on your right hand, come to the Tibbles Learning Center. The Tibbles Learning Center is one of 2 buildings that comprise our Circus Museum here at the Ringling. The Tibbles building houses a beautiful mural called the Greatest Show on Earth mural, which highlights many of the circus stars of modern day circus. And it's also the home of the world's largest miniature circus. And that is an incredible exhibit showcasing the tinted circus in its heyday in the 1930s. And essentially, you go in and it shows 24 hours in the life of the circus. So it will get light and it will get dark, but you understand the enormity of this entire city of circus that would roll into a small town in America, set up, do 2 shows, tear down and leave, all within 24 hours. Taking with it an entire menagerie, which was a traveling zoo. And the Big Top is part of it. Howard Tibbles was the creator of that exhibit. He worked 18 years making just the Big Top. So it's a very interesting, educational, yet magnificent thing to behold. There's also interactive galleries in there, which are great for kids. So many times when kids come to the museum, they're not allowed to touch things. Well, in the circus interactive galleries, they're allowed to climb in and out of a clown car, ride bareback, walk a tightrope. There's also some great photo ops in there, so it's a really, really great place to come visit with kids. In the adjacent building, which was the Historic Circus Museum, houses additional galleries. So there are wonderful artifacts from the circus in there. There is a ticket wagon, which was John Ringling's office on the road. There's a wonderful exhibition about the Ringling family and their history. And then in the back is the Pullman car, the Wisconsin. And that was the Pullman car that was custom made for John and Mabel. And that's how they came to Sarasota when they bought their home here.
The Ringling Museum, along with the FSU Center for the Performing Arts, has created an arts cultural smorgasbord along the west coast of Florida, rivaling any place in the United States. It's what makes it such a rare arts experience that keeps people coming back to visit again and again.
The Ringling, if you think of the whole campus, we are one of the most interesting cultural destinations in the country, because you can come here just to our campus and see a play, a musical produced by us, Oslo Repertory Theatre. You can see a student production of an offbeat play presented by the conservatory students. You can see something fresh and new and intimate from the Sarasota Ballet. You can go over to the Ringling and see some offbeat art festival work in music and dance and literature in the historic Oslo Theatre, which was our original home. Go and see Ringling's mansion plus the art collection, and they always have something going on in the new galleries. And then the Sarasota itself. But the Ringling Center, which includes all of us, is something that should be on the destination calendar for everyone. The spirit of Ringling, of John Ringling, is alive and well.
You know that Palm Beach County is #1 in recycling, but did you know that Palm Beach County garbage is not landfilled? Instead, it's taken to the SWA's renewable energy facilities and turned into enough electricity to power 90,000 homes. Not only that, Renewable Energy Facility 2 is the cleanest, greenest waste-to-energy facility in North America. Thank you for helping us recover resources and preserve the environment. Learn more at swa.org.
Hello, I'm Christy Kelly, Executive Director of the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. I am pleased to celebrate a remarkable milestone with you, the 15th anniversary of the creation of the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. 15 years ago, the voters of Palm Beach County made a powerful and decisive decision. They chose to create an independent watchdog agency dedicated to upholding the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability in local government. This decision marked the beginning of a vital mission, one that remains as relevant and important today as it was back then. At the heart of the Commission on Ethics is our mission: to foster integrity in public service and increase the public's trust in government. We are committed to promoting transparency and fairness while working to prevent corruption, conflicts of interest, and misuse of office within local government through ongoing education programs, training, and community outreach. We guide, educate, and hold accountable those in positions of power, including local elected officials, appointed officials, and public employees, so that our community can have confidence in its leadership. I'm excited to share a few segments with you where the Commission on Ethics commissioners, who are dedicated volunteers appointed by various community stakeholders, discuss the impact of the Commission on Ethics and the importance of ethical leadership in fostering trust in public institutions. Thank you for celebrating with us and for your ongoing support over the past 15 years.
Welcome to Special Edition. I'm Liz Martin with Palm Beach County's Commission on Ethics. I have with me Michael Crydell, who's our chair of the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics, and I also have with me Peter Cruz, our vice chair of the Commission on Ethics. How does the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics add value to our community?
Some of it is accrued and some of it is earned. It's a difficult, ethics generally for the average voter or average citizen is a difficult concept to put their arms around. And a large part of what we do with the citizens and with the employees of the county is educate them as to how ethics plays in, what are the values of being an ethical person, an employee, and also having an attitude of expectation of ethical behavior from those around them.
All right. And Peter, what would you consider those values?
Yeah, following on with what Michael said, I think in a more pragmatic sense of value, doing business here in Palm Beach County in the past was considered you had to pay to play, and the voters, of course, established the Ethics Commission and the Inspector General Commission, and businesses now feel that there is a much better ethical climate here in Palm Beach County. And of course, that adds to the bottom line. Good ethics is good business.
Right. So with that, why is it important to have an independent Commission on Ethics?
Of course, to make it credible, you really can't oversee yourself. That's sort of a simple way of saying that if you want an oversight of any kind of organization, the best and the most above board is to have a group that is not reporting to you or being paid by you or sits at the pleasure of you. And it just adds to credibility.
Right. And Michael, let me ask you then, why is it important to have a diverse group of volunteers from the community that sit on the commission board?
We start with the fact that we have a very diverse county generally. And I think that that boards, whether they're oversight or legislative, needs to reflect the population and the interests and the needs of the community.
Okay. And then, so let me ask then here, is our 15th anniversary for the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. What has been the greatest change you've seen with your time on the commission here?
Every couple of years, faces change. But besides that, what I've seen personally, is there is more curiosity about the commission than there used to be. At the same time, there's a related increased understanding of what it does, what it's charged with, as opposed to what they thought it would be.
Okay. Are we doing better, Peter, at it locally?
I think we're doing very much better at it. This is only my 7th year on the commission. Chair Crydell has got a few more years' experience in this than I do. But the way the commission is structured with 5 different organizations and sectors appointing the commissioners, I think that assures diversity already. We're not just drawing from one pool. I have the honor of being the representative from Florida Atlantic University, and as someone who teaches ethics, I find it's interesting to bring an academic perspective sometimes to some of the discussions that we have regarding the complaints that we listen to.
And then as we again think about the anniversary, what has been the biggest obstacle in making sure we get the community on board?
There was a substantial legislative change mid-year that the agencies are still getting used to and working under those terms.
Okay. And what do you say, Peter?
That's an excellent point. And the other obstacle we had was visibility. And of course, you joined the organization a while back, and you're helping to try to raise our public profile. Sometimes when we've gone to people and say we work on the Commission on Ethics, they say, oh, what's that? And we need one. And I said, well, we've actually had one for about 15 years now. So we need to keep getting that word out all the time. It's hard to stay above all the information overflow we have today, but we're glad you're here to help us do that.
Thank you. And so what are we doing well in terms of advancing the commission for the last 15 years? I know that we have different legislative things that are going on, new positions, but what has been the greatest change as far as the public's perception of ethics?
I don't think the public has been exposed to a commission or an agency with as much deliberate outreach as we have presented. It's a major part of our activities. And I think that that's surprising to a lot of citizens, and also to a lot of the agencies and commissions and departments themselves.
As you mentioned, we work well with education and outreach. And where has that led to as far as now? Where are we doing now, those initiatives and efforts?
Well, we at FAU 2 years ago started an ethics and leadership summer camp for high school students. And we've had the Commission on Ethics personnel, yourself, one of them, to come in and talk to the high schoolers. And there's an annual high school ethics bowl that we have every year, and Ethics Commission people have served as judges on that. And I think getting the young population thinking in an ethical mode helps our job down the line, so we don't have to catch a problem that could have had an intervention much earlier in life. And so that's one of the biggest things, I think.
Let me also add this.
Sure.
Ethics is a difficult subject, generally. And what I found when I've talked to people about it, and I teach ethics around, professional ethics around the country, is that parents and children don't talk about ethics as much as they should. And so generation after generation has ethical challenges that are different than the previous one. And so we're having to adjust to that, how we deliver and how we explain.
Right. And so I'm probably going to add to that and say we often get a number of calls about harassment. We get calls about HOAs. That's not exactly what we do. So what does the Code of Ethics cover?
Well, it's a very prescriptive document that tells you what not to do if you are elected, appointed, working, or lobbying the public sector here in Palm Beach County. We have 39 municipalities and a couple special district governments, and we have lots of people that work, are employees for those organizations. And then we have a lobbyist group that we keep the lobbyist database here in the Ethics Commission. And first, that a law and an ordinance tells you what not to do. It's it's this, thou shalt not do this, that, or the other. If you do, here are the penalties. So I think we've been very good on compliance, which is what we are. We're a compliance organization. We can only deal with, you mentioned, other things that are not in our purview we get calls about, and we can only do what's in the ordinance. We're a government of laws, not of men, as the founders said, and sometimes, and I'm sure Mr. Kreidel gets the same inquiry, someone comes up and say, I have an ethical question for you, and we find out it may be a very bad thing, but it's not anything we can do anything about. So we try to say, well, maybe go here, maybe go there, and it's not that it's not a problem, and it's not that it's not ethical or unethical, it's just that we only enforce what the voters put in the ordinance.
And now, do you think we are a better, more ethical community in Palm Beach County?
I would say yes. I don't think it can be measured.
Okay.
But I think that based on what I hear from people and what I read and my travels around the country, I see the difference.
All right, Peter?
Yes, I think Chair Kreidel did point out very rightly, we've been asked, how do you know what you're preventing? Because there's no way to keep track of that. But what we've seen, I think, over the time I've been here, is a big increase in letters of inquiry, like, I'm planning to do this, will that be a violation? And then we issue our opinions. And I've seen some people ask for to be seen very, very simple things, which is fine when we respond. And so that volume means that people are thinking about this might be a problem. So I think the motto, of course, we've had since the beginning is ask first, act later. Because if you act and then it's a problem, then we can't go back. We just have to go forward with the process.
All right. Thanks for joining me, commissioners. I'm Liz Martin with Palm Beach County's Commission on Ethics. Palm Beach County's Commission on Ethics 15th anniversary is this year. We are Palm Beach County's one-stop shop for enforcement, investigation, and education. Thanks for joining me on Special Edition. Welcome back to Special Edition. I am now joined by the full Commission on Ethics, and they'll give a brief introduction.
Chair Michael Kreidel.
Vice Chair Peter Cruz.
Commissioner Kristen Vara-Garcia.
Commissioner Michael Kugler.
Commissioner Rodney Romano.
Thanks for joining me. I'd like to ask or start with, how does the Commission contribute to the well-being of the community through its work with local government?
So really, the well-being of the community is served so greatly by the Commission because it ensures integrity and honesty in our public officials, which we all expect and need because our tax money, our hard-earned money, is going into that tax pool. And so the people that are using that money need to use it responsibly. And the Commission overseeing and making sure that that happens is a critical part of government responsibility.
Thank you.
And jumping off what he was saying, I think one of the missions of the Commission on Ethics is education. So the staff at the Commission on Ethics really goes out and they educate, they take meetings with various members of the community, with various government institutions, and they train them on the Code of Ethics so that they can ensure that there aren't any violations. I think training is essential to ensuring that there are not violations of public trust, which is what the Commission on Ethics was designed to do, to instill public trust.
Thank you. Ethical dilemmas can be complex. How does the Commission ensure fairness and objectivity in its decisions?
So first, we rely on the Code of Ethics. So that is our mainstay. That's where we turn to first. in determining if there's a violation, if there is a potential violation that is going to come down because of some action or planned action. But we also really rely heavily on staff and our stakeholders within the Commission on Ethics. Our investigators, we rely on them to do the thorough, great investigations that they do, to do comprehensive investigations, to gather the facts that we can rely on. We rely on our general counsel to point us in the right direction sometimes when we aren't sure where to look in the Code of Ethics. So we rely heavily on our stakeholders and the whole team of the Commission on Ethics to guide us in the right direction.
And each of us has a different perspective because each of us is appointed by a different stakeholder in the county. I'm League of Cities, others are Board of Accountancy or the Sheriff's Department and the like. And so we bring a different perspective. So the kind of the 2 heads or 6 heads are better than 1, 5 heads are better than 1, helps bring a better perspective to the whole process.
Exactly. And so with that, it sounds like education is a big part of that, awareness is a big part of that. And how is that accomplished in the community with the commission?
I'll take that since I'm the official educator. I teach ethics at Florida Atlantic University, and we ask the Commission on Ethics staff to come in for various events we have. We have the Regional High School Ethics Bowl that my colleagues have served as judges for, and we also now have a summer camp on ethics training for high school students in conjunction with the school district. And so realize how important it is to have education out there, especially with the generation coming up.
Right. And so with that, I'm going to go back about 15 years. It's our 15th anniversary. That has not always been the case in Palm Beach County. So what has been the greatest change you've seen in those 15 years from our inception to now?
So I think that we have tried our best to get more public buy-in. Government just doesn't work unless people, the citizens, support it and believe in it. And so through a system of training, and I want to emphasize, catching and punishing wrongdoers is not our primary goal.
Exactly.
Keeping people out of trouble to begin with is our primary goal. And so by doing what we do, we try to instill confidence, well-founded confidence, in the citizens of the county so that the government can be free to work in their benefit.
What is the biggest, maybe ethical challenge facing our public officials today, as well as, let's say, the county employees?
I would say one of the ethical challenges that we have seen as a commission come up time and time again is conflicts of interest, whether that be with family members working for the same governmental entity or a government employee either having a second job or volunteering. We have a lot of great government employees who volunteer on the side, and just making sure that those volunteer activities, those second jobs, don't conflict with their responsibilities in their main job, and to make sure that they steer clear of any type of conflict. So a lot of the times we see governmental entities or governmental workers seeking opinions from the Commission on Ethics to make sure that any desired action that they would like to take isn't going to be in conflict with the code. And really that's an important part of why we're here, is to make sure that they are able to continue serving the community outside of their day job if they'd like to, that they can take that second job if they want to, that they can encourage their family member to join the same governmental institution that they work for if it's a great job and they love it, but also making sure that there's not a violation of public trust when they do that.
Right.
Both Commissioner Romano and Commissioner Vargas-Garcia have put two really incredible things together. And a big part of what we do is advising government officials, people that are involved in the government or vendors, as to what they can do and what they can't do. And what I find so amazing about this commission is we are asking people not to come to us once something has happened, to come to us before something has happened, to ensure that what they're doing is consistent with our commission code, the ethics, and public trust. And when they do that, and then they can do something else on the side or something different in addition to their regular government responsibilities and help the community, and the community knows that it's something that this person is doing that is above board and ethical.
Right. Commissioner Cruz, with that, I'm thinking it doesn't cover everything. We don't cover every ethical dilemma that happens in the county, and why is that?
Well, our ethics ordinance, which was updated in 2021, only is a few pages, relatively few, for an ordinance. And we can't think of everything. We have the major areas. Commissioner Garcia brought up conflict of interest is a very common one we get asked about. But actually what we try to do is encourage, as Commissioner Kugler said, if there's any doubt after you look at the ordinance or go through the training, ask us specifically in advance for our opinion, and we will give you the official Ethics Commission opinion, because not every conflict of interest covers, for example, a very wide area. Some things might appear to be, but aren't actually. Some things that might not appear to you are a violation of the ethics ordinance. So it's better to call us, because if we wrote down everything, we would never stop.
Right. And we definitely have a wide database of all these different kinds of opinions, as well as the complaints that's available to the public. So, Commissioner Kreidel, then what do you see as maybe the greatest obstacle for the commission moving forward the next 15 years?
It starts at home. I have had the benefit of teaching ethical decision-making to high school seniors in Broward County since about 1992. It's a full-day course, and what I've discovered very early and still see today after all those years is that parents have a difficult time discussing ethical issues with their children because it's threatening. And what is happening is that children are getting pressure about their ethics and their values and how to make good decisions as they grow and leave the home. So you've got this challenge to parents as their children's brains have developed, as well as the cognitive resources of the brains that are used in making good decisions. But parents can't communicate with their children because they don't have that knowledge. So it's a very difficult position for the children to be in, where they're being forced to, by age, go into the workplace, go into society, and make these challenging decisions without a good foundation for how to do it. And that comes back and hits us all over and over again.
If I could add on to that, people approach all of us with questions about ethical dilemmas. Of course, we only regulate public sector behavior. We don't regulate private business behavior. And the kinds of questions we get asked are sometimes not legally sufficient, is the term of art, that it's not written down in our ordinance, so we can't deal with it. It's still maybe a big problem, a big issue. We don't have jurisdiction, and we try to point people in the right direction. And one thing that we regulate public behavior is because they're spending our money. It's other people's money they're using. That's sort of the fundamental reason why we exist. If they were doing something privately, that's private behavior. But since they're spending tax dollars, that's why we're here.
There's something about being an elected official. I truly believe most elected officials run for office because they want to do some good. But oftentimes they're not prepared for the onslaught of people who want to be in their ear once they get elected, from fix my pothole to fix my road, in my case, to I want a zoning variance to build 10 stories where only 5 are allowed. And those lines can get blurred for people who aren't prepared or trained in the rules of ethics. And we try to help those elected officials know where the line is. For example, with lobbyists, it's very, very tempting to cross over that line You know, so what if I take a gift of a ticket to a banquet or a plane ride somewhere? What's the big deal? But it is a big deal. And I think that by having a group of people who don't have a dog in the fight, other than to help everybody do the right thing, gives them a resource that helps them be better elected officials, and which engenders more confidence in the people.
Absolutely.
I'm going to add just one more thing to this, which is this. 15 years ago when this commission started, this place was known as Corruption County, right? And the work of the commission and the ethics ordinances and everything that has been done here has really turned that on its head. And this county is a model for responsible government. But the biggest challenge is, over the last 5 or so years, there's a general significant increase in distrust in government and the people that are in government. And that's why entities like the Commission on Ethics help add to the credibility of government, the honesty and the integrity of that government, which hopefully counteracts those other forces.
Good. So what will the lasting impression be for our community about this commission? What type of impression would you like them to have?
That we're not a pay-to-play county, and that we do have an ethics bedrock here, and so it's a good place to do business.
Anyone else?
I think in a best case scenario, nobody knows who we are, but the effects of what we do show with better government. But if we become well-known, it's because people are doing the wrong thing instead of the right thing. Our work is not to get the spotlight, but rather to try to help people do what their tax dollars are intended to do.
Thanks for joining me, commissioners. I'm Liz Martin with Palm Beach County's Commission on Ethics. Palm Beach County's Commission on Ethics 15th anniversary is this year. We are Palm Beach County's one-stop shop for enforcement, investigation, and education. Thanks for joining me on Special Edition.
It's all of our responsibility to keep the place we live in clean and beautiful. We can all help 1 mile at a time with the Adopt a Road program. Your community group or business picks up to 3 areas you are interested in adopting. We will provide your group with training, safety equipment, and trash bags. It's as simple as picking up litter at least 4 times per year for a 2-year period. As a thank you, you will be recognized with a sign letting everyone know your group is doing their part to keep Palm Beach County beautiful. Please note we will not list logos, phone numbers, or web addresses on the sign. For-profit groups will be charged a $200 fee to help offset the cost of the program, while nonprofit groups will have this fee waived. For more information, contact the Palm Beach County Traffic Division using the information on your screen or call 561-684-4030.
How you doing? I'm T. I'm down here at Palm Beach Animal Care and Control, getting the dogs out. I volunteer here just about every day. I get in 3-4 hours every morning. Get as many dogs as I can out. Especially these little guys who get a bad rap. They get stuck in their cages all day, hardly ever get out. So I try and dedicate my time to them, along with the big ones. I love them all. I've been volunteering here about a little over 1.5 years. I really love it. I've met a lot of great people here. I really enjoy volunteering. It just gives you so much, it makes you feel good in your soul, just doing something for somebody that can't speak for themselves and can't do for themselves. It's very satisfying. A couple of other volunteers had said to me, hey, why don't you come out to Palm Beach? They knew that, you know, I take care of dogs a lot. So I started coming out here, and gosh, it was the best thing I ever did. I love it. Like I said, I try and get out here almost every day. I usually take Saturdays off. I do need one day to give my body a rest, but I try and get out here, and I spend at least 3 to 4 hours every day. Could always use volunteers, and it would be great for more people to get out here because we have way more dogs than we have people, of course. And I think it would be good for people to actually do something for somebody else or something else other than themselves. It's very satisfying to do for others, especially the homeless sheltered dogs here, because they don't have nothing. They have us. They have the volunteers. We have quite a few foster programs. We have the short-term foster program that allows you to foster a dog anywhere from 7 to 10 days before it goes on its way to Peggy Adams to get its forever home. Here we have foster programs that you could foster right from here as well. And we hope that when people foster the dog, they become a foster fill and they adopt the dog. That's the goal, for every dog to get a home. But fostering's great because it gives the dogs a break out of the kennels because they start to lose their minds here after a while. They only get about 15 minutes a day out of a 24-hour day. So it's hard on them. So fostering's great. I would recommend people to foster. It's really good. Thanks for watching Adopt a Friend, and please come out.
My name's Connie. I'm a volunteer at Palm Beach Animal Care and Control. I'm an avid dog lover, and I have a lot of dogs at home, and I would come here and visit the dogs, and I just wanted to give them love and companion. Rabies vaccine. I lost a dog, my favorite dog, to cancer, and I just wanted to give back. So so I tried it. Wasn't sure if I was going to like it. Everybody asked me, isn't it depressing? It's really not. It's very therapeutic. And I just wanted to give back to dogs that were failed, you know, and are here looking for their forever home. Just because there's a lot of pit bulls here does not mean we have bad dogs. I've lived in Palm Beach County for over 50 years, and I just assumed Palm Beach County Animal Care and Control had bad dogs, but that is not the case. We have some really, really good dogs. In fact, I rescued a dog from here that had cancer, and I've had her almost 3 years. We have really, really good dogs. This is public safety, so they're not going to put dogs available for adoption that are bad dogs, mean dogs. They're really good dogs. I say give them a chance to come here first before any other rescue, because we get so full with dogs that they can't turn anybody away. So we get over full. You know, there's so many dogs here, and I wish people would come here first, see if they can find their new best friend. I used to come 1 day a week on Fridays, and then I started coming Wednesdays and Fridays, and now I come Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Work pending, and Fridays I'm here in the morning till about 2 o'clock. Mondays I'm usually here in the morning to, again, 2 o'clock, but Wednesdays is my full day. I'm here sometimes from 8 to 6. I walk the dogs. I help clean up their kennels, make sure they have clean space. I play with the dogs. I do some training to teach them the basic commands: sit, stay, down, and I throw the ball, fetch, just interact with them. It helps them, it just helps them. They get tired. You know, they're in their kennels for the majority of the day. So if I could play with them and get them tired, it makes them more calm in their kennels and will not go crazy, and they'll show well for potential adopters.
Hi, I'm Patty. I'm a volunteer at Palm Beach Animal Care and Control. I chose to volunteer because I had found a stray pit, and Animal Care and Control came out to help me out. And I visited that dog every day until it was able to be adopted out. And I figured I was here, I might as well volunteer. I have a dog, I have a bird, I've had dogs in the past, but smaller dogs. So the whole big dog thing is a new experience for me, and it's been wonderful. So when I volunteer, I primarily walk dogs, and when we're out in the yard, I'll play with them, I'll sit, I'll pet them, we'll practice sitting, or I'll make them stay. I've gone to the Zoom room with some of the dogs. That helps me learn how to train them better. So there's lots of things that I do. I've become a foster since I volunteered. I don't even know how my life has changed in such a great way. One of the dogs that I'm taking out today, Sadie, I've taken down to Zoom room. So I like to take her out to work on some of the skills that we've trained with. So she walks better, I have more control over her, and it's just a good way to get more under my belt to help me as a volunteer. So fostering for me, there was a dog that I couldn't foster because he was oversized, but it was a dog that I had fallen in love with. And it was going up to a Dobster, and they had a little dog that was going up as well. So I said, all right, I can't take the big dog in, let me take the small dog. And I took that dog in. And I don't know, that was March. And then I became part of the short-term foster program that we have through Peggy Adams, where you take a dog in for about 10 days and they go immediately from my house into Peggy Adams. It's a great program. It saves so many lives. And since I started fostering in March, I've had 9 fosters in my home. And it's so rewarding to help them. As a foster, the feelings could be very mixed. You take a dog in, you're caring for them, you're loving them, you're treating them like they would be in a home to get them more relaxed, to get them more used to what life in a home would be, which is very different than life in a shelter. So, you know, you get attached, but you know that you're saving lives. And I know for me, I do stalk the websites of the places that they go to, and I do try to keep in touch to find out how they're doing. But it's to know that I'm making a difference in the dog's life is the most important thing. It really is. Friends of mine say to me, how could you do it? How can you let the dog go? You let the dog go because you're making a difference, and you let the dog go because there's another dog that needs you to make a difference in their life as well. Just do it. If you want to become a volunteer, if you're thinking about it, do it, especially here. I will be totally honest. I was one of the most skittish volunteers that I think have come into the shelter. And I was always saying, I'm new, I can't, I'm new, I can't. There's always somebody that has your back here. You're never alone. There's always somebody willing to step in if you want the help. It's such a great community of people, of volunteers, of the staff that works here. I cannot speak more highly of volunteering here. Take care, everyone. Thanks for watching Adopt a Friend. I hope you come down and volunteer with us. We'd love to have you.
laying on the floor looking for hugs and pats and kisses is Edison. And so Edison is an 8-year-old neutered male and one of the sweetest puppies you'll ever meet. You can tell how cute he is over here. He's friendly, calm, and loves making new dog friends, truly the definition of a good boy. Edison's journey has not been an easy one. Despite all of that, Edison's gentle spirit has never dimmed. His resilience, loving heart, and ambassador-worthy personalities has made him a star, literally. He was selected one of the calendar dogs for the 2026 firefighter calendar, and if I had them, I would have them here, but they're still being printed because we had to choose who the winners were. And all the proceeds will support animal care and control. So now, as an ambassador dog, Edison represents hope, second chances, and the power of love. Everyone meets him, falls in love with him, and you can see why. So let's help him find his forever home. And this proclamation is especially special. Is that the right term, especially special? Are we allowed to say that? So I would like to bring up all of the members of Animal Care and Control and all of the volunteers that are here today, and our Animal Care and Control staff that are here today, and all of our support staff with the county. And everybody's crying because this is such a special dog. But you know why this dog is special? Because he has special people surrounding him at Animal Care and Control. So this is a proclamation declaring November 2025 as Palm Beach County Animal Shelter Volunteer Appreciation Month. And Animal Care Control cannot do this without you. So I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, say thank you. Whereas Palm Beach County Public Safety Department Animal Care and Control volunteers play a vital role in the health, safety, and well-being of animals in our community by generously giving their time, energy, and compassion to support our shelter. And whereas these selfless individuals take dogs out any daytime or overnight outings, thus alleviating anxieties brought on by life in the shelter, they walk the dogs, cuddle the cats and kittens, feed and provide life-saving care to orphaned neonate kittens, enrich dogs, foster animals in need, assist with adoptions, and perform countless other acts of care that directly improve the lives of homeless and abandoned animals in the shelter care. Whereas these individuals have donated more than, I want you to hear this, donated more than 12,000 hours of their time in the last year to enrich and improve the lives of our shelter animals. And whereas volunteers often serve as the heart and hands of our animal shelter, extending the reach of staff and enabling public safety departments' animal care and control to rescue, rehabilitate, and rehome more animals each year. And whereas their dedication not only uplifts the lives of animals, but also strengthens our community through advocacy, education, and support for responsible pet ownership. And whereas it is fitting that we set aside a month, actually we should set aside a year for your 12,000 hours, a month to recognize and honor the compassion, generosity, and service of these everyday heroes who give so much without expecting anything in return. So now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County assembled in regular session this 4th day of November, that November 2025 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Palm Beach County Animal Shelter Volunteer Appreciation Month.
beautiful first step for the expansion of Palm Beach International Airport.
Palm Beach International Airport marked a major milestone in the expansion of Concourse B with a topping-off ceremony, a long-standing construction tradition that celebrates the placement of the final beam atop a new structure. The event took place right on site at PBI Airport, where county leaders, project partners, and Suffolk Construction joined together to recognize progress with this project.
Hey, we're doing a lot more than just erecting a beam. We're really marking a moment in time.
Because you see, we cannot grow as a community unless our airport grows with us.
But also a brand new terminal that's going to be just absolutely gorgeous and make everybody's travel a lot better.
The ceremony not only honored the hard work behind the steel and concrete, but also symbolized the airport's continued growth and investment in Palm Beach County's future.
We're very excited. We've got the beam up on top, and it's the beginning of a bright, bright future for all the new things coming to PBI.
When the decision is made and local leaders put evacuation orders in place, it's the time to put your plan into action. So get your geese in a gaggle, or herd your cats, or if you're from South Florida, maybe gather your flamingos. But if you need to go to the emergency shelter, here's what you need to remember. Each person gets assigned a 4 by 5 foot space. 5 feet by 4 feet, so for a family of 2, you'll get a 40-foot area. A family of 3 will get a 60-foot area, and a family of 4 will get an 80-foot area, and so on. You get the idea. Pack your bedding, your blankets, pillows, medications, bottled water, non-perishable food, clothing, personal hygiene items. You get it, enough stuff to take care of your family's needs for 2 or 3 days.
Be ready, be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Yeah, I'm watching it too.
It's just like we were talking about yesterday.
They leave early in the morning and come back late.
Curtains, they're always drawn in this place.
I know.
There's so many people.
I don't even know if it's the same people I saw last week.
That guy, seems like he's in charge of them. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this at all.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Palm Beach County is the recipient of the Ryan White Program Grant and the Ending the HIV Epidemic Initiative Grant, and so we are leading the way in caring for people living with HIV. We are addressing the individuals who are living with HIV but not getting the care that they deserve, and making sure that everybody has equal treatment and equal care in our HIV system.
As a woman who has been living with HIV for over 30 years, I find that it's been more impactful by self-disclosing and being a face to help people see that it is a chronic illness. It's no longer a death sentence.
It's important to end HIV because it's about time that we get to a generation free of HIV.
So to end the HIV epidemic, I think 2 important things are prevention and treatment.
Ending the HIV epidemic is both easier and harder than it has ever been. We have all the tools available to us at this point, such as PrEP for prevention, but we also have a very difficult time engaging the community to learn about HIV and get past the very harmful stigma that exists around HIV.
Some of the misinformation about HIV are that you can't eat off the same plates as someone who has HIV, or you can't use the same shower or hugs or, cry together.
40 years later, we have learned that that is not the case, and there really are only certain ways of getting HIV.
We thought it was a gay man's disease, and that was a myth. And it did tremendous damage to our communities because it is not a gay disease, it's a human disease.
The way that you can help end the HIV epidemic and end HIV stigma is by going and getting tested, knowing your HIV status, learning about HIV.
Make sure your friends get tested, make sure everybody in your life is aware of the impacts of HIV and the realities of HIV.
Education is one of the most underutilized and most valuable tools that we have in order to end the HIV epidemic.
Rebel Recovery's goal in ending the HIV epidemic is to, one, expand testing and prevention through the use of harm reduction services like syringe access, as well as linkage to treatment for individuals who may be living with HIV.
The Care Council's goals include providing resources to end the HIV epidemic, advocate for people living with HIV, and also identifying gaps in services for communities that are impacted by HIV.
The Florida Department of Health is involved in all aspects of HIV care, from testing to improving the programs and clinics that exist for the public. We are also a CDC-funded agency in which we want to engage community partners.
I work for Compass. We are the Gay and Lesbian Community Center of the Palm Beaches. We offer a bunch of different social and support services, free and confidential HIV testing.
By taking care of yourself emotionally, mentally, and physically, you're able to know what's going on with you, and you're able to protect yourself and then ultimately take care of the people around you.
The goal of the Ending HIV Epidemic Initiative is to utilize all the resources currently available and all the strategies to prevent and treat HIV, including harm reduction services like syringe access as well as testing.
Is to reduce infections by 75% by 2025 and 90% by 2030.
Is about using all the tools and resources that we already have available to us and coming up with disruptively innovative strategies to actually end the epidemic.
It's very achievable, but we must get to the underlying problems that exist in these communities most impacted by HIV. And that is mental health issues, taking people out of survival mode. People are working 2 and 3 jobs just trying to make ends meet, trying to feed their families, and trying to keep their head above water.
If everybody who had HIV was undetectable, nobody could get HIV.
It's up to all of us to help end the HIV epidemic. And together, we can.
Hi, we're the Survivor Action Team, made up of men and women. We're all survivors of sexual assault.
We're here today to put a face to survivors for you. It's hard to come forward, to reach out.
To know you need to or that you can.
But we've all been there, and we want you to know that there is somewhere that's really awesome for you to go.
Don't wait any longer.
Palm Beach County Victim Services and Certified Rape Crisis Center offers free and confidential services including rape exam, therapy, court accompaniment, and victim advocacy.
It's a safe place to bring your voice. For help, call the 24-hour hotline at 561-833-7273.
This is PBC TV, your channel for county programs and services. Join us as we celebrate improvements to communities throughout Palm Beach County, including groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, new services, dedications, and more. This is PBC TV Presents.
Good morning, all. I am Mayor Maria Marino, and before I do introductions and all of that, I would like to welcome you, but I would also like to bring up faith, place, choir to sing the national anthem. Let's give them another round of applause. How fabulous were they? What a great way to perk you up in the morning, isn't it? Thank you all for being here. Again, I'm Mayor Maria Marino, Palm Beach County. I would like to introduce the rest of the board members that are here today. Our Vice Mayor, Sarah Baxter. Commissioner Joelle Flores, Commissioner Bobby Powell, Jr. I don't see any of our other commissioners here. We do have another elected official in the room, Matt Lane. You want to go ahead and stand up and say hello? Ryan Natick from Senator Scott's office is here. And if I forgot any other electeds in the room, Javante Edmonds, thank you very much for being here, Representative. So we're all gathered here today to do the Mac Bernard Neighborhood Center ribbon cutting ceremony. It has been a labor of love for the county, and they've given me some notes with some statistics, so if you don't mind, I'm going to share those with you. So you know that phase 1 of Gramercy Park was open. The county had some, but not all of its funding. So they asked nonprofits to partner with us so we could do the completion of this. And we'd like to thank those community partners for the input they have provided over the years into what has now become the Gramercy Park Neighborhood Association. Then on January 23rd, 2024, the BCC approved the construction of approximately 11,000 square feet. So this building has 11,000 square feet to it, with a guaranteed maximum price of just over $11 million. The neighborhood center includes, and if you haven't walked around yet, you will see large multi-purpose room, classroom, kitchen, offices, support spaces, and the site amenities include a parking lot, landscaping, a mulch-surfaced walking trail, and associated site infrastructure work. Column A and Associates has provided the architectural engineering services required for the design of the facility. Hatcher Construction, and you'll be hearing from them, provided construction manager services for the construction of the neighborhood center. This project was fully funded using a combination of infrastructure, surtax dollars, ad valorem capital improvement program funding, and community development block grant facilitated by our Department of Housing and Economic Stability. Faith's Place. Everyone involved with Faith's Place, stand up. Go ahead, stand up. This is what partnership looks like. So they are the 501c3 that has partnered with Parks and Rec for this wonderful establishment, and right here in District 7. And they are providing recreation, youth development, and cultural opportunities for all of our kids. Noble Mays is an extraordinary executive director and will be running this building and its programs for hopefully a long time to come. So on that note, speaking of long time to come, we have a just short and gotten here, our County Administrator, Joe Abruzzo. Not short in stature, short in time frame. Come on, Joe. Come on up. Yeah. Oh, and you know, I didn't introduce Mac because he is the guest of honor, but Mac, you want to come on up too, Mac? Yeah, why not? Come on up. You'll hear from him, and you'll hear from the Vice Mayor, but at this point in time, you're going to hear from our County Administrator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. What a great morning it is today. First and foremost, I have to say, it is such a privilege to be here to dedicate this building to our friend, our family member, Mac Bernard. You know, I was thinking about it, Mac, coming up today, and what could exemplify your service better? As we all know, Mac has been known for delivering for the community. From his time in the State House to now in the Senate, of course, Commissioner, it was always about results and bringing back the funds for infrastructure to make the community better. And look what we have today, named after you, Mac. Incredible. This Mac Bernard Neighborhood Center is the hub of a 6-acre community-level park, which came to fruition through a land swap and management agreement between Parks and Recreation, Environmental Resource Management departments. But I have to say how it all started. This park project was initiated by former and our great County Commissioner, Addie Green, and spearheaded by former County Commissioner Priscilla Taylor and, of course, Mac Bernard. But it has been closed out and delivered by our current board. And I know we recognize them, but in the order I see you, Commissioner Flores, Vice Mayor Baxter, Mayor Marino. Am I missing any other commissioner here? Commissioner, well, hold on. I got that in a second. In my humble opinion, through all districts, I don't think we have had a greater dynamic duo than Commissioner Bobby Powell and Mac Bernard. And I say that because it's Representative Powell, Representative Bernard, Senator Powell, Senator Bernard, Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Bernard. And that's right, it is, it's true. And they've been bringing home incredible things for us, for District 7, like no other dynamic duo in Palm Beach County history, and that's not an exaggeration. Gramercy Park was identified as a countywide community revitalization project park to help, I'm gonna pause here because I hate saying this, help stabilize and revitalize this local neighborhood and unincorporated area. I will tell you, when it comes from infrastructure, yes, but revitalization is not needed for the soul of District 7, the soul of your community. There's no revitalization that's needed for that, but incredible infrastructure projects, yes. The countywide community revitalization team was formed in 1997 with Planning Division of Planning, Zoning, and Building, and later managed by the Office of Community Revitalization starting in 2003. Annual ad valorem funding for CCRT parks was established by the Board of County Commissioners in the year 2000. The 1.9 acre Phase 1 portion of the park was dedicated on August 15th, 2015. The 2015 improvements were funded using proceeds from the 2002 $50 million Recreation and Cultural Facilities Bond and $100,000 from the CCRT Park Improvement Fund. The park project was constructed by Rosso Site Development and features playground structures, which I just took a tour of for 2 to 5-year-olds and 5 to 12-year-olds. A walking path, a full-size basketball court, park benches, and maintained open green space. This Mac Bernard Neighborhood Center creates a sense of community while the park promotes physical and mental well-being, positive economic impact, and youth development. I also have to say come up straight. I see our incredible men and women from PBSO and fire rescue here that keep our parks safe and keep us safe. So I wanted to give you a special shout out. Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, I do want to come briefly off script before. And of course, yes, Parks and Rec. I wouldn't be done without Jennifer Cirillo and her incredible team. I wanted to come off script because Commissioner Powell, if I could just give you a few moments at the mic to say hi to District 7, if that's okay. Let's hear it up for Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Administrator Abruzzo. One, I'm blown away. I'm glad to see Sean Bernard in the building, Mac Bernard's lovely wife. Attorney Sean Bernard, give her a round of applause. And his team, Juanita's here, my good friend Darren and Christina here. All of you all are here, Representative Edmonds. All of y'all are here for this wonderful celebration. I'm excited to see the park with your name. I'm also excited about the things that will happen here, right in the heart of the Gramercy Park community, right in the heart of the district. Ms. Noble Lockhart Mays, the kids this morning were excellent, gave me goosebumps, made me want to try to sing, but I only do that in the shower. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but he, with a chuckle, replied that maybe it couldn't, but he wouldn't be one to say so till he tried. So he buckled right in with a hint of a grin on his face. If he worried, he hit it, starting to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done and just did it. That is the embodiment of Mac Bernard. That is the embodiment of this community, and that is about embodiment of what I've seen this man do, is to sow into people. And the investment in people is infinite. Today is not the beginning, it's a continuation. But guess what, you all? The best is yet to come. Let's go.
And at this time, I would like to bring up, and by the way, she just received, I just found out, her doctorate. So congratulations. I'd like to bring up Dr. now, Lockhart Mays. And she mentioned to me she's going off top of her head and to pray for her, but it was a simple reply. God is good all the time. There you go, doctor.
Yes. Wow. I have to calm down, you know? I'm just naturally electric. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, that was so good. Usually I have to say it twice, but that was a hearty good morning. My name is Dr. Noble Lockhart Mays, and it is my pleasure to serve as the director of Faith's Place, Center for Arts Education. We are almost 15 years old, y'all, and we are going strong. I'd like to acknowledge the head of my life, which is God, amen. All right, and I'd like to acknowledge our board. Please stand. The Honorable Christy Collins, Judge Christy Collins, Carla Bell, Ellis Elliott. Can you please give a round of applause for my board? Yes, amazing. You may be seated, ladies. So we are here today. It's been a long time, and I am fighting back the tears because, you know, when you start something, when God gives you a vision, it's not always comfortable. It's not always easy. But teaching in the inner city of Palm Beach County at a lot of schools here, I saw a need for the arts because I'm an arts girl, church girl and an arts girl, and not everybody's going to play sports. Not everybody's going to the NBA. You know that's a myth, right? In our communities, not everybody's going to the NFL. For those who do, yay. But for us who thrive in the arts, I felt like we needed to make a change. So I left the school district on a leave of absence for 2 years because mama didn't raise a fool, all right? Want to make sure it will work out. And I went to the Pleasant City Community Center, and we had a license for 120 students. We started with 58. The second year, we had 82. And every year after that, we had our max with a waiting list. Because what we have to offer our communities is massive. It is necessary. It's paramount. And I do not make any excuses or apologies for what God is doing through us and the arts. So here at Faith Place, we offer them the fine arts, strings, ballet, band, what else? Oh, the character building component, which are the 6 B's of good character. Be trustworthy, be responsible, be respectful, be kind, be fair, and be fit. And at Faith Place, we want you to be fit, what? Spiritually, mentally, and physically. Kiss your guns. Mwah, mwah. And say, I love myself. So we encourage them to be great within their own right. Senator Mac Bernard, Commissioner Bobby Powell, Jennifer Cirillo, Wilnita, Albert, Mr. Hatcher. I don't want to start naming Stewart. Oh my God, Bob. Everybody that has really, really poured into this, from the meetings, from looking at the floor plans and the site plans. Dave Polson, everybody, Dominic, okay? Everybody has meant something so special to me. And it's the little engine that could, not I think I can, I know I can, with such an amazing team and amazing, beautiful people. So thank you for this opportunity from the bottom of my heart to be able to serve our community, not just in words, but with actions. To God be the glory. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hatcher was supposed to come up. That's okay. No worries.
I forgot to mention the cream to my sugar.
No. Oh my gosh.
The peanut butter to my jelly. The ham to my burger. Mr. Tari Levon Mays, my husband. Can you stand, please? Thank you for all the sleepless nights, for holding me when I'm crying, and letting me know that I can do it. Thank you. I love you.
We're a little off script and a little around in our program, but Mr. Hatcher, I wanted to bring you up to say a couple of remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. What a big crowd. My name is William with Hatcher Construction, and I was elected to be the CM to build this project. A few months ago, we had a groundbreaking, kind of like out in the parking lot. And during that groundbreaking, then it was Commissioner Bernard kind of gave us some history behind this Gramercy Park, because, you know, we're out of Delray Beach, and I didn't really know what was going on and what it was all about, but I quickly learned that this was a very important project, not only for the county, but for Dr. Nova, the whole 9 yards. So during those couple of months, or 12 months, that we was doing construction, we got a chance to collaborate with the architects, engineers. I'd like to thank my staff also that kind of like helped us build, well, made it possible that we was able to build this. And I'll be very short, but I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to be a part of this here, which is very important to the city and the county. And Dr. Noble, we definitely wish you the best. I just thank you so much. One quick story, during construction, when we was in the rough stage, Dr. Noble appeared up and she was excited and wanted to see the site. And I believe at that time, my project managers and supers, they kind of like told her nicely that she had to leave the site during that time, you know, because of PPEs. We're all about safety, but we just thank you so much for hanging in there with us. Definitely seeing the construction along the way and have your input with that. To the county, I want to thank you also for giving me that opportunity this is probably one of the best projects that we did for the county, and maybe not the, well, maybe the largest, and we're just thankful that we had that opportunity. Thank you so much.
If I could have the rest of our board come on up, and Vice Mayor Baxter, I think you have some remarks prepared, or you can go off the cuff. Come on, Bobby. Come on up here.
Good morning, everyone. So, you know, for any of you who have not heard me speak before, I absolutely don't like speaking. So I usually don't like prepared speeches or reading off of a paper, but there are a few things that this amazing senator to my right over here deserves to be said about him. He was an amazing colleague, amazing mentor, amazing leader for this community. I saw him pull things off on our board I didn't think was possible, I have to tell you. I was like, he just got that done. And time and time again, he was there for his community, there for people. And so when it came time for his departure, it was very sad. I only got him for 2 short years. 2 short years. And then I had the privilege of being able to help name a road building after this amazing man. I tell you, I am here by the grace of God. That is the only reason I'm in my seat, and I tell you, it was by the grace of God I met him. So I cannot tell him thank you enough for everything you've done, for your just friendship. And that's all I'm going to say. We're going to keep this brief. Thank you, everyone.
So what the vice mayor failed to mention was she made the motion to name the street after Mac, and that's what this sign is all about. So, Mac, you want to say a few words?
Yes, I'll say
Okay.
a few words. All right, I do have just it's not much because there's some folks who would get mad if I don't say certain things. First of all, it is truly an honor to be here this morning, to have a street named the Honorary Senator Mac Bernard Way. I want to thank Vice Mayor Sarah Baxter for making that motion. And we are here at this community center, and I want to give you a little bit of history behind why I'm so passionate about Gramercy Park. You know, Salusa, who's in the back, and you could see his hair. But I remember when I was campaigning in 2000 and I believe 2009, and Salusa, he lived in Gramercy Park, and so his mom is no longer with us, but I remember just her telling us about Gramercy Park and knocking on doors. And of course, everybody knows that people got to feed me, so she did feed me, Miss Marie. So she did prepare some food for me. So I know your love for Gramercy Park. And, you know, this is really not just, you know, Mac Bernard Community Center, but this is a community center, you know, on behalf of your mom, your family, and the entire community. So thank you for being here, Salusa. And of course, we have, you know, the current Board of County Commissioners, Mayor Maria Marino, Vice Mayor Sarah Baxter, Commissioner Greg Weiss, who had made the motion to name this community center after me, Commissioner Sachs, who's not here, Commissioner Flores, thank you for being here, and Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Powell, you know that if you pinch Bobby, I probably feel it. So if you yell at him, you know, I'm gonna hear it too. So You know, we go way back, and, you know, I just want to thank you for, you know, finishing the job. Because when you're a county commissioner, sometimes you start the work, but someone else is going to finish the work. And for instance, former County Commissioner Addie Green, she started this process by getting lights in Gramercy Park. Started with the park, and then former County Commissioner Priscilla Taylor, you know, started with the plans for this community center. And so as I was working as a county commissioner, you know, I had to continue the work of Commissioner Taylor. And of course, you know, you were able to finish the project. You know, I could tell you, like, why are we here? I remember I was telling our new administrator, Joe Abruzzo, we had an Ethical Government's Day at Spanish River. It was so many years ago, I don't even remember the date. And I was in a classroom with the state attorney, Dave Ehrenberg. And at that time, they had busted this gang in West Palm Beach. And I can't remember how many kids, but it were like, I think over 40 people were arrested, young black men who were arrested. And I remember him saying the hundreds of years that they were gonna spend behind bars. And I was like, wow, you know, I need to do something to try to help this community. And so pretty much from that day on, I became a pain in the behind to former County Administrator Virginia Baker, Dort Miller, Jennifer Cirillo, Ismi Ayala Colazo, and I'm talking about, like, I started emailing them every single day. And if you know me, getting emails from me is not fun, because, like, I am pretty much cussing you out without cussing you out. But it was like constantly, because I knew that we needed to get this community center, and I knew that we needed to make sure that to get Faith's Place here, so in that way, if we can save one kid from getting into a gang, then we have done our job as a community. You know, sometimes when you're doing this work, you know, although this building is under my name, but this is a labor of love for, you know, the entire Bernard family, my entire family. We've got Wilnita, who is, you know, I can tell you, I want to, please stand up, Wilnita. When you're a county commissioner, sometimes, you know, most people give you the credit for a lot of things. But I know without Wilnita, we wouldn't be where we're at. She continued to push me to think outside the box to make sure that this day would be here today. So thank you very much, Wilnita. And of course, you know, we have my wife, we have Miss Marie Said, Francette, you know, Rafael Pedro, who's here. If you're part of my family, I know everybody's going to stand up, but please stand up if you're part of the Bernard family who are here, you know, just to support me. Thank you. And so, before I end, when I came back from law school to Palm Beach County as a young attorney, there were really two people who actually gave me a chance in terms of giving me work. And so, you know, we have Kimberly Weston, who's in the back, and she was one of my first legal client with her mom who gave me legal work. And thank you very much for being here. You know, when you're young, I was like a door attorney, so that's, whatever that comes in, you know, is what I'm going to. Yep, that's right. And so thank you very much for being here. And lastly, to Noble Lockhart Mays. Of course, when I first started here as a new lawyer, your dad hired me to be his attorney. And so I never realized that when I became a county commissioner that I would have to repay your dad for giving me this opportunity. And so I'm happy to see Faith's Place here. This is for the entire Gramercy Park neighborhood. And what I'm hoping is that please volunteer here and continue to build this community center. And lastly, because this is part of unincorporated Palm Beach County, this is also where the city of Lake Worth Beach, West Palm Beach, and unincorporated Palm Beach County meets. And so this is for the entire community. So thank you for being here.
Wonderful words from a wonderful gentleman. We are going to do our ribbon cutting out back, but I wanted to just say before we do our closing that there's going to be a community-wide celebration, all ages, for when the expansion is completed. That will be in the future. You will all get an invitation. I want our Parks and Rec department, if you're sitting, please stand. If you're standing, please wave. But there's more than just Jennifer in the room here. These folks put their heart and soul into every one of our 110 parks that are in our county, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Because without them, you wouldn't have these recreation areas. You wouldn't be able to be fit. So I just wanted to say thank you to them. So we are going to go ahead, go outside. Thank you all for being here. We've got a ribbon cutting to do.
Thank you for watching PBC TV Presents. For more information on county programs and services, please visit pbc.gov. This has been a presentation of your Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Right now, but I can follow up and find out if we do.
Yeah, I think the FWC's got some programs and looking that we could have an extremely dry year. Got to go all the way to May or June in most cases to replenish the wetland. And it looks like we're, you know, normally we have, what, about 60 inches of rain? And we're looking at about 35 this year. So it's quite a dry year. And that can be positive if it doesn't get too dry. It's a very sensitive balance. So we'll have to maybe pray for a little bit of rain. But it seems like the lake is benefiting at the moment from these lower levels?
Yeah, similar to what John mentioned about the Everglades. You know, we've had high water conditions that we were hoping to recover from on the lake, and so a little lower conditions right now is ecologically beneficial, given there are still costs. You know, we're going to have lower wading bird numbers, lower snail kite nesting numbers and things, but considering we're still trying to recover from high water impacts, it's good to have low levels on the lake this year.
Well, we've had a lot of high water. So I noticed we're about a foot above in 2A and we're a foot below in
Correct.
3A.
Correct, as I said, so we're moving
3A.
some of that 2A
Do we
water.
have any plans to gradually move some of the higher water to moving south and?
Yes. So right now, as I said, we're moving some of that 2A water into 2B to prop up those water levels. Once we get done with that operation, we'll start to look, and actually, you celebrated it here earlier in the meeting with the Employee of the Month. We have a new tool in the toolbox, a new structure that hopefully we'll be able to operate this dry season to be able to move some of that water from 2A down over into 3A and redistribute it across the northern face of 3A. But we'll start looking to do that here in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, and the water you're moving into 2B is compatible with the environment.
Correct.
Because once you get it in there, you don't really have a way for it to continue to get out.
Correct. It just seeps out over into Broward County.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's pray for a little rain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you both. Ms. Heater, we'll go now to the financial report.
Good morning. The monthly financial report, which is posted on the district's website under the budget and finance reports, is through the month of September, so the last month of fiscal year 25. We ended, and I will say unaudited ended, at $1.3 billion of revenue, new revenue collections, pardon me, and expended $1.2 billion. The $1.3 billion includes $843 million from intergovernmental, and it also includes $377 million from taxes, those being our two largest revenue sources. We did collect all of our ad valorem taxes. We collected an additional $1 million. And generally, that's because of not folks not taking the 4%, comparing this September to last September, we collected $200 million more in revenue because of your intergovernmental. And that's based on how your projects are performing. And expended $181 million. So 18% more revenue, 18% more expenditures. So it was very good, very good year. During the month of September, we collected $67 million and we spent $110 million. 93% of those expenditures were from restoration and O&M, which is about $103 million. 3% in science and monitoring at $3.6 million, and 3% or $4 million for regulatory management, administration, and outreach. We maintained and ended the fiscal year spending on average of $98 million per month. And last year we were at $83 million. So just one last little note is that your finance staff is working through October expenditures and November expenditures that are to be accrued back because they were for services through the month of September, because you get your invoices sometimes 1 to 2 months later after your expenditures. So your year-end expenditures will change. So your ACFR will then yield what those ending results are for fiscal year 25. And we're projecting to be done with that process hopefully by the second week of December. And then move into then the auditor's phase of reviewing everything, which they've already started a lot of their work. So that concludes my report to you.
Over the last 40 days, the federal government has not been making payments. Are we behind? Are they behind in any payments to us?
We have not seen a change as far as our revenues coming in from the Corps of Engineers, which is where we get the majority of our revenues from, from the federal side. So we have not seen an impact. But we also invoice them quarterly, right? So, but we had no indication that there was going to be an issue either.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
We'll move now to general public comment, if there is any.
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
We will move now to final board comment. Let's see, I'll start with you, Mr. Spotswood.
No comments from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron.
I always have a comment.
Excellent.
Okay. Been a great meeting. It's an honor to sit with all of you. Happy Thanksgiving to my fellow board members, all our staff, all our stakeholders. We're blessed to be in America, and long live the Everglades.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Colonel Roman.
Yes, I'd like to echo that wish for a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope you all get to unplug and relax and enjoy some quality time. Thank you.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Hurley.
Just one thing, I'd like to just re-acknowledge the service awards this week, or this meeting. Renee and Mark, 30, 35 years is really just incredible, and I just want to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a quick comment and to reiterate, I think the comment that you made and I believe Drew also made, and that is to give a big thanks to the folks over at Florida Crystals and their cooperation with our staff to be able to keep moving the EAA project, which is obviously our landmark project, come a long way, and I look forward to continued great cooperation between Florida Crystals and the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Steinle.
No comment, Mr. Chair, thanks.
Thank you. I have no further comment other than to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and if you're traveling, have a safe Thanksgiving, because I look forward to seeing you back here on December 11th at 9 o'clock for our next meeting. Thanks. We're adjourned.
You are watching the Florida Channel, a public service made possible by the Florida Legislature, WFSU-TV, and Florida State University.
Ozarktown is situated about 10 miles south of Brooksville, Florida, north of Tampa about 35 to 40 miles. The original layout of this community is 1 square mile. All the streets were named after U.S. presidents or famous Czechoslovakian people. The post office came in, and because of duplicate names within the county area, they changed some of the names of the streets. But we still managed to keep Lincoln, Wilson, and a few of the others, the mainstays, if you will. And a lot of the Czechoslovakian names are named after famous people from the independent state of Czechoslovakia at the time, such as Thomas Masaryk, who the town is named after. Well, Thomas Garrigue Masaryk was the original president of the independent Republic of Czechoslovakia. He was revered by those that came here and settled simply because of his independence. And that's basically what these people were looking for, was independence. And the town was founded by name in 1925 by Czechoslovakian, Slovak, Russian immigrants that came here to this community to look for a better life. They came from the Northeast and the Midwest. So they bought properties in Hernando and Pasco counties, divided it up amongst the investors or the immigrants, if you will, when they came here, and went into the citrus business. The cold weather, unfortunately, that they suffered through the winters here put them out of the citrus business. Then they moved into the poultry business and became one of the largest suppliers of eggs in the state of Florida through the Hernando Egg Co-op, which in the last 10 to 15 years has been completely done away with. There's no more poultry industry here within our community. And most of the original settlers are no longer with us. The culture has not survived, unfortunately. The younger generation did not want to work in the chicken industry, basically. So they went elsewhere. And as a result of it, as we've aged over the decades, many of our founders and many of the people who sacrificed an awful lot have passed on. And the younger generation is no longer here. So there's really nobody to keep up the traditions anymore. The Cuban Cafe was bordered the train tracks, which are just behind that building. That is where the original immigrants arrived. It was a boarding house and a hotel, and it was called the Masaryk Hotel. And that's what it was. And then it became the Ozarktown Restaurant, which kept the tradition alive for their foods all the way up until the time Nelson, who is the gentleman who owns it now, procured it and saved the building, because the building was about to be torn down. It was in a complete state of disarray. He redid the whole building. And other than that, that's just about all there is to do around here. There's not a whole lot. Our highlight would be the Caution Night on Wilson Boulevard and 41. The community center owned the property where the new Dollar General sits. And I love the community because it's slow-paced.
At the Florida Channel, we've been serving Floridians since 1997, delivering our signature gavel-to-gavel coverage of state government and empowering viewers with content and context from the people they elect to serve. Our exclusive footprint at the state capitol includes the only studio news and master control operation of its kind. And our team travels the state, bringing you live state government meetings anywhere in Florida, coast to coast. It's It's all part of our mission to provide Floridians a digital link to their state government no matter where they are. The Florida Channel, connecting Florida.
As you approach the bluff face at Alum Bluff, the first thing you see and probably the first feeling you get is just an immense awe at, this doesn't look like Florida.
But Alum Bluff is in fact located in North Florida. It's part of the Nature Conservancy's Apalachicola Bluffs and Ravines Preserve. The state geologists recently designated Alum Bluff Florida's first invertebrate paleontological site, as well as a state geological site. Harley Means says it's one of the only places in Florida you can see 4 different geological formations.
These geologic units that are exposed at Alum Bluff sort of are a record of what was going on at that particular time in Florida, and each one of those units tells a story.
Fossils that are found here go back 17 million years, from ancient seashells left by snails, clams, and other mollusks to plant remains fixed in clay that grew in a hardwood forest that existed there 15 million years ago. On top of that, there's another formation known as the Jackson Bluff Formation.
That one is only about 3 to 4 million years old.
Out of there come the fossils of marine animals like whales and dolphins.
But we also get, periodically, the teeth of the giant meg-toothed shark that lived during that time, which most people call Megalodon. But it was the largest shark that ever lived, and some estimates of its length are on the order of 60 feet.
Means said the idea behind the designation is to protect sites that contain rare, unique, and scientifically significant fossils. He expects to name more invertebrate paleontological sites in the near future. For the Florida Channel, I'm Rebecca Baird.
You are watching the Florida Channel, connecting Florida.
Fort Pierce served as a key military post during the Second Seminole War. Established in 1838 as part of General Thomas Jesup's winter campaign, the fort was named after Brevet Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin K. Pierce. Strategically positioned on a bluff overlooking the Indian River, it was constructed from palmetto logs by artillerymen, and it briefly served as the headquarters for the Army of the South. Though never directly involved in battle, Fort Pierce supported military operations, including the treatment of wounded troops following the battle with the Seminoles on the Loxahatchee. Operations at the site continued until 1842, ending with the conclusion of the Second Seminole War. A fire later destroyed the site in 1843. Today, Old Fort Park also preserves a deeper history. Beneath the grounds lies a burial mound, one of great significance to the Ice Indian culture, one of Florida's largest indigenous groups prior to European contact. For centuries, the Ice thrived along the Atlantic coast, relying on the Indian River for hunting, fishing, and gathering. They built thatched huts, crafted tools from deer bones, and traveled along the river by dugout canoes. Although the Ice had no written language, early Spanish settlers provided glimpses into their way of life through drawings and written accounts. By the mid-18th century, the Ice had largely disappeared. Their communities were devastated by disease, conflict, and enslavement.
Florida's Historical Markers is a production of WFSU-TV and the Florida Channel. Florida's Historical Markers program recognizes people, places, and events of historical interest and is run by the Department of State's Division of Historical Resources.
welcome to our November meeting of the State Board of Education. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First, I'd like to recognize Pastor Derek Gray, River of Life Church, to deliver our invocation.
Let's pray. If you'll stand with me, please. Heavenly Father, your word instructs us to pray for those in authority over us, so we stand here today in obedience to that command. We thank you for the freedom and the privilege to do that in a public setting. Those who serve to educate our children have been given a noble and weighty responsibility. So I ask this day that you grant them patience, wisdom, and courage. Patience to work with others who are different, while remembering that every person is made in the image of God. Wisdom to come to the right decisions and the courage to carry them out. May they always remember that their leadership impacts young lives and the future of their communities. God bless them this day to be guided by your providence, strengthened by your grace in order to fulfill your purposes in the work that they do. Let us always remember that to you and you alone, we must all one day stand and give account. And it is in Jesus' name that I ask these things. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the Wakulla High School Navy JROTC under the direction of Gunnery Sergeant Long and Thomas. Presenting today is Cadet Brooklyn Green, Cadet Carter Smith, Cadet Jordan Roddenberry, and Cadet Kaylina Pontones, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem performed by Miss Wakulla Abigail Lahone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You may be seated. Thank you again. That was a wonderful way to open our meeting. Thanks to those that participated in that. Now it's my honor to recognize Rick Meyer, Superintendent of Wakulla County, to welcome the board and to provide an update on behalf of FADS. Superintendent, you'll have 10 minutes.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Petty, State Board of Education members, Commissioner Kamoutsas, and distinguished guests. I know I've got a few fellow superintendents and state college presidents here, so I didn't get all your names, sorry, but welcome. My name is Superintendent Rick Meyer of the Wakulla County Schools. I was recently elected to this position in 2024, but no stranger to this district, as this is the district that raised me. I apologize a little bit if my voice is coming through a little fuzzy. I recently had some cancer surgery, so I'm going to push through this. If at the end you need me to clarify anything, I'm happy to answer any questions and repeat myself. But the school we're standing in today, the historic Crawfordville School, as I said, once my elementary school, it functioned as a K-12 high school from the 1930s until Wakulla County integrated and consolidated in the 60s to form our singular high school, Wakulla High School. And from that time, it was an elementary school until 2003 when we got too big, school got too old, built a new Crawfordville Elementary School a mile down the road. From that point in time, it's been our district office. And when we get the opportunity to host you guys here to share a little bit of our history, we're very humbled to have you. But the stage you're sitting at, so many graduations, so many spelling bees, so many school plays, and we're just really excited to see you guys here and to offer you guys all the Southern hospitality that we can. If there's anything we can do, please just let us know. Currently, Wakulla County Schools comprised of 4 elementary schools, which feed into 2 middle schools, which feed into our 1 high school. Additionally, we do have a pre-K to 8 charter school in St. Mark's, and so that comprises our total enrollment of about 5,000 students. So certainly not the smallest. We have some smaller districts in the state of Florida, but one of the smaller, certainly nothing like some of our larger counterparts down south. And so we have an opportunity here to do things in our own unique way. Our vision is to empower students and families in our community to support student learning and growth through rigor, resiliency, and relevance, with our mission being to cultivate all students to become lifelong learners in a relevant and safe learning environment. Students will explore their interests and passions and develop the resilience to succeed in today's society. And isn't that what it's all about, right? I mean, the purpose of public education, it isn't just the nuts and bolts. It's about raising our students to function as productive citizens in our society. And as I said, I was born and raised here, and so many of our community members, they're going to live here forever, right? And they're going to send their kids to our school. So we see this as not just a job, but who we are as a people. Within our strategic plan, and I alluded to this a little bit, we've crafted 3 R's, but not the 3 R's you're used to in reading, writing, and arithmetic. The 3 R's that we feel really accomplish what needs to be done in public schools are that rigor, resiliency, and relevance. We know that no educational institution can be successful if it's irrelevant, right? If you're teaching the wrong thing. So it's absolutely paramount that what we do is relevant, that we're covering the state-adopted standards, and that we're doing what our students need to be doing to succeed in the future. And furthermore, it's not just doing those things that leads to success. As the old saying goes, it's not just practice that makes perfect, but perfect practice that makes perfect. So being rigorous, that's where the rigor comes into play, making sure that you're doing it at the highest level of quality possible. And I love sayings. I love to repeat things. I spent 5 years in the military, and one of the sayings there was, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. But I'll tell you that's a false statement, because if you have a great plan, then you're planning for contact with the enemy. I led missions in Afghanistan where it was my job to lead my team through a valley until we made contact with the enemy. We knew it was coming. So resiliency matters, right? You can't have a situation where you expect perfection, where you think that everything is going to work exactly the way you designed it. You have to design a system that ensures that you're supporting those that don't quite meet those expectations the first time. And we do that. We've got a team that supports our students when they fall short, both academically, behaviorally, emotionally, because we know that life is imperfect. And so those 3 R's for us, I truly believe are setting us up for success. Looking a little deeper, the pyramid there, about our theory of action, we build from the ground up with our employees, ensuring that what we're doing is the highest possible, highest possible quality of staff member at every level and leads to the highest level of instruction for our students. All employee classes benefit professional development and growth, which leads to the penultimate goal of student success. So our message is intentional. As for the academic relevance and the excellence, the results speak for themselves. We haven't been A district every year. The district grades have existed, but you can count the number of Bs on one hand. We are currently on another 3-year streak of As, and we are honored to be designated your last meeting as one of the academically high-performing districts. Currently ranked 11th in the state and 2nd in the Panhandle. But just as Superintendent Hughes said at one of your last meetings, wanting to be number 1, the same for us. Our intent is to get into the top 10, the top 5, and make a run at number 1. And we're well on the way. We've had the 2nd highest graduation rate this past year. We've been 1st, 3rd in college and career acceleration, middle school acceleration, often in the top 5, because that's what it's about. We are here for student success. But going back, what we're here for is not just for rankings, it's not just for numbers. It's to assure that students are gaining knowledge that's going to put them in a position to be successful citizens in our community, our state, and our country moving forward. That's why we've expanded CTE in Wakulla County as much as we have. For being a small rural district with only one high school, I'll tell you, I don't think there's many other districts across the country that are offering relevant workforce development opportunities to their K-12 students as we are. 15 different programs producing over 1,000 certificates a year. As I said, we only have 5,000 students. So, one out of 5 of them getting a certificate a year is absolutely outstanding. As for, keeping the main thing, it doesn't just happen. Well, we have to assure that we are working with our community to communicate, to do all the things that they want us to do. You'll probably never poll a community that says their educators communicate too much, but that's our goal. My goal is for them to say, stop sending me text messages, stop posting things so much, stop sending so many newsletters. That's our goal. We're trying to saturate them with information and transparency until they say stop. We're not there yet, but we're working on that. We've recently released a social media app, and we're working to send out so much stuff. Improving school safety and crisis response, same thing. With my military background, and I was our safe school specialist prior to becoming superintendent, I have a distinct focus on this, and it keeps me up at night. It's a thing that I just can't let go. And we've recently enhanced some of the things such as the wearable badges, more cameras. You guys saw the guardians, gates and fences, the K-9 stuff. Anything we can do to make our kids safer, we're going to do. But I promise you, it's never going to be enough for me. It just isn't. It is what, like I said, any superintendent probably loses the most sleep over. And like I said earlier, about supporting our students and their the totality of what they do, the state resiliency and mental health initiatives. We want to assure that we're placing those into our schools as well, along with expanded tutoring programs. So thank you to Governor DeSantis. Thank you to you guys at the state board, the legislature. As a small district, we're not able to do all these things ourselves, and to have that support from statewide leadership, we certainly are very appreciative of that. So give our thanks to everyone else in Tallahassee, the governor especially, as to what he's done to help our school district out. But, as I said, success is a way of life here. Decades of A ratings, generations of educators to just come back. And, for us, again, thank you to the state board financially. We're hopeful to build an improved Wakulla High School campus. You guys had us in your LBR, so I certainly appreciate that. If you ever get time and you want to go visit our campus, we recently finished that career academy, and it's something to behold. I mean, for a small rural district to have that opportunity for our students, and what we're hopeful to be able to accomplish through the the improvement there at Wakulla High School, it's going to set us up for an additional decades of success. But we don't do that with our hand out. We've strived ourselves to do everything we can do. We've consolidated schools to ensure we're using taxpayer resources the best. I've reduced administrative positions here, which has enabled us to not just offer the TSIA, but to do more than that for our teachers and to keep insurance harmless. So we do everything we can here in McCulloch County, but we recognize we can't do it alone, and we graciously thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. And I'm running out of time, right on time there, and happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Meyer. Questions from the board?
Yes, sir.
Just want to highlight a couple of things you said.
Yes, sir.
That I thought were important. So first of all, thank you for welcoming us here and allowing us to have this meeting here in this beautiful auditorium. This you've got on your slide there, legacy, and this was your school when you were a student. So that's an amazing legacy for sure. Thank you for what you do, Superintendent. A couple things that I thought were important. Look, I love what you said about helping to develop good, productive citizens, right? Citizens, key word there, in my view. Understanding rights and responsibilities that go along with those rights is incredibly important. It's something that in many educational environments we've forgotten. We've forgotten that mission. You mentioned also parents, over-communicating with parents. That's a signal to me, Superintendent, that you understand your role and your position in supporting parents as it's their responsibility to raise and educate their children, and we in public education support the parents in that role. So thank you for recognizing those things. And also, yeah, this is just a commentary. You mentioned teacher salaries and the approach you've taken in reducing administrative overhead so that you could get money into the educators' pockets, right, and make sure our teachers are paid appropriately. So thank you for that. Takes leadership and courage to do that. It's not easy to cut those things because I'm sure there were long meetings and lots of discussions and decisions on how are we going to cover this program or this need or that need by reducing or eliminating those positions. But you took the leadership to do that, do the right thing. So thank you for that courage, sure. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
There are no questions from the board, so thank you, Superintendent.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
All right. Before we get too far in the meeting, if you would like to speak to the board today about an actionable item on the agenda, please fill out a speaker's card located near the entrance and give it to Jennifer Bailey. She's got her hand up there, or Chris Emerson also has his hand up over there. And when we get to that portion of the meeting, staff will present the item. We will hear comments from those who submitted speaker cards. I ask that anyone addressing the board please do so with respect and civility. Also, I may limit the amount of time allotted to speak to keep the meeting moving along. When you have 30 seconds left, on the yellow light on the stand will illuminate. When your time is up, the red light will come on. It's also a good opportunity to remind everyone to silence your cell phones and other devices so we can proceed with minimal interruptions. And board members, before we get too far into the agenda, I'm going to amend the agenda by removing consent item 31, the Hope Operator designation for Somerset Academy. So we're going to remove that one today. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Kamoutsas to present his report. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair Petty and members of the board. It's great to see you all this morning here in beautiful Wakulla County. Thank you, Superintendent Meyer, for hosting us. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you for another State Board of Education meeting. Today, I will devote the majority of my report to highlighting the outstanding work being carried out by the department across the state of Florida. However, I do feel that we must begin with updates on Alachua and Leon, two districts that have been the focus of this board's recent attention and concern. Earlier this month, I attended the Alachua County School Board meeting to ensure the board members were fully aware of both this board's concerns as well as mine. I highlighted the ongoing pattern of intimidation that continues to take place at board meetings in Alachua County as parents who dare to speak up are silenced. While Alachua County School Board members act as if the law does not apply to them, and even this board issuing clear directives to both Chair Rockwell and Vice Chair Certain, there's a toxic culture that still persists. At the last State Board of Education meeting, we addressed an inflammatory social media comment made by Vice Chair Certain in which she referred to Charlie Kirk as a 31-year-old uneducated white boy, just days after his tragic assassination on a college campus. As requested by this board to further examine some of the comments that have come to light since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we have Vice Chair Certain here today to speak directly with you and respond to your concerns. I hope following today's meeting, we are given the confidence that the Alachua County School Board will move in the right direction. In addition, the department has received complaints that seem to demonstrate a pattern of failure and discrimination in Alachua against our most vulnerable students. Today, the department's Bureau of Exceptional Education and Student Services is in Alachua investigating this matter fully to be sure all students receive the services and accommodations to which they are entitled. I also want to talk about Leon County. At our last State Board meeting, we heard from Lori Cox, the chair of the Leon County School Board, and she discussed the ongoing delays in implementing teacher salary increases. Unfortunately, since that time, there has been no progress. Teachers are still waiting, despite the legislature's clear intent of appropriating funds for this very purpose. Since the teacher salary increase allocation program began 5 years ago, Leon County has failed to meet the October 1 deadline every single year. Year after year, teachers in Leon have not received their salary increases until after the holidays, and in some cases, as long as 6 months after the appropriation was put in place. On October 28th, I attended the Leon County School Board meeting to share my concerns about the teacher salary increases continuing to be stalled within Leon County. I also shared that even though teachers were offered a meager monthly salary increase of $30 to $40 each month, executive and administrative staff were provided significant salary increases, where a total of at least 16 positions received compensation increases of an excess of $10,000 between 2024 and 2025. Leon is certainly an outlier compared to some of these other districts, and it's obvious that they are top-heavy when it comes to the administrative staff. That's a direct reflection of Superintendent Hanna's priorities. We heard from Superintendent Meyer this morning, who talked about cutting back those administrative positions. If you cut back just those 16 positions, for example, you know, those are six-figure salaries that now that money is going to go directly to these educators, and they're going to almost triple the amount that has been offered just this past couple months. And so it's a reflection, in my opinion, of a need of leadership there in Leon County to prioritize those teachers. And so it's no wonder why the teachers said no to the offer that was provided by the board. In addition, the district is spending money to operate several schools with low capacity. Instead of capitalizing on this opportunity and consolidating schools like several other districts across the state, Leon County's leadership is more focused on complaining about their problems rather than solving them. This is unacceptable. Other districts across Florida, large and small, urban and rural, have managed to negotiate agreements and get salary increases to teachers. Leon County has no excuse. In fact, despite the myriad of struggles that we see in Alachua County, even they were able to reach an agreement to deliver a 4% pay increase to their teachers, and they did so in a timely manner. And I appreciate them getting that done and commend the collaboration that got it over the finish line. These funds are not suggestions. They are earmarked for teacher pay, and the teachers of Leon County deserve to see the commitment that the legislature wishes to be honored. To the teachers of Leon County, we hear you and we will continue to fight for you. Now that we address these districts that are in need of improvement, I would like to turn my attention to two of my main priorities as Commissioner of Education: ensuring the safety of our students and supporting their academic success. Every student in Florida should have access to a world-class education, no matter where they live or what school they attend or their zip code. I want to take a moment to highlight how the Department of Education is supporting this effort. Let's start with early learning. The Division of Early Learning ensures the department creates coordinated and seamless educational system for children from birth through the K-12 and into post-secondary education systems. DEL implements the School Readiness Program and the Voluntary Pre-Kindergarten Program, along with Florida's Early Learning Coalitions, with the goal to prepare our youngest learners to enter kindergarten ready for school. In the 24-25 school year, Florida had 6,900 school readiness providers serving approximately 211,000 children. For VPK, Florida had 6,300 VPK providers serving roughly 151,000 children. That's a total of more than 350,000 children being served. DEL implemented a new VPK provider accountability system for the first time in the 24-25 program year. The VPK provider accountability is now based on data collected during the VPK program year, a more effective way to collect this data and hold providers accountable. With the new provider designation, 88% of providers met or exceeded expectations. The Division of Early Learning is making great progress to improve the quality of Florida's early learning programs and increase the number of children earning kindergarten readiness for school. Following early learning is K-12. The Bureau of Standard Instructional Support provided 2 multi-day professional learning events over the summer with more than 800 teachers participating. The professional learning events brought together Florida educators and leaders for explicit training on the content and implementation of Florida state academic standards for computer science, mathematics, social studies, which includes personal financial literacy and civics. The Bureau also created the Florida Math for All website, which is designed for K-4 teachers. This site includes resources to support students with a substantial deficiency in math. I encourage all of our K through 4th grade teachers and parents to check out the website. In addition, they hosted one regional civics literacy professional learning event last week and have another scheduled for this weekend. These one-day events provide teachers with lessons, activities, and engaging instructional strategies that can be readily implemented in the classroom. More than 200 teachers are expected to participate in the fall events, with more events to be scheduled in the spring. The Just Read office, along with the Division of Early Learning, also hosted the Summer Literacy Institute with more than 850 educators in attendance. The event provided professional learning to district literacy literacy coaches, as well as VPK through grade 5 teachers to increase their knowledge and the use of evidence-based practices. Just Read, along with the regional literacy directors, also provided regional literacy institutes, a virtual literacy institute, a literacy professional learning series, a literacy coach endorsement boot camp, and a literacy coach train the trainer event. Through these professional learning opportunities, over 2,000 teachers and district literacy leaders received training and support to improve the literacy instruction based on the science of reading in our classrooms in the state of Florida. Department staff work tirelessly to develop these resources. They provide training and they support the implementation of these best practices. And the results show that their efforts are paying off. We recently announced the results for the first round of progress monitoring for the 25-26 school year. The percentage of students scoring a level 3 or higher in English language arts increased 3 percentage points from the beginning of the last school year and 7 percentage points since the inception of progress monitoring a few years ago. When it comes to mathematics, the percentage of students scoring a level 3 or higher rose by 1 percentage point from last school year and 4 percentage points from the 22-23 school year. This is hundreds of thousands of students that are now on grade level who were not there at the beginning of the same time last year. Huge improvement, and I really want to commend the department staff for all the work that they've done to be able to help these students get to the point that they're at right now. Thank you. It's also a testament to the hard work of the educators that are in the classroom each and every day, to the dedicated parents who are ensuring that they are reinforcing those strategies with their children, and our students who work so hard to be able to be successful in the classroom. Our students continue to demonstrate continued success year over year, and since progress monitoring was first implemented, more students are performing at or above grade level at the end of the year and are also at the beginning of the year. These are impressive results, and I look forward to even greater numbers scoring 3 or above following Progress Monitoring 2 and Progress Monitoring 3 at the end of the school year. But our incredible work doesn't stop at 12th grade. We also have seen impressive results in our workforce education and the Florida college system. To expand workforce education programs focused on high-demand industry, $40 million was awarded to 49 programs through the Workforce Development Capitalization Incentive Grant Program. With this round of funding, the state's total investment in the Workforce CAP program has reached $240 million since its inception in 2023, reinforcing Florida's commitment to developing a highly skilled workforce equipped to excel in the state's priority industries. In addition, $14.6 million was awarded through the Pathways to Career Opportunities Grant program to 34 entities to start, expand, or operate registered apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs across Florida. This funding will support more than 7,100 students as they gain hands-on experience through on-the-job training and related classroom instruction. Through these grants, Floridians will have even more opportunities to receive workforce education, including through the Florida college system. The Florida college system institutions play a vital role in Florida's development by providing high-quality programs that prepare students for high-demand careers. During the 24-25 academic year, I was recently able to highlight this with the governor at a press conference. Students completed in the college system more than 135,000 degrees, certificates, and industry certifications. And graduates earn competitive wages, with associates in science graduates earning an average of more than $60,000 1 year after graduation, and bachelor's graduates earning an average of over $70,000 1 year after graduation. Incredibly, even with open enrollment and serving all communities across Florida, our state colleges operate at a fraction of the cost that our universities do. The Florida college system also has a cybersecurity collaborative that recently hosted their 3rd annual cybersecurity competition at the Florida Department of Education, bringing together students from across our great 28 institutions. The collaborative works to share best practices, strengthen workforce partnerships, and expand student opportunities in cybersecurity across Florida. At the competition, students faced real-world cybersecurity challenges that mirrored those encountered by industry professionals, including a virtual cyber rage. Winning teams were selected through a ranking system evaluating their ability to manage, operate, and defend simulated network infrastructures. With the demand for cybersecurity professionals on the rise, the Florida college system is actively expanding opportunities to build a skilled and job-ready cybersecurity workforce. Nearly 4,500 students are currently enrolled in the Florida college system's cybersecurity programs, receiving hands-on, practical training to prepare them for careers in this high-demand field. As you can see, the department staff are committed to preparing teachers and leaders, supporting student achievement, and enhancing opportunities for students from early learning all the way through workforce education. We also have several of our Florida college system presidents here today that I'd like to recognize. President Murdaugh, it's good to see you, my friend. I believe President Labasso of Daytona State College is also here. Good to see you. And I also want to take this moment as we get into our communism standards and we talk about folks who are in our college system that were in fact victims of communism, whose parents fled that regime. You have Madeline Pumariega down in Miami-Dade College, who runs the largest state college in our state. But you also have Angela Falconetti at Polk State College. Most don't realize that her parents also fled communist Cuba. And she has truly set the standard, President Falconetti, for providing exceptional higher education to students in Polk County. Each year, Polk State College serves 14,000 degree-seeking students and 9,000 through workforce training. They have 100% licensure passage rates for 9 different certifications, including corrections, diagnostic medical sonography, early childhood education, elementary education, law enforcement, nursing, paramedic, physical therapist assistant, and respiratory care. With 93% of associate in science graduates employed or continuing their education, Polk State has the highest rate of all 28 colleges in the Florida college system. So thank you, President Falconetti, for your great work. Thank you, President Pumariega, President Murdaugh, as well as President Lavasso, for the work that you do in contributing to the best Florida college, or best college system in the entire nation. Last Friday, we honored the 100 million individuals who lost their lives under communist regimes during the Victims of Communism Day. In 2022, Governor DeSantis signed House Bill 395, establishing November 7th as Victims of Communism Day in Florida. Florida is proud to lead the nation in preserving the memories of those who suffered under communism by teaching future generations what these victims endured and why their sacrifices must never be repeated. On Victims of Communism Day, students learn about the atrocities committed under communist governments, including famines, forced labor camps, political persecution, and the suppression of freedom and faith. To build upon the instruction on communism, Governor DeSantis signed Senate Bill 1264 into law in 2024, requiring comprehensive instruction on the history of communism, a bill that I believe was sponsored by your husband, Board Member Collins, the Lieutenant Governor, but at the time, Senator Jay Collins. Today, this board will take action on these standards that will provide students with a deeper understanding of how communist regimes have suppressed freedoms, abused power, and inflicted suffering across the world. Last month, I also had the privilege of joining Governor DeSantis to make some big announcements about the Florida Civics and Debate Initiative Championship. As you all know, the Florida Civics and Debate Initiative is the most impactful initiative to support civics and civil discourse in the nation. Under Governor DeSantis' leadership, the program expanded from just 59 teams in only 11 counties in 2020 to more than 330 teams in all 67 counties in our state. Through this initiative, students across Florida learn to engage respectfully in civic dialogue, develop critical thinking skills, and grow in the civic virtues essential to preserving our constitutional republic. The annual championship brings together top student debaters from across Florida to compete in a variety of debate and public speaking events that showcase their knowledge, eloquence, and commitment to civic values. At this year's championship, the winner of the Ronald Reagan presidential debate will be awarded a $50,000 scholarship and a trophy named in honor of Charlie Kirk to underscore the critical importance of teaching students the value of respectful debate. The runner-up will receive a $25,000 scholarship, the two semifinalists will each receive a $15,000 scholarship, and the quarterfinalists will receive $10,000 in scholarships. I'm excited to celebrate Charlie Kirk's commitment to dialogue and showcase some of the best and brightest students in this debate in Florida at New College this year. I know there was also a situation in Suwannee County with the Turning Point USA chapter. I just want to take some time to commend Superintendent Ronnie Gray of the Suwannee County School District, who took immediate action and made sure to resolve the issue so that students are free of discrimination. And to that end, it is now my honor to recognize 3 students who saw the opportunity to strengthen civil discourse at their high schools and acted on it. Hayden Moore, Kylie Moore, and William DeWitt spearheaded the creation of the first ever Turning Point USA chapter at Wakulla High School. They wanted to start the chapter to have a platform where students feel empowered to exercise free speech, participate in civic debate, and engage in meaningful dialogue. Their dedication and courage have already had a profound impact on their school community, inspiring others to get involved and make their voices heard. They've also participated in Wakulla County's Charlie Kirk Day of Peaceful Civic Discourse. During the Charlie Kirk Day of Peaceful Civic Discourse, students across the district were provided grade-level appropriate lessons on how to think for themselves and share their beliefs and ideas with others respectfully. Thank you, Superintendent Meyer, for hosting this day dedicated to civic discussions and civic responsibility. Please join me in honoring Hayden Moore, Kylie Moore, and William DeWitt for their bold leadership and for setting an example for students across Florida. And I know typically, is Cassie, oh, there she is. Okay, we typically will do a picture, so do we want to do that right now? Okay, excellent, wonderful. Why don't we have the students come up here so we can honor them? righty. And with that, Chair Petty, that concludes my report for this month.
Commissioner, thank you. I'm going to have to ask you next meeting to expand your report a little bit. There was a lot there. That was phenomenal. Board members, questions for the Commissioner? Board Member Foganoli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just did have some questions. I have concerns about the salary increases. I think that each of us can agree that it's unacceptable to wait after the holidays to see a pay increase. I've seen it happen, and I know how it is when it comes to negotiations and different things going back and forth. But having teachers wait, it's hard to see that, right? And there's a number of factors that I want to bring up, that I want to ask about. Because we look at Leon County being one of the counties. I know Palm Beach is going to impasse. You look at different counties dealing with a decline in enrollment. So on district school boards, there are decisions that have to be made that are difficult to make things happen for teachers. Pay increases. When students don't show up to school, when your enrollment is going down, money's going down. So you have to make decisions that are difficult. And a lot of these school boards have a hard time doing that. I have an issue with facilities not being up to par, falling apart, teachers having to wait for their increases, students going to facilities that are filled with mold and not up to standard. That's not our standard. It's not good enough for us. So my question for you is that I really want to focus on facilities when it comes to a lot of these districts. Tough decisions need to be made when it comes to school closures, consolidation. We look at a lot of the districts, you see the fear that came out with Schools of Hope. All of a sudden, wait a minute, we have all this room, now they're going to come for our schools. Well, there shouldn't be that much room left over anyway. So I know we have a facilities department, but I don't know if it's a follow-up or if it's a committee that we could put in place that can look at each district and say, if you're oversized and you need to make the hard decisions, we can help with that. But I think what happens is board members in their districts are so worried about re-election that they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. They don't want to make the community angry. They don't want to make the hard decisions of closing schools. And I know how that is. A lot of these schools have history. We're sitting in one right now, right? But you have to make those decisions. So I just want to know the possibility of how we can get involved to start helping these districts make the hard decisions. I don't mind being the bad guy. Everybody can tell you that. I don't mind being that. But if it's us saying we can send recommendations or saying, hey, you are oversized. You have 30 schools that you shouldn't be having open right now. They should be consolidated or closed. What can we do? Is there a possibility that we can get a committee in place to start going district by district? Is it a facilities department looking at each district and saying, hey, we're going to send recommendations to say, you need to consolidate these 3 middle schools or 2 high schools? What can we do on our level?
Sure.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's kind of 2 main point people on this issue. I would say Senior Chancellor Burns over the division, who has the Division of Public Schools under him, but also Suzanne Pridgeon, that is over finance and operations as well as facilities. And I do think they have those conversations with superintendents regularly where they do flag. To your point, Member Fogan-Holy, it's a tough decision for school board members to say, yes, I'm okay with that school in my district being closed. But we've seen folks have the courage in Duval County, for example, where they had to make those tough calls, and they had to cut costs and save money in that respect. Even Broward County has had to make those decisions. And I know that there are more schools that they could close, but the superintendents are often faced with the pushback from the school board members of what are the political optics. And I think what people fail to realize is what are the political optics of taxpayer dollars being wasted instead of going into the pockets of teacher salaries so that we can have high-quality educators in front of these students to continue to see academic excellence move forward. And so these are the kinds of questions that these school board members need to be asking themselves. We remain committed at the department to work with the superintendents. We will continue to flag for each district when we have facilities that are not being properly utilized. That is how so many of these other districts were able to do it, because we worked with them behind the scenes and we flagged for these districts. This school is being totally underutilized. What if you were to take school A that has 300 students but is designated for 700 students, and school B that is designed for 1,000 students and only has 500 students, and put them all in school B so that school A can shut down and the district is no longer wasting money on that school? I mean, it's a very simple, commonsensical approach that we try to provide guidance on frequently with the districts, and like I said, we remain committed to doing that at the department.
Member Collins.
I just want to make a quick note. In the last meeting, I think when we originally discussed this, we discussed the pattern of many of the unions holding the pay raises up in collective bargaining and then pushing the public to vote for a millage increase for teacher pay, and then the referendum doesn't clearly indicate that it will ever be for pay. So you tax yourself for something that isn't guaranteed to pay the teachers. I did a quick search because, I like to notice patterns. And it appears recently the superintendent for Leon County has started indicating in 26 they intend to put a referendum to request a millage increase on the 26th ballot while they're holding this pay. So I'm just making note of that so that the public knows and the public can be aware and start watching this.
Thank you, Member Collins. Look, I'll just say, Member Foganoli, my view on this, we saw from Superintendent Meyer here in Wakulla what they had to do. They had to make some hard choices. And I think the litmus test most board members should, the question they should ask themselves is, am I voting to protect the institution, the buildings, the infrastructure, or am I voting to take care of our educators and take care of the mission of that school district and educate these students? And if they can't answer that clearly, if they're protecting the buildings and the infrastructure and the administrative staff, then I think they're making a poor decision. Hopefully they can get the courage. Again, it's going to take some leadership, in my view, from the superintendents. I think in the districts where this works, the superintendents lead on it, and the board members find the political will to do the right thing. Just my commentary.
And to add to that question, and I'm sorry, now you just reminded me of another question. So, Commissioner, through your experience, right, holding up pay, are you seeing it from the major districts, bigger districts, or are you experiencing it with the smaller districts as well?
I think you've seen it across the board. I know Suzanne